Chapter 151, Fisher straightens his posture and casts an unfriendly gaze my way, scanning me from head to toe with a disapproving smirk. You're Jay. Ha! You're Jay. Confused by his question, I respond with a one-word reply, yeah. The dark blue-haired hunter lifts his condescending gaze to meet my eyes, then pauses for a moment. He looks up at the ceiling, deep in thought, then replies, you're pretty quick, aren't you? I was sent here by the director yesterday. At my full speed, you still managed to get here just a few hours after me. His distasteful blare turns into a somewhat curious grin. He points to the door, leading to the open dungeon. Come on, let's go outside. I was told you have a pretty strong aptitude for fire. I'd like to see it for myself. He walks toward the door through the tables full of hunters motioning for me to follow. I turn to Rylan and the innkeeper. The redhead nods eagerly, pushing me to follow him. Mr. Conway speaks up as we begin to follow. He may seem tough on the outside, but Fisher is a kind kid. He just puts on that act ever since he became one of the youngest C-class elites in the Vice region. With a nod and a smile, I thank the short man and follow Fisher as he steps through the wooden door on the other side of the room. The air outside is still cool and crisp as both Rylan and I follow the elite around the backside of the inn. The view of the tall mountains is pretty beautiful from here. I'm always impressed by the artificial landscape created by dungeons. Fisher stops right in the middle of a wide-open field, waving at us to follow. Squinting as we walk further and further from the inn, I see the shadowy outline of a winged creature flying at us from a distance. The screech of wild griffin fills my ears, and the realization that we're under attack from a monster finally hits me. I pull out my sword and ignite it into flames. Charging up less than 300 MP worth of mana-imbued fire magic, I let out a fast, concise shot of dark, dense flames. Seconds later, over 50 m away, the diving griffin loses its head and falls to the dungeon floor with a loud thud. I let out a sigh of relief, then hear a slow clapping noise. The blue-haired hunter grins while walking toward me. Not bad, I was expecting much worse. When I heard a new C-class recruit was coming to train in the labyrinth for the first time, I didn't expect to meet another young advanced magic user like myself. He reaches into a small item box on his waist to pull out a large sword. Its base looks black, but it glimmers dark blue in the sunlight. I use appraisal the second its unique hue hits my eyes. Tidebreaker, enchanted blade of the Hydra, water aspect, 127% strength, 81% mental strength. A thin smile crosses my face as the flames flicker out on my sword. It seems like I've found another element stone-imbued weapon user. This is a first. I assume you're a water magic user? Is that right? He nods slowly, pointing his sword at me. Brutus really chose your team to be the next set of elites. So, it's my job to prepare you. I raise my sword, pointing it right back at him. What do you mean by that? The next set of elites? What are you talking about? The director never told me anything about you. I thought I was diving in this labyrinth solo. Fisher smirks, letting out a sigh. You'll get used to the director in time. He's always a few steps ahead. You'll never be able to outthink that man. If he wants you to do something, you're already doing it. I gulp as the water wielder continues. Apparently, he gave 2 of your teammates upgrade crystals. That's why I'm certain your squad is his next choice for elites. I step forward. What's all this talk about elites? Explain. What's an elite? What's going on, elites? That's the name the association chose to give to C-class hunters that actually have a chance of hitting B-class. It's like a hidden rank between C and B. I'm sure you spotted the difference between a hunter like me and the hunters in there. He points his long black and blue glistening sword to the backside of the inn. I remember the feeling I got while walking through the tables earlier. Yeah, you're right. What are upgrade crystals, and what are you even going to teach me? All I have to do to pass the director's test is defeat the 20th floor boss. He underestimates me. The blue-haired swordsman lets out a laugh. You really are a lost one, aren't you? It makes so much more sense why he let you think you're going into this place alone. You'd rather get yourself killed than admit there's an opponent you can't beat. Hey! Don't talk like you know me. You have no idea how powerful I am. Plus, you still haven't answered all my questions. What's an upgrade crystal? He lets out another condescending sigh, then rolls his eyes. They're one of the association's most valuable resources. Brutus gave me one a few months back, along with a few of my squad members, allowing all of us to rank up to the elite level. It upgrades your skills. Any combat magic becomes an advanced form, and any normal skills become special grade, or even legendary grade, sometimes. I got lucky with both. I nod slowly, remembering the white crystals both Maria and Abby were carrying on their way back from their meetings yesterday. If my guess is correct, it must be the forced upgrade method I've heard rumors about. By the way Fisher is describing it, these upgrade crystals must automatically use all the proficiency points on a user's skills. He must have been over level 400, giving him the necessary 400 PP to upgrade both of his skills. He didn't get lucky. Someone timed his upgrade carefully. If all of this is true, the director really does have his eye on us. I guess taking advantage of this situation is the best thing to do right now. Even so, this guy is starting to piss me off. Alright. Then why am I teamed up with you anyways? I can climb this labyrinth myself. I admit, you're stronger than the hunters inside, I can tell, but I hunt solo, I don't need your help. He grins, and his sword begins to glow with a light blue light. Oh yeah? Well, it's a direct order. I bring you to the 20th floor, watch you beat the boss, then bring you back alive. I haven't failed an assignment yet, but this one seems near impossible. We have a lot of work to do. I grit my teeth and ignite my own sword into a flickering ball of flames. Since when are we a team? I don't really care what your assignment is. I was told I could farm this labyrinth by myself. I don't want to be chaperoned by an overconfident blue-haired association lackey. Again, Fisher lets out a laugh. Fiery users are always the hotheads. I'm going to have to teach you a lesson, kid. You may be the newest star of the C-class exams, but there are many hunters much stronger than you out in the world. Don't start swinging your sword at fights you can't handle. I take out my second blade, lighting my dagger up with the white hue of wind magic. What makes you think I can't handle you? The water-wielding swordsman begins to glow with a bright blue light, covering his body in a half-a-meter thick veil of water. Letting out a laugh, he yells at me, one scratch. Land one single scratch on my skin and I'll let you climb these floors in peace. If you can't do that, you'll start listening to me. Got it. Activating my stat boosting skills, glowing with a gold and crimson aura, I yell out to him, fine. You asked for it. Clenching my jaw and tightening my muscles, I begin charging up an attack. One scratch is all it'll take, so I'll make sure to get it over with in one blow. I joined the association to hunt stronger monsters, not to be pampered like a little kid. I want the freedom to do what I want, when I want, and where I want. Whatever happens now isn't my fault. He asked for it, and I'll give it to him. I open my item storage to let a few mana crystals fall out. They touch my skin, and I plunder their MP. I don't want to kill the guy, but I'll teach him a lesson for trying to step on my feet. I charge upon my ultimate attack for about 10 seconds, stirring around 3500 MP into each of my blades. This is about 7000 MP in total. With a powerful thrust, I bring both weapons across my body to let out an attack that could cut through a titan's domain like butter. The black and white crescents of energy hurtle toward the glowing blue-haired man. He raises his sword and braces for impact. I stand steady watching in anticipation. He's really going to take my attack head-on impact. The wind and fire expand, releasing a devastating amount of energy. The rocky ground explodes to bits, throwing dirt and stone everywhere for over 20 m in all directions. A shockwave blows rubble in my direction and the red-haired hunter that came to watch runs in fear. I grin as the dust cloud settles, expecting the arrogant hunter to be begging on his knees for mercy. To my surprise, he stands unscathed in a small patch of untouched grass. The earth is chopped up and burned to ash everywhere, but the spot he stands, I gulp, gripping my blades firmly. He laughs, powering down his blue glow, and letting his summoned water magic fall to the torn-up landscape below with a splash. Not bad. Not bad at all. You aren't as weak as I thought you'd be. Still, you have a lot to learn. Chapter 152. As the swordsman lowers his dark blue blade and deactivates his magic skills, I watch in awe. He looks at me with a satisfied smirk as the clearly summoned water around his feet seeps into the recently upturned soil. He throws the blade in his hand to the ground and stretches both of his arms out wide. Come on, I'll give you one more shot. I won't even use a single skill to block you this time around. His dark eyes pierce the thick air between us, making direct contact with my own. His white teeth peek out from the crooked grin across his face, and he remains unguarded in the middle of the empty field. I activate my skills and charge my blades again, glowing golden red, filled with an odd sense of rage. Get ready. Plundering the MP from even more of my leftover MP crystals, I begin to eat away at my supply just to show off. So much for my plans of staying low-key. Teaching this so-called elite a lesson is more important right now. It takes just under 30 seconds for me to charge both of my blades nearly to full power. There's over 10k MP in both of them combined. letting out another reality-tearing attack. The white and black crescents of mana-imbued elemental mana rocket toward the defenseless elite C-class. Another explosion of wind and fire throws rock and dirt in all directions. I watched the red-haired hunter, Rylan, run behind the back wall of the inn to escape the blast. This time the destructive fireball is close to double the size of my last attack. That cocky blue-haired hunter thought that was the best I could do and lowered his guard. Let's see how well he fared against this one, I smirk, letting the dust cloud clear. As it does, I hear the familiar slow clapping sound coming from within the dispersing sediments. Well done, well done. I am definitely going to have some fun with you. The director picked out an interesting brat for me to train after all. My eyes open wide, seeing the elite C-class hunter standing untouched on the same small patch of grass in the middle of the field. Blinking a few times, then swallowing hard, I think back to the moment before impact. Both of my attacks definitely hit him straight on, right across his chest in fact. There was no water magic blocking my attacks, it's like it hit an invisible shield. I couldn't get a close enough look before the explosion of red and white light to see what happened at the exact moment of impact. The blue-haired man walks over to me while placing his sword back into his item box. I was going back to sleep, but now that there's some excitement I'll stay up a little bit longer. Let's grab some lunch and talk over a few more details before our training starts tomorrow. Conway's cooking ain't half bad. Just don't order the fish. I awkwardly stare straight ahead, still puzzled at his ability to completely nullify my attack. Plus, this easygoing attitude he's put on after I basically just tried to kill him over nothing. Is he really that much stronger than me? I reply in a low tone. I'd rather not wait for tomorrow. I was planning on climbing today. I gulp while putting my blades away into item storage. And what's wrong this the fish? He throws his arm around my shoulder with a chuckle. You really are an ambitious one, aren't ya? Who said we'll be climbing tomorrow? I've got a lot to teach you, young one. I let out a sigh, wriggling out from his arm's grasp as we walk closer to the backside of the inn. Don't call me young one, you're not even that much older than me, and I'm climbing tomorrow whether you like it or not. I didn't come here dash. Fisher cuts me off, turning his head, giving me a stern look. Trust me. You must have been climbing for at least 20 hours straight. Some sleep will do you well. I grit my teeth, starting to respond, but a weak voice sounds from around the corner of the gray brick structure. Then a red head of hair slowly peeks out. Are you guys done? Rylan walks over to us with a pale face and a blank expression. He gulps, then lets out another sentence in an excited tone. JJ, you didn't tell me you were in line to become an elite. At your age? That's some major news. Your face will be plastered all over the region any day now. Congrats. My mind continues to race as the redhead stares at me with a goofy grin. The blue-haired swordsman keeps walking toward the inn's entrance as I reply, I didn't exactly know about this either. Both of us follow Fisher inside as my mental turmoil grows more and more. Today was supposed to be a fun labyrinth farming adventure with Ember. Why'd it have to take a turn like this? The three of us sit down at one of the circular tables in the back of the room. Rylan keeps asking Fisher questions about new missions he's been on as I continue to zone out in my own little world. Finally, our food and drinks come out. I ask the first nagging question that comes to mind. Hey, how do you two know each other so well? It's not like Dash. Rylan cuts me off as Fisher takes a swig of his newly arrived cold drink. I used to be his personal trainer, back in the association. That is, until he surpassed me within the first year. After a long gulp, the elite chimes in, yeah. He taught me the basics, I owe him for that, but it's all about your natural-born talent and Dash, money. It's about money, I grin as the redhead cuts off his former student's inspirational speech. Fisher rolls his eyes as Rylan continues, staring at me. The association must want to back you for one of the skills you have. If I'm not mistaken. That attack you threw earlier was both wind and fire, right? I swallow the food in my mouth and reply, it was. I pause, thinking about my next words carefully as the two of them eye me up and down. I have element stone imbued weapons. You saw my sword and dagger, right? Fisher jumps in. Enough. It doesn't really matter. Clearly, the director likes this kid, and I get a full 25 credits for the week if I can get him past floor 20. He turns to me, you'll be resting up today, no questions asked. If you can't manage to make a scratch on me unguarded in an empty field, you're on a one-way suicide mission if you face the behemoth now. You may not even be able to make it to the 20th floor at your current strength. I stare at him with a cold glare, then take another bite, and reply with my mouth full, fine. We'll do it your way, he smirks, good, finally I've broken through that hard head of yours. I'll do some proper tests on you tomorrow and our training will start once we both wake up. How about we meet back here in 10 hours? Taking another bite, half listening to his words, I respond again, sure. The three of us finish up our meals and Fisher insists we head up to our rooms. He may be tough, but I can see it in his eyes, this elite is sleep deprived from climbing the labyrinth. This 10 hours of rest is more for him than for me. The small staircase in the back creaks as I walk up it. The wooden door of my room opens easily and I walk inside. The dusty scent of old wood and upswept floors fills my senses as I peer into the underwhelming living quarters. A single small bed close to the ground with white sheets, a small sink and mirror near the back wall and a small dirty window. I let out a sigh, closing the door, and sitting on the bed. It creaks as I mentally compare this 5M by 3M room to the luxury apartment I just started renting. Fisher believes I've been grinding my way up the dungeon for the last day just like him. It makes sense why he'd tell me to get some rest, but it's been less than 6 hours since I even woke up. My day is just getting started. I activate enemy detection and scan my surroundings to confirm there's no one behind the inn. Everyone is trading in the town, or hanging out at the bar downstairs, double-checking to make sure my door is locked. I activate Dungeon Walker and teleport myself into the massive dirt pit created earlier by my attack against the water-wielding swordsman. I grit my teeth as his arrogant face flashes into my head. I'll get to the 20th floor and beat the boss before he even wakes up. Without a moment's hesitation, I activate stealth and begin air-stepping away toward the back of the 10th floor dungeon, chapter 153. With my stealth skill activated, I begin my trek through the 10th floor's Griffin dungeon. I need to get a significant distance away before thinking about letting Ember fly free. From now on, scanning my surrounding will be tougher than just looking for random high-level targets. Anything on this floor or above could be a hunter or a monster. I'll have to be extra careful. After 20 minutes of light jogging, I've come to the base of the first mountain. While moving forward, the layout of this labyrinth begins to bug the pattern recognition portion of my brain. A lot of the floors here have similar monsters to the smaller labyrinth I defeated before. There is a small difference in floor ranking though. The griffins here are on floor 10 while they were on floor 11 before. Other lower level dungeons were swapped around the floors before this too. I guess it's somewhat random, but the strengths of monsters stay pretty consistent no matter what dungeon I fit them in. Griffins are still griffins. With a shrug, I make my way into the dense tree line at the base of this mountain. I scan the forest for enemies and trek around the backside to make certain that I'm not being watched. Ember flies free from my item storage when I'm sure we're not being watched. The moment he comes out of the white twisting spatial magic to spread his wings, I activate our telepathic link and deactivate my stealth skill. It's time to pick up the pace. Let's get to the 20th floor within the next few hours. I'm itching for a real fight. With a smirk, I crack my knuckles and look toward the backside of this dungeon. Griffins fly high in the sky, and the artificial sun shines down a yellow-orange light on the mountain range before us. Ember flaps his wings and replies as I airstep upwards to climb on his back. Understood. We fly off together, blending into the mountainside and soaring high with the griffins. Ember picks up his speed just like I've asked. We're able to fly through an entire dungeon in under 20 minutes. It doesn't take long for the two of us to clear the next few dungeons. Floors 10 through 15 are pretty basic layouts, with rather weak monsters. They're all very similar to the exam's labyrinth. Looking back, I'm much stronger now. Arriving on the 16th floor, I realize we've come across another high ogre dungeon. This is the one that Rylan and his team were planning to train at tomorrow. The last 5 floors took us just under 2 hours to clear, but I'm starting to get the feeling a little extra mana is going to be needed for the upcoming floors. We still have 5 more to go, and the base mobs here are already above level 320. Mana crystal farming begins. Ember flies me around to every corner of the dungeon so I can get all of my teleportation points sorted. For the next 2 hours, I use Dungeon Walker to slaughter every high ogre in sight. At roughly 1 kill per minute, I take out 120 high ogres, totaling me nearly 40k MP in loot, along with a few rings and swords. Taking my mana usage into account from teleporting and releasing over 100 small attacks, this little side mission has netted me about 25k MP in profit. Looking into my item storage, I count roughly 75k worth of crystals in total. This should be more than enough for any enemies that cross my path in battles to come. Ember and I fly off to floor 17. It's a near replica of the Great Plains dungeon. There are rhino-like monsters, and even mutants deeper in. I shudder at first, expecting titans to jump out any second and attack, but after a wide-range enemy detection scan, I don't sense a single one of them. it seems like that C-class dungeon in the capital is just an anomaly like Ember said. It's infected by void creepers, not a normal occurrence. We fly to the back of the dungeon to face off with the boss. So far, there hasn't been a single monster here that can't be taken out with one hit from my sword. Unfortunately, this level 371 boss turns out to be the same. A single 500 MP charged fire-imbued slash to the neck topples the beast. I make it to floor 18, this time around. As I take Ember out of my pocket dimension, I shiver for a valid reason. Not because I'm scared, but because of the snow that falls all around us. There's a thick white blizzard raging in all directions. Looking ahead more than 10 m or so is near impossible. It reminds me of the mammoth dungeon I faced before with my team. Just much more extreme. Ember and I both ignite our full bodies into flames. This is the first time I've seen his advanced fire magic in its full glory. Both of us create immense heat, and at first, I'm hesitant to get too close. The last time I touched advanced fire magic, I had to cut off my own arm to put the flames out. I open the telepathic link and the flaming dragon speaks. As per the contract you agreed to, our souls are linked. My flames cannot burn you, and your flames will not do harm to me. With a gulp, I walk forward to reach out and touch the flickering black and red flames with my left hand. I leave it engulfed in the fire for a few seconds, then bring it back. Letting out a sign of relief, I mumble under my breath, nothing happened. With a grin, I hop on Ember's back and we both increase our fire summoning output to melt through the storm. Using enemy detection as we begin to fly toward the back of the dungeon, I find a few slow-moving targets on my radar. They're all between levels 360 and 370. My curiosity tempts me, but I decide to just wait for the boss. It'll be a better fight anyways. As we fly higher and higher into the sky, the snow begins to clear up a bit. I can make out an impossibly high mountain off in the distance. It's made of dark black rock, somewhat covered in snow at the base, jutting up to the top of the dungeon out of sight. Ember speaks up as we approach it. It appears the portal is at the top of the mountain. The flaming black-scaled dragon doubles its velocity and begins gliding upwards with powerful flaps of its wings through the heavy wind and snow. I grit my teeth and hold on. Our flames leave a dark red trail of fire residue behind as we begin to tilt upwards. The snow and ice coming down grows thicker and our fire burns hotter. I activate enemy detection and inspect as we near the top. 800 m, LV 387, LV 369, LV 368, LV 366. A small reading pops up to show 4 enemies on my radar. One of them is much more powerful than anything else in the dungeon, and they're still nearly 1 kilometer above us. The thought that these could be hunters crosses my mind, but judging by their levels, it's highly unlikely. There are 3 of them that are the same as the base mobs in this dungeon. It would be much more worth their while to stay down below and continue training. I've also learned that this is a common pattern for mutants. A group of base-level mobs traveling with a leader. It's the perfect pre-boss showdown. We continue to rip through the skies. I take out my blades while adding a red and golden hue to my aura. Whatever is up there is going to be ready to fight. So, I am too. As we near the mountaintop, the shape of its apex comes into view. Impossible to see from below in the heavy snow. But now fully visible as we soar out of the heavy cloud cover in a magnificent ball of flames, Ember and I look down on a flat mountaintop. It's covered in a layer of snow from past storms, and multiple sharpened pillars of stone randomly pierce through showing their jet black coloring. It's silent. The wind has stopped, and the visibility has drastically increased. My eyes dart across the 200-meter-long, circular plateau-like area. Near the backside, a spinning gray boss room portal waits for us to jump through. Standing in our way, there are 4 massive snow yetis. A wide grin creeps across my face as I examine the new creatures. They're all roughly 4 m tall, with monkey-like frames and thick white fur that almost blends into the snow. Their leader in the back is over 5 m tall, carrying no weapons at all. Their eyes glow red, while their brown ape-like hands and facial features contrast the lighter snowy background. It spots us. The mutant leader stomps its feet, letting out a roar and pointing both of its arms straight at us. Low grunting noises sound from its 3 minions. They begin to charge, staying in a firm triangular formation as they approach. Opening the telepathic link with Ember, I point down to the monsters and speak, "Stay back, I'm going to have some fun." After this, there's only 1 floor between us and the 20th. Chapter 154. Ember slowly flies down to the plateau below as the 3 snow yetis come charging at us. They all start glowing golden yellow with the familiar aura of extreme strength, one of the same stat-boosting buffs that I use. I jump off the flaming dragon's back and begin to fall downward, charging up my sword and dagger. My dark fire magic keeps the cold air away from my body as I plummet to the ground. After falling for close to 3 seconds, the 50 drop comes to an end. I let out my attack on the nearby Yetis, releasing close to 1000 MP per blade. Using the last remainder of my MP stores, I activate my wind magic to lessen the impact of my fall onto the hard ground. My feet hit the snow-covered stone floor, still cracking the hard rock floor, sending black fragments flying off in all directions. I smirk, taking out a few extra mana crystals to plunder MP as I watch the crescents of energy slice the charging monsters all in half. Their bloodied bodies stain the white snow as I hear a light thud from Ember landing behind me. This short victory is followed by the roar of a gold-glowing mutant running at me with murderous intent. Still grinning, I charge up my attack again, a full 2000 MP strike. From almost 30 m away, the white and black energy blades rocket through the air to make contact with the monster's torso. It flashes a dull white light, and I see my attack halt in midair for a moment right before impact. I do a double take while plundering a crystal to restore my MP. A few fractions of a second later, the facade of an invisible shield breaks, and the blades of wind and fire slash the mutant beast in two. Its mutilated body hits the floor with 2 loud thuds. I continue to plunder MP from my excess crystals, but a slight concern itches at the back of my mind. While waiting for the monster to dissolve so I can take their loot, I mumble under my breath, I wasn't imagining that, was I? I shake my head a few times, then breathe in the cold refreshing air on the mountain's top while letting my flames die down a little bit. Ember comes up behind me, so I activate the link. He speaks. Shall we defeat the boss? Like you said, there's only one more floor before the 20th. I pause for a moment, then wrap up my flames and grin my swords tightly. Let's do it. Pushing the odd occurrence with that mutant yeti to the back of my head, the two of us trek through the snow to the swirling gray mass of energy at the backside of the plateau. Moments later, we both step through. The white transfer magic clears from my vision, but it's hard to tell the difference between the blinding white light and the sight. Before my eyes, I blink a few times, looking around aimlessly with a slight sense of confusion, activating my all-seeing eye along with enemy detection and inspect. Things become a bit more clear. The boss is near, 100 m, LV 399. The shadowy figure of a 6 m tall massive white-furred ape-like creature comes charging toward me. I can see its golden glow from a distance peeking through the dense overcast of white snow. Only now that my perception senses are active, can I tell that we're in a cave-like room. It's about 200 m in diameter and the ceiling is blocked off with a dome. Bursting into flames, Ember flies high up above me as I run forward. Again, I charge up both my blades to use up nearly a full bar of MP, 2000 points. Both of us draw nearer and nearer until its dark face comes into view and I'm glared down by its glowing red eyes. I let out a yell and it returns the favor with a roar. Releasing my attack, I watch the two powerful crescents of mana soar. They split through the air, melting and blowing away the heavy snowfall, aimed straight at the creature in front of me. Moments before impact, my eyes open wide to watch this beast glow with a dim white light. The metallic twang that's ingrained in my mind from weeks in the Titan's domains echoes throughout the 18th floor boss room. My jaw drops as I watch the white-furred monster deflect both of my attacks. With its bare hands, a thin layer of white light shines bright, covering its palms on impact, pushing back the high-density mana attacks. Some energy breaks through, slicing deep cuts in its palms, but most of the attack it pushed upwards to fly off into the upper regions of the boss room. I'm left wide-eyed and speechless as I stare at the beast that continues to run my way. Its palms are dripping blood. The attack didn't miss, it was overpowered. There's no way it could be this strong. I gulp, using inspect, appraisal, and air stepping up into the sky for a better view of the situation below. LV 399, active items, Yeti's Charm, 50% defense, 50% ice magic resistance, active skills, extreme strength. I tighten my lips and raise an eyebrow, trying to think all of this through. The monster barely has any gear, and its skill doesn't even have any upgrades. None of this makes any sense. What's going on? I grit my teeth, burst into flames, and charge up another dual attack. This time around, I eat into my mana crystal stores much more than before. Maybe it was a lucky break. More power will take this Yeti easily. In midair, floating about 20 m from the incoming monster, I imbue roughly 2000 MP per blade. That's double the strength of my last attack. With another yell, I release the built-up energy. The two crescents hurtle toward the monster. It looks up at me with its glowing red eyes while stopping in place. It plants its feet and puts its arms out straight ahead. That same dim white glow appears. On impact, I watch closely with my all-seeing eye locked in the monster's hands. The flaming black and whistling white mana attacks pause in midair for a fraction of a second before hitting the beast. my perception skill picks up an odd reading. I gulp, trying to understand why and how this creature's skin is becoming so dense with mana all of a sudden every time my attack comes near. The microscopic layer of pure mana in front of its hands actually covers its entire body. The glow and flash of white light is made when it's broken and mana is released on impact. If I saw this kind of barrier anywhere else, I'd think it was a man-made mana shield. More gears begin turning in my head as I compare the density of the mana to my own attack, as the two blades of energy grind through the beast's defenses. I let out a whisper under my breath. So, monsters can learn mana control too. The dense barrier being formed by the beast was strong enough to block my first attack, but this second one is twice as strong. I hear a roar from the boss monster below me as the flash of white light triggers the explosion of my fire and wind as they break through its refined mana defenses. The beast explodes into dozens of parts as I give it a small bow of my head as respect. That was the first strong opponent I've fought so far in this labyrinth. The fun is just about to begin. I use my wind magic to hover down to the icy floor. The fallen monster is already beginning to dissolve. I let out a laugh. Spinning my sword and dagger around, admiring my work, Ember drifts down beside me as pick up the fallen loot. It's a large mana crystal, along with a heavy circular blue stone. I use Appraisal, Yeti's Charm, 50% defense 50% ice magic resistance. After examining the small blue rock to confirm it's nothing too extraordinary, I throw it into my item storage along with the mana crystal. While my spatial magic is still open, I expand it so Ember can fit inside. I turn on our telepathic link as well. That was almost a decent fight, wouldn't you agree? Maybe this behemoth will be a pretty good fight after all. What do you think? The flaming dragon nods. I believe you will face greater challenges the higher we climb. I suggest you let me fight if things get too difficult. I pause, then reply, only if I'm in real life-threatening danger. Otherwise, let me fight my own battles. I'm here to get stronger by fighting tough opponents. I got enough free levels in the Titan's domain. Understood. Ember smiles and walks into my pocket dimension. The white light of the transfer magic fills my vision moments later. It's time to face floor 19, chapter 155. The white transfer magic leaves my vision as I ready my blades, turning on enemy detection. The sky above me is a pale gray, and the landscape in front of me is made of completely black glossy stone. Formations of rectangular-shaped rocks jut out from the ground in crystal-like structures. They form walls creating an abstract maze of pathways as far as the eye can see. I gulp, moving my head back and forth, then opening my spatial magic to let Ember out. With a burst of dark flames, the dragon appears. I hop on his back and we fly up into the sky to take a better look at the landscape. What I see below is intriguing, but not exactly comforting. The four-sided crystal-like black stone structures fill the entire dungeon in all shapes and sizes. Some are mountain-sized, creating high peaks in the distance. Some consolidate together, creating rolling hills and valleys. Other sections are more abstract, making winding mazes that hunters could get lost in for hours. We soar through the air in silence, as the ominous structures whiz by, below us. I sense a few enemies on the way, but I haven't gotten a close look at one just yet. They're all between levels 390 and 400, until, Ember, I point down toward a massive flat black structure off by the distance about 500 m away. There's a lone enemy standing in the middle of it. This one caught my eye when sent it on my radar. It's the same exact level as me, LV of 408, let's go down there. I need a warm-up before the boss room. This must be some kind of mutant. With a powerful flap of his wings, Ember changes his flight path and starts a direct course for the soon-to-be battlefield, squinting. I can make out a humanoid figure just over 200 m away now. I've never seen a dungeon like this and definitely haven't faced the monsters within it. The fact that these monsters are my level means they'll have enough EXP to actually give me some proper growth. Finally, it's time to get stronger. We glide down, faster and faster. The mysterious monster finally comes into sight and I get a solid look at the creature. It looks like a man. A very, very oversized man with red skin standing nearly 4 m tall. With human-like facial features, but sharp jagged parrot-like teeth, the beast turns toward me letting out an eardrum-bursting shriek. It's almost the size of a yeti, but much more compact and agile-looking. Muscles ripple all over its body, and bulging veins pop out through a layer of lightweight silver armor and its sharp green eyes stare vehemently into mine. Lastly, it carries a long silver sword. I use Appraisal, active items, Berserker Giant's armor set, 1000 defense, Berserker Giant's long sword, blood bonded, 1000 attack 500 agility, active skills, swordsmanship, Berserker, I jump off embers back to plummet down at the creature. The dragon hovers above awaiting orders. I let out an excited laugh while activating all of my stat boosting skills, charging my blades, and bursting into flames. The beast below me continues to screech, beginning to glow red from its berserker skill. Its eyes dart back and forth with extreme precision. I watch the monster swing its long silver sword around, readying it as I descend from the sky above. It doesn't flinch for a second as I charge my blades up to 2000 MP each, dipping into my stored mana crystals. This is 4000 MP in total, the same amount it took to defeat the Yeti boss. Grinning ear to ear, less than 15 m above the ground, I let out a battle cry to match its screeching. My attack of fire and wind erupts from both blades and hurtles toward the red glowing beast. I watch it shift its body weight and grip its sword tight. A devious grin shows on the monster's face. The jagged teeth reflect the light of my incoming strike. Using my wind magic, I slow my fall to watch the two energy attacks collide with the berserker giant's silver sword. A flash of white light appears on impact, and I watch the monster before me block both of my elements-imbued slashes to the side like a foul ball. There is some pushback on impact, but no damage is done to the giant or its blade. That same invisible shield of mana is being used again, and it's much stronger this time around. I grit my teeth, remembering back to the Yeti blocking my attack with its bare hands. Now, a double-strength attack blocked with an effortless swing of the sword. Without a moment's hesitation, the green-eyed berserker shifts its weight again. Locking its gaze on me in the sky and sprinting forward with terrifying speed and agility, before I can think to move, the monster jumps up in the air with its sword pointed straight ahead. Like a rocket, shooting up from the ground, I watch in awe as the 4 m tall giant jumps over 10 m in the air with its blade aimed right at me. I airstrip upwards and the creature continues to follow another 10 m up into the sky. I watch in awe as this beast jumps over 5 times its height without breaking a sweat. Dungeon walker. I blip away, about 100 m backward, even higher up in the sky. I take a deep breath, activating my all-seeing eye to re-access the scene. The giant falls to the floor with a thud far away from me. I airstep closer but keep my distance, examining the beast and its surroundings. It glares at me, holding its sword steady while glowing red and pacing back and forth. Ember's voice tugs at the back of my mind, so I open top our link momentarily. He speaks. That was a good start. I've fought a similar class of berserkers in my past life. They're skilled battle opponents, but simple to defeat once you figure out their techniques. I clench my jaw, a bit embarrassed about having to retreat after my first attack went south. I'll get it this time. Just watch. Cutting off my link, then staring down at the pacing menace, I begin charging up an ultimate attack, opening up my item storage. I don't try to conserve a drop of MP. The only thing on my mind is taking this creature out. The way it stares at me with its sharp green eyes and open mouth like I'm its prey makes me sick. The faster I can rid the world of that pest, the better. I begin to float downward, making sure not to get too close to the berserker's jumping range. After 20 seconds or so, I've charged up a decent attack. Full of rage, I've managed to build up 4000 MP per blade, more, continuing to glide closer and closer to the savage beast. Another 10 seconds pass and I've charged up a 10k MP attack. This is nearing my upper limit. Aiming straight and letting out a yell, I let the highly refined flames and wind soar from my blades. The dual high-pressure attack tears through the dungeon's thick air, leaving heat residue in its path. The berserker's lips curl at either side, and its green eyes bulge at the sight of my new attack. It grips its sword and begins to glow dark red while planting its back foot. A smile of my own creeps across my face as I realize it's going to take my attack head-on. The one I just released is well over twice as powerful as the last. This beast is in for a surprise. Hoping to watch berserker giant's guts fill my vision, I eagerly wait for the moment of impact. Watching closely with my all-seeing eye, new information is uncovered during this exchange, as the two dense crescents of energy make contact with the giant's blade. The usual white flash of dense mana being released blinds me. Before impact, I watch the two dense barriers collide. The energy is almost acting like two solid objects, hence the loud metallic twang, but it's still hard to tell exactly how it's done. Before I'm able to extract any more data, the wind and fire magic expands, exploding into an array of white and red flames and white wind. This is good. Last time the attacks were completely deflected. This time they managed to hit something and explode on impact. Surely I landed a fatal attack. Smirking, I keep my guard up, but slowly float down to check out the scene, as the magic residue, along with chunks of rock and dust, begin to clear. I let out a slight gasp. I'm filled with excitement, along with a bit of nerves at the sight before me. The berserker still stands gripping its sword, glowing bright red. Its entire right arm is badly burned, but somehow not on fire. Deep cuts from my wind magic have sliced up its torso and dragged its armor. It drips red blood onto the hard black dungeon floor. I can see every last one of its teeth as the jagged smile cuts deep into my soul from nearly 30 m up in the air. It lets out a screech, jumping upward with its sword-pointed taut ahead. The monster is ready for more. I let out a chuckle. Now, this is going to be a good fight. Chapter 156. The blood-dripping berserker giant falls to the floor after attempting its jump into the sky. I check my mana crystal supplies. There's just under 60 KMP worth of crystals in my item storage. Judging by the state of this monster, and its tendency to throw itself in front of my attacks, it seems like I'll be able to defeat it in just a few more hits. Grinning, I charge up both of my blades again. The white and red lights glow on both sides of my body as I concentrate on refining the dense mana flowing through my veins down into a perfect attack, locking my eyes on the target below. Nearly 30 seconds pass as I charge up my attack full close to 10 KMP. Once it's ready, I let the energy crescents soar. Same as before, they rocket downwards toward the grinning beast. It plants its foot and raises its blade. Bracing for impact, moments before the mana-dense strikes make contact, I see a red blur move across the flat battlefield. The twisted grin of this menace haunts me as it runs from my attack. A loud cracking sound rings out seconds later as 10 KMP worth of hard-earned mana hits the glossy stone structure below, exploding into a vibrant red, white light show below. I scowl, air stepping away while keeping my vision locked on the speeding berserker. I can't tell what it's doing, but I know it just messed up my attack and I'm not happy about it. This win isn't going to come as easily as I thought it would. Resentfully charging up another 10k worth of MP, I plan an attack I've been meaning to try for a few days now. After 30 seconds go by and both my blades are near the point of full mana saturation, I concentrate hard on my target and whisper two words under my breath: Dungeon Walker. Teleporting to the opposite side of the black square arena, still over 20 m in the air, I release my dual attack. In the blink of an eye, I teleport over 100 m to the other side of our battlefield right behind the hideous creature. Now, with the element of surprise on my side, the white and black energy blades rip through the air with all-seeing eye-guided precision. It takes fractions of a second for the dense mana output to reach its intended destination. Watching it hurtle toward the berserker's back, I let out a victory yell. It lands a perfect unguarded hit. A bright white light shines on impact. Then after half a second of lag, wind and fire magic erupt from the target. Crimson red flames along with near-invisible razor-sharp gusts of wind shoot out in all directions. I airstep closer full of curiosity, eager to admire my job well done. Today is the first time I've been able to test my new mana refinement abilities on a moving enemy that can actually take a hit. The dust clears as I approach, but I stop abruptly as a red glow seeps out from below me. It's followed by another ear-piercing screech as the menace jumps up with its sword pointed straight ahead. There are more residual burns and gashes from my wind slashes and fire magic. But somehow, it hasn't slowed down one bit. If anything, the beast has gotten faster and stronger from taking these attacks. I use Dungeon Walker to teleport backward again, about 30 m high in the sky. It takes a considerable amount of wind magic to keep me upright in the sky. I'm having to plunder MP from crystals more than I'd like to. It's the only way to avoid the leaping monster's attacks. It hits the ground with another thud, locking its eyes on me again and sprinting around in circles with greater speed than its previous attack. This is how berserkers work. The more I attack, the more that beast will enjoy the fight. The closer it gets to dying, the more danger I'll be in. It seems like I'll be safe if I stay high up in the sky though. I just need to land a few more attacks. Peering into my item storage, I count just under 50 KMP worth of crystals. Burning through my whole supply would allow for 5 more solid attacks. Possibly. If I can manage to land every last one of them, maybe that will be enough. Grinning, I begin to charge up another full power attack into both of my blades. The berserker stares at me from below, salivating at the thought of battle. Moments before releasing my strike, I dungeon walk to the opposite side of the monster and let it soar. After a flash of white light and a wind-filled fiery explosion, the rubble and dust clear up again. I hit the beast, and it's even more scorched and bloody than before, but its wicked grin just keeps getting wider and wider. It's a bit off-putting, but I like this monster's style. Charging up another 10 KMP attack, the smirk across my face begins to look similar to the monster I'm trying to defeat. Dungeon walking to its far side again, I let out another dual strike. As lights flash and flames fly up in the air, a laugh escapes my lips. Energy surges through my veins as I begin charging up another strike before the dust even clears. This is fun. Deep wounds show all over the berserker's thick red skin. Its light armor is riddled with holes and slash marks. A trail of red blood follows the beast as it continues to run across the flat arena-like surface below. With its silver sword held steady and green eyes locked on me, the monster doesn't flinch for a second, jumping at me again, dungeon walking behind it. I let out another attack as it screeches out in agony. Every time I do so, I activate my all-seeing eye to collect more data on the mana refinement that these new dungeon creatures have. So far, I've found that moments before impact, the creature lets out a thin layer of dense mana surrounding its skin. To me, if I were not using my perception abilities, this mana shield would be invisible to the naked eye until impacted with an equal or greater force. The flash of white light seems to be the release of used MP after a clash of attacks. If my shots were weaker, they may have just bounced off without making much of a white glow at all. The dust clears from my most recent attack and the beast is still standing. Its movements and strength seem to all be at 100%, but based on its physical appearance I can tell about 50% of its HP is spent. I airstep higher into the sky, counting less than 15k MP left in my storage. I scowl but push forward. I'm too far into this battle to give up now. I can't just leave halfway through after burning through all of my hard-earned MP. It's all or nothing. I need to do one final attack to finish this monster off for good. After a deep breath, I begin charging up both blades again. This time, not holding back in the slightest. I glow red and gold with the power from my bloodlust, berserker, and extreme strength buffs, plundering the MP from every last drop of mana crystal I have in my storage. My blades begin to glow and rattle. The berserker's eyes widen and it begins to glow darker red as well. With that silver sword at the ready, it's eager to take on my newest attack head-on. Just like in my past attempts, whenever charging up past my limits, the fire and wind elements begin eating away at my hands and arms. This can be healed later, but it's definitely painful in the moment. Struggling to hold on for over 40 seconds, I manage a full charge. This is one of the biggest unaided attacks I've let out since the Titan's domain. A total of 13.5k MP all stored up in one dual attack. With a yell, I dungeon walk to the monster's blind spot and let it soar. The release of energy feels incredible in the moment as I watch each mana blade glide through the air. The only downside is, my MP nearly hits zero as I fall from the sky. Watching the collision of attacks from a distance, the ground gets closer and closer. The white flash, followed by a ball of fire, puts a grin across my face. The red glow and murderous screech that follows do not. My heart skips a beat as I watch the now one-armed menace jump 10m in the air out from the cloud of dust and rubble. Gushing blood and glowing red. The berserker points its silver sword at me. Sporting a twisted smile, I fall toward the monster, fully able to activate Dungeon Walker as I please, but not interested in the slightest. My final attack almost did the job, just one more and I could have finished this beast off. I think of calling for Ember, or even going back to the lower floors to farm more MP, but none of these options will satiate my craving for killing this monster in battle right here and now. Gritting my teeth as I fall closer and closer to the glowing berserker below me, I reach into my item storage to pull out a strengthening fragment. Holding it in the same hand as my dagger, I smirk while bringing it closer to my mouth. The real fight is about to begin. Chapter 157, I watch the ground get closer and closer as the berserker lies in wait below. This is the only way. I toss the small black strengthening fragment into my mouth and prepare for its full power to be unleashed. As the tingling sensation in my fingertips begins, I get a nagging sensation on my telepathic link. It's Ember, Master, this is not wise. I clench my jaw while the gem begins to activate. Pins and needles form all over my body and the warm feeling of near limitless mana begins pouring into my chest, then circulating through my veins. Letting out a gasp, I begin charging my blades without a moment's hesitation, then reply, this must be done. Just catch me when I fall. Understood. Blades glowing, and Dungeon Walker activated, I blip around to the backside of the one-armed, heavily breathing berserker. In less than 10 seconds, a 15k MP attack has already easily been charged. This is far more powerful than anything I've thrown at the beast so far. I release it instantly, charging another one up as I dungeon walk to its opposite side. A flash of white flight followed by the fiery explosion clouds my vision, but I push through. The moment I see a dim red glow from within peek out, I release another full force 15k MP attack. The negative effects of the strengthening fragment are starting to take place. Even pumped up on battle adrenaline, the influx of mana into my bloodstream is overwhelming. Releasing 15k MP attacks with no cooldown in between is extremely painful, but euphoric at the same time. The feeling of 1,000 tiny knives piercing my body returns, partnered with both hot and cold sensations all over confusing my senses. With a yell, I let out another 15k MP attack straight into the fiery cloud rubble, hoping to get a final shot in on the mutilated monster. With my vision blurring, I try to charge a fourth attack, but it's no use. My eyes roll into the back of my head and I black out. Just like the last time I tried one of these fragments, everything goes dark. Level up, master, it looks like you're moving again. I let out a groan as I wake up to the level up notification, bringing me to level 409. My bones feel frail and my muscles ache like they're about to snap. I try to use self-regeneration, but realize I'm completely out of MP, moving my head back and forth slowly while sitting up and adjusting to the light. I take in the view. A large crater has been made in the middle of the perfect smooth square-shaped battlefield. Ember sits beside me, and both of my blades rest on the ground nearby. Did I kill it? You did, and we've leveled up too. I see a grin creep across the dragon's face, letting out a chuckle as I groan and stand to my feet. I reply, I knew you wouldn't be too mad if there was something in it for you as well. You'll rank up in no time. I place a hand on the glossy scales lining the monster's back. Mind if I borrow some MP? It's all yours, master. I begin to plunder a few hundred mana points, attempting to regenerate my sore body. It helps a bit, but the aftermath of overusing MP can't be healed so easily. Appreciate it. It's still just Jay, by the way. Well, call me whatever you want, I guess. I place my blades into my item storage, getting ready to teleport us out of here, but then remember one of the most important questions I forgot to ask. Did that berserker drop any loot? Ember turns to the crater. I believe it did. I slowly walk over to the large hole in the ground filled with excitement. This beast was no ordinary monster. Its item drop will most likely be pretty interesting. The edge of the 20m wide, 5m deep pit nears. I peer over the edge to see two items on the ground below. The first is a large mana crystal, and the second is a long silver sword. I jump down into the crater and activate appraisal to get a better look. Berserker Giant's long sword, and bonded, 1000 attack, 500 agility. Nodding slowly, grinning at the shiny new sword in my possession, I think back to the first time appraised this monster. I'm sure the text that reads, and bonded, read, blood bonded, moments ago. I scratch my chin, plundering the mana crystal and waving the shining sword around aimlessly in the air with a stupid grin across my face. Doing so brings another question to mind. Hey Ember, how long was I out? No more than 15 minutes, it wasn't too long. I nod while placing the odd weapon into my inventory. That's longer than last time, but not too bad. Letting out a sigh, I stretch my back and arms. I have no mana left, and my body feels like it's about to fall apart if I don't get some proper rest. We're going back to the 10th floor. This was a good first day of climbing. It seems like the 20th floor boss room may be pretty difficult after all. Very well, I open up my spatial magic portal and allow Ember to walk inside. Without another thought, I dungeon walk back to my rented room at the 10th floor checkpoint inn. I close my eyes and fall asleep. Hours later, I wake up to a loud banging on the wooden door less than 3m from my bed. I rub my eyes and groan while rolling off the low bed frame down to the floor. Jay, rise and shine. Time for your first day of training. The sound of Fisher's arrogant but enthusiastic voice rings out loud and clear through the poorly made thin walls. I stand up to struggle to walk across the room to turn the lock. Yeah. I'm awake. What is it? The door swings open and I see the blue-haired swordsman grinning at me with Rylan close behind. Fisher points to the redhead. He's tagging along today too. Rylan waves at me with a cheerful grin on his face. Hey, it's not every day I get to see elite level training. I may learn a few things. I open my mouth to reply, but Fisher continues. Come on, let's get some breakfast. I'll fill you in on the day's tasks. I walk out the door with a nod, closing it behind me with a light thud. Fisher takes the lead, walking down the steps as Rylan talks my ear off about how his team is going off to hunt high ogres while he stays here for a few more days. I just woke up. All this stimulation isn't helping my headache and sore parts. As I walk down the wooden steps, I can feel the individual joints in my ankles and knees crack. They make slight popping sounds and I'm struck with a sharp pain after every step. It's nothing I can't handle, just a bit annoying. The three of us walk over to the front desk to be greeted by Mr. Conway. Well, good morning to the three of you. Well, the man looks down at his watch. Actually, it's closer to midnight in the outside world, but good morning to you anyways. It looks like you've all gotten to know each other a bit better now. Am I right? Fisher smirks, putting an arm around both Rylan and me. Yeah, we're getting along just fine. I squirm out from his grip with an annoyed look on my face. Rylan, on the other hand, looks pretty used to this treatment. The blue-haired swordsman speaks up again. Another round of drinks and food, the house special. Jay is starting his training today. I'll be teaching him about the Tier 1 techniques and how a Tier 0 can handle higher level monsters. The old man looks over to me, smirks, then looks back at Fisher. Got it, your food and drink will be out shortly. Take a seat, the innkeeper points to an empty table nearby and walks over to a small door near the far side of the counter, whispering under his breath with a grin, "Oh, what it would be like to be young again." Fisher leads us over to the table, shouting to the old man, "Thanks, Conway." We all sit down and wait in silence for a few seconds. I look the elite in the eyes with a puzzled expression on my face. "What did you mean by all of that? A Tier 1 and a Tier 0? What do all these terms mean?" I gulp, eager for a reply. Rylan listens wide-eyed and grinning. Fisher nods, putting both hands on the table before replying. "The tiers I mentioned are just a system the association created to track the progress of mana control in elite-level hunters. I'm a Tier 1, a low grade, but still a Tier 1. You are definitely a Tier 0, if I had to guess you're still a low grade, but on the edge of breaking into the mid-grade range. This week you'll be breaking through." I squint my eyes, still confused about what these tiers even represent. Fisher continues, "Remember yesterday? When you threw that highly refined mana attack at me and I didn't use a single skill to block it?" I nod, thinking back to the time I threw that attack at his open chest and it didn't make a single scratch. It reminds me of the Yeti and Berserker I fought earlier too. They all used a similar technique. Fisher leans in. "Well, this is a Tier 1 mana control technique called mana shielding. We'll be working on a few ways to improve your mana control this week. It's the only way you'll be able to stand a chance on higher floors. The behemoth's mana shielding is near the level of my own." Chapter 158. I stare blankly at Fisher. This advanced mana control technique he's talking about makes sense. The only thing that bugs me is the fact that this ability is pretty well known in the association. "I had no idea it existed before I learned it," I reply. "So you're saying, by the end of the week you'll be able to teach me how to create a defensive technique like your own?" The swordsman smirks, then lets out a laugh. "Yeah, right. I said we'd work on some techniques to help you break through one of these shields. Learning how to form one yourself is on a whole different skill level. Plus, we have one task this week. There's no point in focusing on anything else, right? Efficiency is key." I grin, as he nods to me. "Right. Kill the behemoth." After a long pause, the old man's voice rings out from the back room. "Food is ready, eat up and get out." The innkeeper brings over 3 steaming hot plates of food on a silver platter along with 3 drinks in his other hand. Once served, I eat up like this is my first meal in days. Trust me, I know what that feels like. Expending massive amounts of mana puts my body into shock like it's back in the Titan's domain. After hard training like this, I always try to eat as much as I can and use self-regeneration to its limits. Even so, it still takes days to recover fully. The 3 of us pig out for a few minutes, enjoying the feast in front of us and ignoring everything in the surrounding area. About 5 minutes in, once food isn't the only thing on our minds, Rylan speaks up. "So, what will you two do for training today?" He looks over to Fisher as he gulps down his drink and waves at Mr. Conway to grab him another. The redhead continues. "Jay has an element-imbued weapon just like you. Are you going to start him off with mountain training? Or is there not enough time for something like that?" I raise an eyebrow, confused at the sound of this so-called mountain training. Fisher replies while wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Usually, new elite recruits can't manage to complete that training method in months if they tried. The director says you're a special case, just like me." He smirks, downing a forkful of food and turning to me. "I finished mine in under a week. You can handle it, right?" I shrug, shoveling another bite of food into my mouth too. After swallowing hard, I reply, "Whatever it is, if it'll make me stronger, I'm in." I take another bite and zone out as the 2 of them laugh and start a new conversation about the association and a few previous missions they were both on recently. I don't know either of these 2 guys very well. Rylan seems like he wouldn't harm a fly, and Fisher is one of the strongest hunters I've ever met. After facing one of the mobs on floor 19, and having to use a strengthening fragment to finish it off, I can only imagine what comes after that. All of this talk about mana control is making me pretty excited. It's a new power I can harness to get stronger and stronger. The way Fisher explained those tiers makes it seem like I have a long way to go. I may be strong enough to weasel in a victory aided by a mana-boosting drug, but it won't be enough to face floor 20. I can tell I'm going to have to put some trust in Fisher and let him teach me a few things this week. Ember seems to know a thing or two about mana control as well. I'll have to pick his brain when I get a chance. we continue our meals, and the blue-haired swordsman throws a silver coin onto the innkeeper's desk. Come on, let's get started. The more time you have to do training, the better, Fisher points at the door, motioning for us all to leave. I get up from my seat with a plate licked clean. Rylan follows and speaks up as we near the door. You don't have to keep paying for meals here. It's all taken care of by the association. The front door creaks open as the elite replies, I know, it's just an old habit of mine. The three of us walk outside and make our way over to the backside of the inn. The large crater from our little altercation yesterday is gone, like it never happened. I point to the flat rock-filled grassy earth, shouting out to the hunters in front of me, hey! Did someone fix this? What's going on here? Why is the hole I made earlier today completely gone? Fisher responds, but doesn't even bother to turn around. Come on, this way. If you don't know already, that's part of your training too. I'll fill you in once we make it to our destination, I find. Where are we going anyways? The blue-haired swordsman points up in the sky toward the closest mountain in the dungeon. Its rocky base has to be nearly 1 kilometer wide and it towers high into the sky. It's the smallest mountain here. But still pretty impressive. I nod and follow along, but pair love to talk it up. While they're bragging to each other about quests completed, I'm taking out diving griffins as they fall from the sky. Our walk takes just under 30 minutes. As we arrive near the base of the first towering peak, I finally start asking questions again. This mid-morning stroll was nice and all, but it's time to get down to business. Hey, Fisher. Now are you gonna tell me why someone took the time out of their day to fill up a hole I made in a dungeon? I still don't get it. He lets out a chuckle. I didn't realize you were still thinking about that. I give him a light glare. What does it have to do with my training anyways? Grinning, the swordsman turns his body to point an open palm up at the mountain above us. It relates to your training a lot actually. I'm surprised you've never heard about dungeon regeneration rates. No, I haven't. Explain, dungeons and the monsters within them are made of pure mana. The only exception is when specific dropped items convert energy to actual worldly mass. I nod slowly as he continues. Dungeons are created to look, act, and perform in a certain way. Dungeons and labyrinths grow stronger as we, the hunters, bring more mana into them. If reckless idiots come in and rampage the place to leave it a mess, who would want to come back for more? How will the dungeons and labyrinths get stronger? I start to open my mouth as gears begin to turn in my head. Fisher continues, every isolated dungeon has a specific regeneration rate. Some that have stronger mana tend to regenerate faster, and others with weaker mana levels tend to heal a bit slower. Size, location, age, mob levels, if the dungeon is in a labyrinth or not, there are a lot of factors that play into this. I finally get a word in, now understanding how the floor magically returned to normal overnight. So, how long is the rate on this one? The elite grins. Just under 8 hours. I start scratching my chin and thinking to myself about this concept. It seems like Fisher knows a bit more than I thought, but I have more insight on this new discovery than most hunters would ever get in a lifetime. I am after all bonded with a labyrinth guardian. A literal dragon. Ember has enlightened me on a few things. The first being, monsters only care about you for your mana. Mindless beasts are always programmed to kill an outsider on sight. Even intelligent monsters have an unwavering urge to defeat those that trespass into their domain. There must be some reasoning behind this, but so far, I haven't found that out. The ones profiting off the dungeons, most likely a demon and dragon pairing, want to keep them tidy for guests when they arrive. With excess mana stores available, dungeons can be healed back to their original form. A grin starts to grow across my face. New information is always so satisfying when I can put more pieces of a puzzle together. So, what do the regeneration rates of this dungeon have to do with my training? Fisher lets out a sigh, still pointing his palm high up into the air at the rocky mountain high in the sky. He brings his hand down and points at me, then to a rock wall about 100 m away from us. The words then come out of his mouth next leave me in a simultaneous state of shock, awe, and amusement. Fisher speaks. You have 8 hours to make a cut all the way through this mountain with nothing but your mana, magic skills, and a sword. Chapter 159. Still trying to process the words that just came out of the blue-haired elite's mouth, I stand with a blank expression on my face. He really said. You have 8 hours to make a cut all the way through this mountain with nothing but your mana, magic skills, and a sword. The corners of my mouth begin to curl as he stares at me with a very serious look on his face. I turn to Rylan, but he just shrugs. This doesn't help me out one bit. Unable to hold myself back, I let out a loud laugh while bending over and holding my knees. I continue to process what the swordsman just asked me to do, cut it all the way through. You want me to cut this mountain in two? Who do you think I am? Fisher reaches into his item box and takes out his sword. Without a moment's hesitation, it begins to glow light blue. He turns to a jagged cliff overhang about 200 m away from us and gracefully swings his sword. A paper-thin crescent of almost invisible blue mana leaves his blades, flying through the sky toward the cliff nearby, preparing for an explosion followed by an avalanche. I take out my own blade and get ready to airstep away. On impact, quite the opposite happens. The thin blue blade of energy hits the rocky overhang and doesn't even make a sound. I watch closely, eagerly waiting to see what will happen next. The blue energy attack comes out of the top of the overhand in complete silence. I open my mouth but no words come out as I watch the massive ledge of rock separate from the mountain and fall to the dungeon floor moments later. A perfectly straight and glossy smooth cut has been made through the entire cliffside, letting a huge chunk of rock hit the ground with an earth-shaking thud. Fisher grins, putting his blade away and turning toward me. The dust cloud from the fallen rock settles as he speaks. By the end of this training session, hopefully, you'll be able to release an attack similar to that. Still, wide-eyed and in shock at the precision of his blow, I let the elite continue. Maybe I phrased myself incorrectly before. I meant, you'll need to learn to create an attack that can cut through this entire mountain, uninterrupted. I raise an eyebrow. What kind of training is this? Cutting through rock? How does this help me with mana control? Fisher throws me 2 small pink bottles, then points to my sword. I've seen you charge up at least that much into one of your blades. Try the same attack as me, throw one at the ledge. Once you can make a slice half as clean as mine, we can move on to the next stage of training. Got it. I catch the 2 bottles, examining them and confirming that they're just C-class MP potions. Sure, I can do that. Clenching my jaw, I ignite my sword into flames, uncork the first bottle, and begin to charge up. Drinking both potions with one hand, and gripping my weapon tight with the other. I managed to imbue a full 5000 MP in just under 20 seconds, dropping both bottles to the floor. I grip my flaming blade with both hands and plant my feet, locking my vision on the cliff's half-cut ledge in front of me. Its glossy shine from Fisher's last attack glimmers in the artificial sun's light. I focus on making my mana as dense, fine, and powerful as possible. With a grunt, I swing my sword and let the black crescent of dense fire rip through the skies. Trails of crimson-red fire residues are left in its tracks. Heat waves make the air ripple behind it, distorting our visions as the hot slash rockets toward the ledge high above us. It makes contact with the side of the mountain, letting off a loud crack. It pierces through pretty smoothly at first but begins to expand on impact, creating an eruption of flames. Medium-sized boulders and smaller rock fragments fly off in all directions. This is what tends to happen with all my attacks. They're precise on impact but always explode into a ball of energy once disrupted in any way. The dust and fire residue clears up, and I'm left staring at a jagged crater on the side of the cliff. Fisher smirks. Not bad for your first day. For someone with your lack of technical knowledge, it's impressive you've made it this far in the first place. How'd you manage to train your mana control at such a young age? I looked at your file before you got here. You're only 20, right? I nod. The director said you've already made it to level 400 as well. I freeze, trying to think how and when the director could have ever figured this out. His appraisal skill shouldn't even show levels. Even if it does, I'm positive I was using conceal every time I entered that office. Fisher keeps talking. I'll take that as a yes? Come on, you've got to tell me how you did it. I continue to stand there without saying a word, leaving the 3 of us in silence for a few seconds. Then, I reply once my thoughts are in order. The mana control is simple. I just do a lot of training. Every bronze coin earned goes back into mana refinement. Ever since I awakened, it's been the only thing on my mind. I gulp, but Fisher nods with a smile. I've done the same thing. Ever since I was picked up by the association as an E-class 4 years ago, fresh out of high school. Every coin earned has gone into mana. I like your style. He grins at me with a satisfied look on his face. I nod, doing a few simple calculations in my head to assume Fisher is 22. Just 2 years older than me. He speaks up while I'm lost in thought. The levels, how'd you manage that? Brutus told me you managed to take down a few titans too, but they don't even drop EXP. So that couldn't have even been how you leveled. He looks up at the sky, thinking hard about something. I shrug, looking at the ground while trying to think of a reply. To my relief, after a few seconds, I get cut off as he decides to end this conversation short. Whatever, I'm not one to pry too much. That's enough gossip for me. Time for you to get to work. Fisher reaches toward his item box and pulls out a few handfuls of C-Class MP potions. I raise an eyebrow at the ocean of glass bottles pouring out of his tiny leather item pouch. Doesn't seem to end. They just keep on coming. The blue-haired swordsman pours out almost 400 potions into a large pile on the dungeon floor. IR. These all, he smirks, welcome to the association. Life as an elite isn't half bad. This is what the higher-ups gave me for your training this week. It seems like they're in quite a hurry to get enough Dark Continent squads ready. Spending 100 gold on mana for a newbie like you during his second week under contract is pretty unheard of. You must have really made a good impression on the director. I don't reply, nor am I listening to much of anything Fisher is saying. I just grin, walking toward the pile of potions before me. It's my lucky day. The moment I run out of mana crystals, nearly 1 million MP worth of potions happens to fall right into my lap. The pink glow of potions reflects off my goofy grin as I approach. Fisher speaks up, pointing at the 1 kilometer wide mountain in front of us as I throw my sword to the ground and dive both hands deep into the glowing pile of pink treasure. When I did this training, my mentor let me figure things out for myself. I have a feeling you learn in a similar way, so I won't make this easy. Too mesmerized by the potions, I still don't bother replying. He continues, hey listen, I shake my head and snap out of it. He finishes up his speech. As you know, the regeneration rate in this dungeon is roughly 8 hours. Your task is to cut a hole all the way through this mountain, by any means necessary. I want to see an exit hole on the other side. I'll be back to check on you in 8 hours if you don't come to the inn's lobby before then. If the hole through this mountain doesn't reach all the way through, you've failed and must try again tomorrow. Take as many hits as you want, but brute forcing a tunnel may be a lot harder than it seems. You'll have to get much stronger than you are now, in more ways than just pure power. Got it, I nod. Whatever you say. He bows his head slightly with a smile. Best of luck, we'll be back soon. Ryland throws his hands up in the air from a distance. Hey, come on, that's it? No explanation? No guidelines? Not even a hint? Nothing? How is he going to dash? Fisher throws an arm around the redhead's shoulder, cutting him off. He's got this. It may take all week, but if I figured it out when I was younger, he can too. I watch the two of them walk off back in the direction of the inn, leaving me at the base of the mountain all alone. One by one, I put all the newly acquired MP potions into my item storage. It's not my preferred way of replenishing MP, but it's a whole lot better than nothing. Once that's taken care of, I grab my sword off the ground. That strike I threw at the cliffside was the first one in a while that wasn't a dual attack. I'm supposed to be training. Concentrating on one blade may help with my focus. That's what Fisher does, so why don't I give it a try? The way that crescent of blue energy came out of his blade is like nothing I've ever seen. It was such a pure, dense, and concise attack. My goal this week is to get to that level. I just have to figure out how. I walk closer to the flat stone wall, giving myself about 30 m of space to launch another attack. With a smirk, I take out 2 C-Class MP potions and begin to charge up my blade. This training session is about to begin. Chapter 160, I stare down at my black sword. It begins to glow red, flickering with crimson flames as I charge it up with 2 C-Class MP bottles worth of mana worth 5k points. Fisher may have said brute force won't work, but he doesn't know what kind of brute force I'm capable of. Activating all of my stat boosting skills, I begin to glow red and gold. I release the charged up blast straight at the stone cliff before me. It explodes into a fireball just like my previous attack, making a deep crater in the rock. Fragments of mountainside fly everywhere and the dust settles a few seconds later. Looking at the hole in front of me, I grin while reaching for more potions to charge up a second attack. This is gonna be easy. Over the next 30 minutes, I throw 9 more attacks. This is roughly 50k MP output in total. The first 3 or 4 of these strikes are pretty promising blows. They look less than 5 minutes altogether. They blast chunks of boulders in all directions, allowing me to make my way further into the mountainside by about 5 meters each time. The problem I begin to run into after these initial strikes is the leftover rubble left in place after each explosion. When I first pictured digging a hole through this mountain of rock, I didn't take into account the fact that I'd have to put the excess waste somewhere. Luckily, I have just the place to carry large amounts of immovable matter. Spatial magic. Opening my white spinning pocket dimension that I use as item storage, I carefully move large pieces of stone from inside as I continue to dig deeper into the mountainside. With every full power attack I throw, the same size explosion is created, making the tunnel into this mountain base about 4 to 5 meters wide. I think about using both of my blades. It would surely make a bigger explosion, but the amount of physical strain one of those attacks does on my body is pretty damaging. One sword is more efficient on my body as well as MP stores. Another 30 minutes pass and I let out another 8 attacks. My breathing is starting to get heavier and the excess amount of mana being used is beginning to take its toll on me already. I'm just about 100 m into the mountain, with 18 attacks thrown at it. That's around 90 KMP worth of potions. At this rate, it'll be just enough to make it though. There are 2 problems I'm facing so far. First, the time frame. A full hour to only make it 1/10 of the way through isn't going to cut it. I grit my teeth and begin charging up my blade again. I'll just have to go twice as fast. Secondly, all this mana excess usage is tiring me out. Nearly 100 KMP an hour is impossible to keep up for long. Using 1,000,000 in a day sounds insane. My joints are starting to itch with that sore feeling that I get after overseeing mana. My muscles are tightening up too, but it's not that bad just yet. I've had it way worse. I can keep this up, I just need to figure out how to improve. Hacking away at this stone wall isn't helping me train in the slightest. My mana control may increase in proficiency by a small amount from using up all this MP, but that isn't the point of Fisher's training session. There must be some kind of trick to this. Gripping my glowing blade and staring at the cave wall before me, I let out a frustrated grunt. After thinking things through for a few more minutes, I start again, all-seeing eye, letting out another 10 attacks in record time. I make even more good headway. This barrage is complete in under 20 minutes. Along with trying to limit my break times in between slashes, I focused on the density of my mana control. I fine-tune each attack to make sure more power is stored into smaller and denser attacks. This is what helped me cut through that white wall in the Titan's domain. It must be how Fisher can cut through rocks like butter. Making my attack denser and stronger is the only way it'll cut this mountain in two without blowing up in my face. Right, after going all out, using up another 50 KMP and clearing all the excess rubble with my spatial magic, I lean up against the cave wall about 150 m into the mountain. It's pretty dark this deep within the cave. The white light from outside barely makes it in. The only way for me to see is with the flames from my sword after each attack and the use of my perception skill. My fingers are starting to tingle, my ankles are weakening, and a sharp pain in my lower back irks me every time I put too much pressure into my attack stance. I'm using too much mana. Over 150 KMP has been run through today, and in a very short amount of time too. I let out a sigh, using self-regeneration to the best of my ability on my tight muscles and worn-out joints while sliding down the cool cave wall. I didn't get anything done today. It's been almost 2 hours and I've already worn myself out to the limit. There hasn't been any noticeable change in my attack power or precision. I just don't have enough time or mana to figure this out. Using my perception skill hardly helps at all. I can see the flowing mana around me, and watch the energy become a highly refined, dense attack before letting it fly, but I'd be able to do mostly the same thing without it. Feeling the flow of mana throughout my own body isn't too difficult, especially with the newfound level of control I've obtained recently. I let out another long sigh, racking my brain for any potential ideas. There has to be a trick. I grit my teeth. Standing up while igniting my sword into flames, Fisher said. I'd learn how to do all of this my own way, and brute force wouldn't work. Maybe he's right, but how am I supposed to figure this out without any guidance? I don't even know what he wants me to do. Cut a hole through a mountain? His mana control is on a whole different level than mine. I'd need dozens of times more MP to get to that level. He said it took him a full week. I don't want to spend a week meaningless slashing at a stone wall. I'm not learning anything. Placing my sword back into my item storage, I begin to pace up and down the 150 m long cave. After thinking over every word that blue-haired swordsman said, still, nothing stands out in my mind. Angrily, I start dumping piles of rubble in the grassy clearing outside the cave entrance. There's no point in leaving these rocks in my storage any longer than I need to. Before going back inside, I stare up at the portion of cliff that still reflects light off of its glossy surface. Other than the crater I blew into the mountainside right next to it, every bit of the rock wall is perfectly smooth. How? I activate my all-seeing eye and look closer at the sliced rock above me. This is the only clue I have left to solve this puzzle. I air step upwards to get a much closer look. Sitting on the ledge of the cliff, I start my examination. The stone surface is smooth to the touch, almost like I'm rubbing my fingers against a freshly cleaned glass window. Squinting, and bringing my head closer with my perception ability active on full blast, I let out a curious whisper. Now this is interesting. Usually, when I use my all-seeing eye on anything within a dungeon, intense mana readings pour out in all directions. Swirling clouds of pink and white energy seem to flow like air in environments like this. This rock, on the other hand, the surface that's been sliced is not giving off any readings. It's almost like Fisher was cauterizing a wound. The smooth surface of the rock face is acting like a miniature mana shield to its own magical pressure. That swordsman's attack was so thin and precise, it sliced through this mana-based dungeon material with little to no resistance at all. Remembering back to that thin blue energy wave, I realize he hardly even charged his sword. He used under a full bar of MP, with my head spinning at all this new information. I jumped down from the ledge with a smirk across my face while walking back into the tunnel. So that's what he was trying to tell me. It's not all about power. Chapter 161. I walked deeper into the cave I've been hallowing out for hours with a newfound spring in my step. After my small study break, up on that ledge, it seems like I have a new tactic to try out. Instead of trying to cram as much power into an attack as possible, what if I make it as thin as possible? It's not like I'm trying to break through a high-density mana barrier, or some unbreakable armor. These are just dungeon boulders. With enough hits, I could probably crumble them with my bare hands. I let out a chuckle as I near the end of the cave. Now, let's try something new. Using up just one MP potion, I charge my blade with about 2,500 mana points while activating my stat boosting and perception skills. It glows and flickers, ready to let out its full power. I focus on creating as thin of an attack as possible. With less mana in the strike, I'm able to make it much denser than before. I swing my blade at the wall and a thin crescent of mana-imbued fire magic comes out. I eagerly watch as the energy slams against the cave wall with a loud crack, blowing rocks and dust in all directions just like my last few dozen attempts. Taking out another MP potion, I try again. Concentrating harder this time, glowing golden red. I manage to condense the mana even further down in my blade before letting it soar. Rocks fly in all directions as I reach for another MP potion to try it all again. I throw denser and denser attacks at the wall until I've hit my limit. After drinking 9 potions in total, throwing all of these attacks in under 15 minutes, and still making no progress, I set out a long sigh. There's definitely still something missing. Sliding down the side of the cave wall, I let my sword fall to the ground with a light clang and put out my flames to sit in darkness. Turning to my side to look at the faint white light shining in from afar, my joints still ache, my back is prickling with a sharp pain. And my legs are begging me not to stand up again. I've nearly hit my limit. There's no way I'm making it all the way through this cave today. Sitting in silence, looking down at the cave floor that will turn back into a solid mountain once I leave today, a curious thought comes to mind. I mumble under my breath, mana, it's all just mana. I stand to my feet, trying to finish connecting the dots in my head about this new epiphany. I'm not trying to cut through something like a solid object back in the outside world. I'm just trying to cut through a mana shield. These walls may look and feel like rock, but is really just a low-grade mana shield in its simplest form, if I hit it too hard. With too much energy, everything is thrown out of whack. Grinning, I drink another potion and grip my sword, letting it glow light red. I charge just 100 MP into the weapon and condense the small amount of mana into a very dense attack. Using my perception skill while managing the flow of mana in my blade, I focus on all of the rocks surrounding me. The more mana an object or creature in a dungeon contains, oftentimes, the more densely filled they are with that mana. I attempt to match the exact density of my attack to the surrounding rocks. What I've found in doing so is that this dungeon material lines up in perfectly symmetrical patterns. I begin to glow brighter as I use up most of my MP on my all-seeing eye other than focusing entirely on the strike. Unlike moving monsters with more complex systems, this rock is just sitting still. The mana is consistent and systematic. The deeper I gaze into its grid-like pattern, the more simple this low-grade mana shield becomes. After burning through over 1500 MP in just a few seconds looking deep into my surroundings, the low hum of the dungeon rock all around becomes much more clear. It's all vibrating at a similar frequency. I let out another whisper under my breath. This is it. I've never taken the time to examine a rock so closely in my life. It seems my curiosity has paid off. I grin, pointing my dimly glowing blade at a 2m high boulder that flew off the wall in one of my previous attacks. With a swift motion of my sword, I let my attack soar. A flickering red and black slash comes out. So thin, it almost looks clear. Gliding through the air in silence, it makes contact with the large rock, it passes right through without a sound. It's just like Fisher's attack, almost. It moves through the boulder in front of me with ease but explodes into a fiery mess on the rock wall behind it, letting out a laugh and throwing my sword high in the air to celebrate my first successful bit of progress. The boulder splits in half right down the middle. A wide grin creeps across my face as I walk over to examine my job well done. I reach down to take a look at my work. My fingertips glide over the surface of the rock. And the grin on my face slowly fades. It looks smooth at first glance, but small bumps cover its surface, creating a coarse sandpaper feel to it. I thought I did it, but apparently not. All these small impurities begin to eat away at the back of my mind. If I want to get anywhere near that mirror-like finish that Fisher created with his flash from over 200 m away, I have some serious work to do. Just like when I trained to increase the amount of mana I can control, now, I'll have to practice something new. After drinking another MP potion, I activate my perception skill again and take in the vastness of my rock wall surroundings. Condensing my mana and matching its low humming frequency to the microscopic grid-like mana patterns. I let another attack fly at a nearby boulder. The same result occurs. The stone splits in two, but my slash erupts into a ball of fire as it hits the rock wall behind it. I try again and again. Over the next hour, I continue burning through another 20 MP potions. My breathing is heavy, sweat soaks my shirt, and the MP exhaustion has gotten much worse. Overstressing my perception skill is starting to give me a serious headache. My whole body feels weak, tingling, and on the verge of collapse. I throw my last attack at a nearby boulder. I've already mentally decided to take a long break after this one, so put my all into it. Watching the highly condensed 100 MP slash flow through the air in silence. It phases through the large stone, then surprisingly, keeps going through the wall. The corners of my lips begin to turn as I realize I've made it to the next level of this meticulous process. Moments later, I hear an explosion, and fragments of stone come flying out of the wall towards me in a ball of flames. With a grin across my face, I slide down the side of the cave wall yet again. The moment I hit the ground, both sides of the boulder I slice do as well. Some of the excess fire residue from the explosion reflects off the glossy surface of the freshly cut stone, letting out a long sigh of relief. I throw my sword back into item storage while picking myself up off the hard ground with a tired grunt. I feel the surface of the stone. It's smooth, nowhere near as perfect as Fisher's attack, but this is very smooth. Using the remaining stores of my MP, I activate my all-seeing eye. Light swirls of pink and white mana seep out from microscopic cracks in the rock, but most of it is well contained. It looks like an old mana shield that's leaking small amounts of energy. I managed to replicate Fisher's strike. I smirk. Not bad. This is quite a good start. I walk out of the cave with a bright smile across my face. After using up about 200 KMP in the last few hours, the number one thing on my mind is food. The second is sleep, as I begin walking back, in the direction of the inn. My bones creak and my muscles ache, but a third thought keeps itching at the back of my head. I wonder how this new technique I'm learning would fare against one of those berserkers on floor 19. Soon, I'll have to find out. Chapter 162. While pondering the idea of using this new technique against those berserkers on floor 19, I make my way back to the inn. Opening up the front door with a creak, I walk inside to see the usual crowd. Just under a dozen hunters split up into a few parties, all sitting around circular tables enjoying food and drink. I spot the blue and red-haired duo on the exact same table we ate breakfast at this morning. As I begin to walk over, Rylan spots me at the door. Back so soon? What happened? You gave up already? It's been less than 4 hours, you couldn't have finished your training already? That's imposive dash. I wave and give him a tired smile. Not done yet. Just taking a break. My footsteps are heavy, making awkward clunking sounds as I walk over to the table of two. Mr. Conway spots me on the way over and shouts out from the back, "Hey, the new elite just returned from his first day of training." How'd it go? A few heads turn from the various hunters I pass by on my way to the back of the room, but I'm too third to pay them any mind. Good, fine. Food would be great. He smirks, giving me a firm nod. Take a seat, it'll be out before you know it. I nod, giving the kind old man another thin smile, then take a seat. Fisher waves to the innkeeper, motioning for him to add 2 more people to that food order, then turns to me. Finally, he speaks up with a stern look on his face. You're back too early. What happened? I reply, way too much mana. I used too much mana. That's all, I'll be back out there tomorrow, it's true. I thought I could handle more than this. I burned through hundreds of thousands of MP per day in the past. That was in a much different environment though. It seems I do have limits. Fisher nods. Yeah. It's better to take it slow and concentrate on as much as you can on each attack. I'm sure you've learned at least that much so far. I reply, blowing a hole through this mountain isn't the goal. It's letting the cut fly through the mountain itself that I'm really after. A wide grin shows on Fisher's face as he gets up, pointing at Rylan. 10 silver, hand it over. I knew he'd figure it out. The redhead's face starts to match his hair color as he replies, hey no way. It was like 3 hours or maybe 4 tops, that's impossible. You must have told him when I wasn't looking. He looks at me with a flustered expression. I shrug, not knowing exactly what all the fuss is about. Fisher eyes Rylan up and down, then the redhead reaches into his item box to place a handful of silver on the table. Fine, here you go. You won fair and square. I guess Jay did figure out the purpose of this training on day 1. Now we'll just see if he can pull it all together. I throw my hands up in the air. Hey. I still need another day or so. I'm still getting used to all of this. As both C classes begin to respond, Mr. Conway comes over with plates of food and drinks in both hands. I dig in, boys. Using self-regeneration after every bite, I recover a lot more. All my aches and pains begin to fade slightly once most of my plates are cleaned. I feel nearly 50% healed. Any more food or mana usage would just have diminishing retunes. A good night of sleep is the only thing I know of that can help me now. Fisher, taking his meal much slower, watches me with amusement. After 10 minutes or so, he speaks up. So, was it a lucky guess? Or are you actually able to sense the frequency of mana on that rock wall? I gulp down a bite of food and respond, a bit of both. I've never thought about a technique like this before. It's like I was slicing through the area between mana particles. Fisher grins, you're right. Don't get too cocky though, dungeon mass like this is one of the most simple forms mana can take. Facing a real enemy with honed mana control is a whole different story. I nod, it's a good start. He takes a gulp of his drink. It is. We finish up our meal without much more conversation. I'm deep in thought, thinking about how I'll improve this new skill tomorrow. Rylan is busy talking Fisher's ear off, and the blue-haired swordsman is replying in simple responses. Since this morning his mood has definitely shifted, something new is on his mind. I'm not one to pry, so I decide not to bring it up. The blue-haired elite stands up to address both of us once our meals are finished. Well, Jay. Great first day of training, it seems you're on the right track. Rylan, you're an excellent time waster. He cracks a smile as the redhead tries to reply, but he's cut off immediately. I'll be off to my room for the rest of the day. Jay, I assume you'll need your rest as well. First thing tomorrow we'll meet for training. I'd like to see an update on your progress once you're fully healed. I'll see you in 10 hours, that work? I nod as he immediately turns to leave up the wooden stairs behind us. His math is definitely off, and it's messing with my sleep schedule. 10 hours from now is not morning, but I'll manage. In fact, it may just be perfect. Sounds good. Rylan turns to me. Well, I better be off too. I just got word a new party from the C-class exams is coming up soon. It's their first time in the labyrinth. Wouldn't hurt to greet them. He hops up from his chair and skips to the door, leaving me alone at my table. I let out a sigh, sit around for a few minutes. Then make my way back to my room. A nap wouldn't hurt. I'm pretty exhausted. Hopefully, I'll be healed up enough for some more training in a few hours. The faster I manage to learn this new skill, the faster I'll have the chance to face off against those berserkers. I walk upstairs to my small dusty room and fall asleep almost instantly once I hit the soft bedding. A few hours go by, and my dreams are filled with ideas on how to improve my attack. That last slash I threw was a breakthrough. I need to keep improving on that. Nearly 5 hours pass. My restless sleep has hit its limit. My body is healed enough, and my mind won't quit coming up with theory after theory that needs to be tested. That's it. I'm going back out there. After my night of sleep, which felt more like a long nap to me, I crawl out of bed and make my way to my door. I make sure it's locked, then teleport out of the inn. In the blink of an eye, I'm back, staring at the large stone wall. It seems as though this portion of the dungeon has already regenerated. It's been over 8 hours since my training session began, so I guess Fisher's estimation was right. I stretch out my arms and legs. I'm mostly healed up, but still a bit stiff. I won't be releasing any large-scale attacks, so this session will be much easier on my body. I take a fresh potion out of my storage and get to work. Today, I'll be upping the ante. I begin to glow gold and red while activating my all-seeing eye, peering into the flat stone cliff in front of me. To my surprise, the insides of the mountain are still hollowed and smashed to bits in the deeper areas. It's still healing up from my assaults. I focus harder while imbuing my sword with under 100 MP. Aligning the low humming frequency of the wall before me with my blade is near impossible to do perfectly. I got close once, so I can do it again. I let the first thin black blade of flames fly at the wall, and my new training session begins. It pierces through without a sound, gliding in just like intended. Less than a second later, chunks of stone fly off in all directions. I grit my teeth, but a smirk creeps through as I charge up my blade again. Over the next 2 hours, I continuously throw attacks at the wall, improving my concentration, and becoming more and more in tune with the low hum resonating from the cliff face. I burn through 50 kmp. It's mostly just from my perception skill. Having it activated for long periods of time is costly, but it's worth it in this case. I'm able to let out just over 40 attacks, improving slowly and steadily each time. The thin black blades released from my sword glide through the rock face with no resistance whatsoever. Not even a trace of an entrance hole is visible. At first, they would glide in and explode within the first few meters of entry. Now, I'm able to stabilize the mana enough to penetrate the rock face over 30 meters on my last attempt. Each time, it still detonates deep within the mountain. Satisfied with my improvements so far, I turn to one of the small excess boulders lying around from my earlier less practiced run-throughs. I focus, then let out an attack. It flies through the rock, then disappears into the side of the mountain behind it as well. As I hear the explosion deep within the rock face, the boulder before splits in two simultaneously. I grin ear to ear in the reflection of the sliced stone. Excitedly, I whisper under my breath, "Now. I need to try this out on a moving target. I have more than enough time before Fisher wakes up. And all this fine-tuned technical training is making me antsy." Sure, it's cool to see some progress, but what's progress good for if I can't use it in a fight? The glossy surface of this boulder I just sliced through is nearly identical to the texture of the strike the elite made on that cliff's overhang. I decide it's time for me to put this new skill to some good use. It'd be a shame to put all this free mana to waste. Just slashing away at a mountain, I smirk, gripping my sword and igniting it into flames. It's time to go back to floor 19, Dungeon Walker. Chapter 163, I'm back on the 19th floor, with one thing on my mind. I need to find a strong opponent to test this new ability on. I activate enemy detection and inspect to begin taking a look around for a berserker to test out my new mana control technique on. Every 1 kilometer or so, there's a level 400 to 405 hiding deep within the dungeon. The black hills, valleys, caves, and mazes fill my senses as I search. Finally, a reading that catches my eye pops up, 1250M, LVU 408, a level 408. Immediately, I lock onto this familiar reading and dungeon walk back to the square-shaped black arena that I know so well. Drawing my sword and igniting my body and weapon into flames, I prepare for our second battle. A 4M tall red-skinned berserker giant stands in the open air with its long silver sword winging back and forth, mindlessly staring up at the sky. It's exactly the same as the last one I fought. The area destroyed from our previous fight is completely renewed as well. It looks like more than just dungeon mass respawns after a certain period of time. The manically smiling green-eyed monster turns its gaze toward me just moments after I appear. Just like that, we begin. It plants its back legs and begins darting toward me while glowing with the red aura of a berserker skill activating. I grin, putting off a red and gold glow myself, and charging up my blade. Last time I faced this beast, I used both of my weapons at full blast. I was able to slowly chip away at its defenses because of my attack's pure destructive power, but I'd like to win things a bit differently this time around if possible. I activate my all-seeing eye. The pink and white swirls of mana around me begin to fill my vision. The crystal-like black rock structures glow brightly with a similar grid pattern that the rocks on the 10th floor showed off. They're just much tighter grid lines, closer together, and vibrating at a much higher frequency. I move my gaze to the fast-moving berserker coming my way. Its silver-colored light armor pieces give off a dense mana reading too. Again, it's similar to the stones and crystal-like structures around me. Just much tighter knit threads of energy creating an almost microscopic grid in my mind's eye. Perfect. Grinning, I focus my attention on the charging monster's chestplate. Burning through an entire MP potion in a matter of seconds, I visualize every last mana particle in the monster's armor. the green-eyed fiend cracks the ground with every step it takes. I drink another MP potion to prepare my attack. Charging up just 100 MP, I burn through another full potion just to get near matching this new ultra-thin level of mana control. My body shakes, and I grit my teeth as I grip my blade tight, attempting to line up the perfect attack. Now, it's within range, but I am too. Dungeon Walker, I teleport to the opposite side of the monster and let my strike soar. It's thin, with a black tint, letting out light red flickers of flames as it rips through the air toward the solid metal plate of armor covering its back. My attack makes contact with the oblivious battle-hungry beast. I grin as I watch my strike disappear momentarily into the back of its armor. Fractions of a second later, I see a flash of white light and a small explosion of flames. Gritting my teeth, and letting out a frustrated grunt, I airstep upwards to get out of rage before it gets too mad. When the fire and dust clears, I'm not too disappointed with the results of my first attempt. There's a huge chunk of metal missing from the top half of its backside's armor. It seems like no actual damage was done to the berserker itself, but with just 100 MP, I managed to break its armor that much. I smirk, air-stepping back down to the ground about 30 m away from the berserker. I drink another potion and prepare my next attack. This time around, I'll try to add even more mana to the blade. The monster turns to me, locking its sharp green eyes on my blade. It's glowing red with 250 MP worth of charge. At this level of precision, it's much harder to manage this much mana and keep it stable at an exact hairline width and perfect frequency. My arms shake as I grip my blade, burning through copious amounts of MP on my perception skill to hold the concentration. Even if a fraction of a second slip-up makes for an entirely different attack, I teleport to the now charging berserker's blind spot and let my attack soar. I land the hit. The thin black flaming blade slips through its armor, then a flash of white light triggers a fiery explosion. Just like last time, thankfully, I'm fighting at a much closer range this time around. The beast doesn't have much time to dodge. Even if it could, I'm not sure it would. As the flames and dust begin to clear, I hear the clanging of metal on stone. The red-skinned menace turns to me holding its long silver sword while its armor falls to the dungeon floor in pieces. I cut through its chest plate with that attack. Parts of the metal are sliced cleanly in two, showing off a glossy texture, just like the boulders I cut through earlier. Unfortunately, the monster is completely unharmed. There isn't a single scratch on its skin. The rippling muscles and bulging veins are untouched by my two attacks so far. It shows me a wide toothy grin, then charges forward like the mindless battle junkie it is. I do the same, chugging an MP potion and charging up my blade for another attack. I get ready for the next phase of this fight. When I try to get a reading on the fast-moving monster's skin, it seems to be pretty weak. If anything, it's even less dense than the rocks down on floor 10. This all seems way too good to be true. Even its sword isn't much denser than the armor I just cut to pieces. I must be missing something. I dungeon walk to its blind spot and prepare for my next move, imbuing a full 250 MP into my sword again. I match up all of the necessary mana readings, similar to my previous strike, then let my attack fly. The thin black blade of mana rips through the air toward the monster's open back. It jerks its head to the side moments before impact, and I watch an interesting interaction of mana particles take place. My attack bounces off the creature's back with only the tiny white glow of excess energy being released. Fractions of a second before impact, an incredibly dense layer of mana seeps out of the creature's skin. Almost like a bodysuit made of pure mana. This is the mana control skill Fisher was talking about, mana shielding. I smirk, getting ready for more as the menace walks toward me, licking its lips and glowing crimson red. I charge up another attack with 250 MP. I'm curious about one more thing. Its sword. It comes running in at full speed as I throw another black crescent of energy its way. With a swift swing of that sliver sword, I watch my attack get deflected far off into the distance. The same thin layer of mana covered its blade the moment it needed to deflect my strike. I remember back to the last berserker I fought, and when I appraised its sword, Berserker Giant's long sword, blood bonded, 1000 attack 500 agility. This, blood bonded, perk must be similar to the bonding between an element stone and a sword like mine. It's an extension of the mana user. That's how it's able to use the technique on its weapons as well. I grit my teeth and dungeon walk away the moment my attack is deflected. I'll have to try a new plan. I start charging up another one, just shy of 100 MP. It's low power, but I'm able to send these attacks off very quickly. This is exactly what I do. With a burst of rapid fire attacks, I begin dungeon walking around the battle-hungry monster, throwing attack after attack at it. I'm not trying to do any actual damage just yet. I just need to get a better reading on its mana shield's exact density and mana frequency levels. It usually only activates for a fraction of a second after each one of my attacks. This isn't nearly enough time to mimic it. After close to 30 attacks, I feel like I've finally gotten a close enough reading. Burning through just over 4 more MP potions, I've finally got a feeling for this monster's mana shield readings, unfortunately. Just knowing it isn't going to cut it. The tightly wound mana particles create a thin, nearly indestructible defense lining this berserker. The levels are far beyond any rock wall, or even its armor I destroyed earlier. I step down to face off against my test subject. It's getting thoroughly annoyed. All this beast wants is a good fight, and all I'm giving it are weak attacks thrown from a distance. This time around, they'll give it what it's asking for. I use up 2 MP potions as it runs in toward me. I close my eyes and picture the dense layers of impossibly small grid-like mana particles it spawns every time my attack comes near its skin. Gripping my blade tightly, I attempt to match its levels of mana readers, but after 10 seconds the monster is drawing too near and my efforts are starting to seem futile. I let out a frustrated grunt, releasing the attack, knowing it's not even a quarter of the thinness required to pierce its barrier, not to mention nowhere near enough power either. I dungeon walk far away to its opposite side as it deflects my attack with ease using its sword. Then runs by my previous position like a raging bull. I attempt to charge up another attack, watching closely as the monster turns to run toward me again from the far side of the square-shaped arena. I have 20 seconds or so to prepare this time. I concentrate hard, barely using 100 MP, attempting to match its mana shielding frequency with all my might. I'm putting my all into this. With my hands shaking and head aching, I still create a blade way too thick to puncture its shielding and nowhere near enough pure mana to get close to the density required to make any damage. As it nears, I let out a yell of frustration, chucking the attack forward and dungeon walking away as it swings its silver sword to send my black blade of flames soaring off into the gray sky. Clenching my jaw, I try again. From even further away. I airstrip backward to keep my distance and charge up for a full 40 seconds. At the end of the charge, my brain feels like mush from focusing so hard on a single point. My hands and arms are numb from grabbing the rattling sword, and I burn through 8 full MP potions on my all-seeing eye skill to release a measly 100 MP attack. A thin crest of black energy comes out of my blade. It doesn't flicker or shine, it just glides through the air without any resistance. The berserker ignores the insignificant strike. It has blocked dozens of these attacks and even taken a few head-on in the past. By now, it's just focused on me. Its prey, in an exhausted state, my eyes are locked on the attack I've just released. It may not be full of power, but I believe I got one thing right. It'll definitely be thin enough to slip through this monster's defenses. Moments later, my theory is proven to be correct. The thin black blade slides through the red-skinned berserker's mana shielding just like it slid through the rock wall during my training hours ago. Then, an explosion of white light and flames follow. With a smirk, I dungeon walk away to get out of range from the rage fit that's about to take place. As the flash of light and fireball fade, I hear an ear-piercing screech. Looking closely, I see a small blood-dripping gash on the side of this red-skinned monster's torso. Enough to make the crimson liquid dribble down its side, but not quite enough for the stream to make it to the floor. I did it, dungeon walking to the far side of the arena again. I prepare to charge up another attack. Good progress. Now it's time to finish this fight. Chapter 164. I just landed my first successful attack on this monster. It took 40 seconds, and almost 20 kmp, but I still landed an attack. The tingling feeling, along with a mild headache, begins to alert me that I'm definitely nearing the point of mana exhaustion. I'll be fine for a little while, but keeping this level of MP usage up will wear me out pretty quickly. Even so, this newfound technique of mine is very intriguing. What took over 10 kmp in a single dual attack on my last attempt hours ago just to break through its barrier, is now soon to be rivaled by a 100 MP attack. I just have to concentrate harder. I've managed to perfect the hair-thin nature of the attack, but my mana density is nowhere near enough to do any damage. I'll have to compress even more MP into my next strike. Each time I send off another attack, it gets easier to replicate the exact size necessary to slip through its mana shielding. The part that doesn't get easier is the mana density. The only way to train that to a significant degree is to increase my overall mana control. Increasing my base levels of mana control would require me to consume massive amounts of mana over long periods of time. I'm severely lacking in both of these options at the moment. I take a deep breath, then get back to work. Over and over, I match the exact whisper-thin dimensions of the berserker's mana shielding, penetrating it with ease each time. Unfortunately, after 5 more attacks and nearly 75k more MP burned through on my perception skill, Not much progress has been made. Even with up to 60 seconds per charge, all I've managed to do is give this rage-filled monster a few paper cuts. The maximum amount I've been able to store in an attack has been roughly 150 MP, my head is aching and my hands are shaking. I've progressed a lot, but my mana control is just not powerful enough to put out enough charge into one blow. Looks like I'll have to do things the old-fashioned way. I start charging up my blade with as much mana as I possibly can. At my current rate of blows, I'll pass out from exhaustion before I do any real damage. Charging up just over 5k worth of mana points, I start releasing less concentrated, but much more powerful blows. I begin dungeon wailing around the poor beast, throwing attack after attack from my flaming sword. I prefer using 2 blades, but drinking potions along with releasing attacks makes dual wielding rather awkward. After just a few minutes, and over 10 attacks later, the red-skinned berserker is on its knees. The bloodied and beaten monster still glares at me. Its facial expression says it's ready for another round, but this beast is in no position to fight. I'm not either. Since I woke up to start my training again, I've blown through another 200k MP. There's a slight ringing in my ears, a sharp pain in my head, and all of my limbs are tingling after every movement I make. I stare at the weakened monster, ready to call it a day by just releasing one last brute force attack. Instead, I decide to finish my training with a useful test, activating my all-seeing eye. I ready myself for one more attack. My opponent crawls toward me with an undying will to finish me off, but this just gives me more time to study its mana. This beast is on its last breath. In full battle mode, with all defenses on full blast, I can sense the aura of mana shielding that it's continuously holding up as it nears. Gritting my teeth, I put my all into one last strike, concentrating for over a minute, and letting the beast draw nearer and nearer. I compact roughly 200 MP. Once it's less than 5 m away, I let my razor-thin attack glide through the air. I fall backward, but eagerly watch as my attack hits the wounded berserker head-on. It glides through its lower torso without a noise. The moment I fall flat on my back with a grin across my face, the monster splits cleanly in two. We hit the dungeon floor with 3 simultaneous thuds along with 2 clangs of our swords. I let out a chuckle. Progress is progress. Laying on my back, I let out a sigh and stare up at the gray sky above me. I beat one of these monsters without using a strengthening fragment, and most definitely progressed my mana control training. A 200 MP attack sliced one in half, but it was far from full power. Still, this is a good start. After relaxing on the cool hard floor of the black glossy dungeon surface, the fallen monster drops a mana crystal. Unfortunately, there's no other loot. With a groan, I stand up to walk over. While doing so, I open up my item storage to let Ember out for the first time in a while. He flaps his wings while stepping out of the white portal and flies into the sky. After opening up our telepathic link, the dragon speaks. It looks like you've been busy. I haven't gained any levels, so it seems you haven't been busy enough. I grin, picking up the palm-sized crystal off the ground and plundering it to dust on the spot. I've been training my mana control. The progress has been good, but I'm still not ready for the higher floors. Ember nods, flapping his wings more, soaring higher up into the sky. Good to hear, your control does need work. The only reason you're able to handle so much MP is that self-regeneration skill, along with your advanced perception abilities. Good training and more mana consumption will do you well. You seemed pretty happy with your fighting style earlier, so I didn't bother to comment on it much before. I scratch my head, grinning, and watching the dragon stretch its crimson wings while passively throwing shade at my lack of fine-tuned mana control. Hey, I'm new to all of this, you know. These things take time. Swooping down, no more than 200 m away, Ember begins to burst into flames, clearly targeting something. He replies mid-nosedive, looks like you saved one for me. I squint, trying to make out what he's aiming at, then realize I've completely dropped my guard after that intense battle. A new red-skinned berserker giant, level 402, has found its way to my position and was charging in my direction. Ember soars down at the silver sword-carrying beast and lets out a heavy attack of flames from his mouth. The dark red beam of fire hits the monster point blank, creating an explosion over 20 meters wide. Ember swoops upwards to let the beast deal with its attack. As the dragon flies away, I watch in awe as the flames stay lit. Mine went out in an instant, yet Ember stayed ablaze, doing residual damage to the angry beast even after the explosion clears. The black-scaled dragon dives in again, this time with his front leg outstretched bearing long red claws aimed straight at the confused fiery fiend. Moments later, Ember rips the top half of its torso off along with its head, sucking the corpse dry of MP, then tossing it off into the empty dungeon's landscape. My mouth stays wide open as the dragon does a few twists and turns in the air before putting out its flames and coming back down to greet me. So, what will it be? Are we taking over this labyrinth? I've been itching more and more to rank up recently. Ember lands on the dungeon floor with a thud as I struggle to get out a word. You're this strong. It took me well over a dozen hits to take out of those berserkers. The black-scaled dragon replies with a toothy grin. If it's that difficult to take these monsters out at your level, we'll need to up your total mana control. If you process more mana, the higher density attacks become much easier to handle. It's only natural. I nod slowly, I'm aware, but I don't exactly have months to go and train off and dash. I pause. Then reply, no, you ought to go back to that place. Ember moves his head in closer, replying, it would be the fastest way for you to gain mana consumption proficiency. It'll be free MP with your plundering ability, and there will be no shortage of time. It's the perfect plan. I gulp, I guess. We'll go back to the Great Plains, and enter another Titan's domain, chapter 165, and enter another Titan's domain. As I speak these words, the thought of going back into that white-walled prison makes my stomach lurch. If I could never see one of those emotionless monsters again, I'd do almost anything to make that happen, almost anything. One of my faults may be the undying urge for more power. All self-preservation and logical reasoning bends at the possibility of this. Ember has a good point. I'm burning through way too much MP to reasonably keep this up. The only way I'm even able to handle these attacks is by using my all-seeing eye to aid in the precision aspect, and my self-regeneration skill to heal from the immense damage done to my body after each strike. Any normal hunter would be hospitalized after trying a single one of these attacks. I gulp again as Ember replies, shall we go now? I'm still a bit flustered at the thought of it, but very tempted for so many reasons. I'm actually seriously considering going back to that place. I reply, you're sure it's safe? How do we know last time wasn't just dumb luck? Ember replies with an answer that makes me feel a lot better. While I was farming titans on your command, I fell into dozens of domains. At my current plundering proficiency, I can make one of those pocket realms collapse in just under a day. I stare straight ahead, taking this new information into consideration. Really, Ember bows his head as I smirk. In real-world time, I have just a few hours remaining before my meeting with Fisher. If I stock up on supplies like food and water, I can train inside the Titan's domain for as long as I want before coming back here. After a long pause, I open up my item storage. Let's do it. We're going back. The dragon slips into my pocket dimension and I dungeon walk back to my hometown starter dungeon without a second thought. A wide grin creeps across my face as I step out of the exit portal into the outside world. I make my way to the village market grinning all the way. I'm excited. What started out as a nightmare is now turning into a goldmine for new power-ups. Falling into the Titan's domain may not have been a pleasant experience at first, but it turned out it may become even more fruitful than I'd first thought. I make my way to a local grocery store and begin stocking up on everything I'll need for this upcoming training session. I grab a small shopping cart and get to work. I go overkill on the water. Stacking up 10 cases of 21-liter bottles, almost clearing out a whole section of shelving. With food, I keep it simple. I stock up on 2 months' worth of fresh fruits, vegetables, dried meats, and nuts. My item storage works as a perfect preservation chamber, so none of this will go bad. I grab a few comics and light novels I've been meaning to catch up on at the register while checking out. It's been a while since I read anything, might as well get something to keep myself occupied during my downtime so I don't go too crazy. The store clerk gives me a funny look at the checkout counter but accepts my handful of silver coins without question. As I roll my cart out the front doors, I make a sharp turn out of sight to immediately store my supplies in my item storage. Lastly, I make a quick pit stop back at my old apartment to grab a pillow, blanket, and a few pairs of clothes. It's been almost 30 minutes now since I got to town. Not wanting to waste another minute, I jog back to the starter dungeon ready for what's to come next. I'm shaking with excitement, but also some nerves. Whenever I feel like this, it's usually for a really good reason. The moment I step into the dungeon's glowing entrance portal on the far side of town, I teleport to my new destination, the Great Plains. In the blink of an eye, I'm deep within the rolling hills of the bland landscape I know so well. Activating my enemy detection skill, I'm thrown off by a few unaccounted for variables. Spreading out my detection skill to the furthest depths of this dungeon, I pick up on all of the usual lower-level mobs and occasional mutants. There are a few distortions of 500m diameter blind spots that must be wandering titans, but one oddity sticks out: 4500m, LV 606, LV 371, There are 2 high-level hunters not too far off from me. One of them could be a monster, but they're traveling close together and sticking nearby one of the blind spots. I'd assume they're a hunting duo, but a level 606 is really high for the place, right? I whisper under my breath. Could it be Ari and a B-class? I remember back to when my team was sharing our weekly quota assignments. Recalling Ares was to take down a Titan. He did say that he'd be accompanied by a B-class archer. There's a good chance that's them. Not wanting to make an awkward unplanned appearance, I dungeon walk in the opposite direction, putting another 5 kilometers or so between us just in case. If I get caught hunting Titans right now, there would be too many people asking many questions I'm not looking to answer. It's best I steer clear of that mess. Once confirming there's nothing but a new slow-moving mass of endless mana within many kilometers of me, I open up my item storage to let Ember fly out. Immediately, I open up our telepathic link. We're here, but we're not alone. There are others in this dungeon with us. We'll need to make each takedown quick and precise. The black-scaled dragon stretches its wings and replies as it senses the nearby sensations of humming mana approaching us. Understood. I turn to face the low hum as well. Off in the distance, no more than 700 m away, a wandering black hole of energy comes marching at us. I take out my sword and instinctually burst into flames. Ember flies low to the ground, and I air step forward to follow. I hear his voice in my head as we get closer and the humming mana becomes louder. As long as we're making physical contact, we'll be transported into its domain at the exact same time. I recommend you hold on. I stare forward at the black shadow of a humanoid figure in the distance. Grit my teeth, then jump onto Ember's back as we continue to fly in the monster's direction. 400 m, we soar closer and closer as the humming gets more intense. I hold onto Ember's back with my legs and carry my flaming sword with a death grip. I know we'll be fine, there's just something not quite right about these monsters. The sight of them is always quite unsettling. 150 m, Ember bursts into flames as well. We leave a trail of dark fire behind us as he speeds up, facing the Titan head-on. 50 m, this is it. I'm going back in. The humming sound of mana fills all my senses as both of us rocket toward the monster's midsection. Ember speaks through our link moments before impact. Don't let go. 0 m. We collide with the 30 m tall giant and disappear into a black void seconds later. I'm not too sure what else I expected to happen, but this seems about right. In the outside world, its domain must have expanded to a 500 m wide dome just like it did that one time I attacked it with Ari. I'll never know for sure though. My vision went black the moment we made contact. Ember and I are floating in the endless black mass that is the Titan's domain. The sensation of dense mana all around me is both frightening and soothing. The feeling of weightlessness returns as I peer down into the void, seeing a pinhole of white light below us. I know exactly where we're headed. A few minutes pass and we fall closer and closer to the white box ominously approaching. This time around, however, I'm riding a dragon that knows its way around this place. With a powerful flap of its wings, I'm saved from hitting the hard floor. We glide in, making a perfect landing. The ceiling above us shuts closed the moment we enter without a sound, and I'm left staring at white walls that imprisoned me for months in the past. After a gulp, I let out a sigh and jump off Ember's back. The dragon speaks through our link. Shall I collapse this domain in 24 hours? Or would you like your training to go on longer? I pause, thinking about this option carefully. When I did my initial scan of this dungeon, there weren't more than half a dozen Titans that showed up on my radar. When you were hunting Titans on your own last week, how many would spawn at once? Ember thinks for a moment, then responds, no more than 7 or so a day at first. Although, the more I hunted them, the less often those void creepers came out from their realm. It would be wise to train inside each one for much longer than 24 hours. We could even spend time in this one indefinitely if you'd like. I nod. Let's do 10 days per Titan. We can farm strengthening fragments while I train. I smirk as Ember responds, very well, I'll limit my mana consumption by 90%. The domain will become unstable within 10 days. Once it begins to fall apart, you may slice through its weak barrier. Or wait for the domain to naturally collapse. It's your choice. Excited for what's to come, I already start plundering mana from the rich stores all around me. Letting out a satisfying sigh while taking in the pure energy, I reply, sounds good. I'll see you in 10 days. Ember bows, then curls up into a ball, closes his eyes, and begins to glow light red. I smirk while channeling mana into my glowing blade. This training session is about to begin. By the time I see Fisher for our next meeting, I'll be on a whole different level. Chapter 166. Ember is already fast asleep, slowly draining the mana from the near-endless supply all around us. I'm doing the same, on a much small scale. With a grin across my face, I begin charging up my flaming sword. While doing so, I reach into my item storage to grab my dagger while whispering under my breath, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Both weapons pulse red and white as I begin filling them with the dense mana surrounding us that I've missed so much. I start right where I left off the last time I was in this place. The difference is, I have no worries about being trapped in here forever. I have food supplies that'll last me for months, assurance that I'll leave in 10 days. And I have a concrete goal in mind. During my last trial in the Titan's domain, I used up about 10 million MP. It's gotten me this far, but I need to make some major upgrades. The most important thing I need to work on is replicating those paper-thin slashes, but easily charging a full bar of MP into them. I'm level 409. So just over 2000 MP is nearly a full bar. I'd like to be able to charge one up in just a few seconds so I can actually battle these monsters without using cheap tricks and wearing myself out completely after one fight. My final attack on that berserker took over 60 seconds to charge, and I only managed to let out 200 MP at the proper hair-thin width. I'm setting out to improve over 10x in both speed and power. I'm not quite sure yet how much MP I'll have to process in order to achieve this, but that's my goal. If I can even come close, this will be a success in my mind. I decide to let loose for a bit, but overall take day one rather slow, glowing gold and red, enjoying the abundance of free mana in the air. I begin to let out attack after attack at the white walls all around me. They tear open large holes, letting me peer out into the void for a few seconds at a time before they heal up completely. My already sore body from the intense training outside allows for 10k strikes. This is 5k MP per blade. It's just a warm-up, and it gets me used to this mana-rich environment again. End of day 1, 100k MP consumed. Total MP consumed, 100k MP. I take it easy and pull out my pillow, a few comics, and a blanket along with some fresh fruit. Overusing mana makes me very tired. I drift off to sleep within a few hours. This may be the beginning to one of my most intense training sessions, but I'd like to take it slow. In here, all I have is time after all. The Titan's domain has been a nightmare in the back of my mind ever since I left it. Maybe I can turn this place into a vacation spot instead. I wake up the next morning and get to work. I need to get my body used to using more MP every day, along with trying to fit more and more energy into a smaller strike. I won't aim for any specific parameters at first. I'll just go with how I feel. In the outside world, my MP exhaustion limit is around 250,000 MP points. At that point, my body completely gives up on me. That's with self-regeneration being taken into account. In here, it's at least double that. With so much energy in the air, it makes healing and releasing attacks much easier on my tired muscles and bones. End of day 2, 500k MP, total MP consumed, 600k MP. I managed to consume just about 500,000 MP stretched over 8 hours on day 2. Nearing the end, I begin to get that familiar tingling feeling in my limbs, and the overall fatigue begins to kick in. I call it there. The next few days go by fast. End of day 3, 550k MP. End of day 4, 575k MP. End of day 5, 600k MP. End of day 6, 200k MP. Total MP consumed, 2.525 MMP. My MP output slowly rises for 3 days straight. This is from me pushing the limits during each session. I've only been releasing 5k MP per blade. Channeling more seems to exhaust my mind too quickly, and less tires out my body. Using 5k per blade seems to be the perfect medium. I've been training in 8 hours blocks, basically to full exhaustion every night. Each day I've been getting more and more tired by the end of it, just like the last time I was in here. I thought it was the lack of food and water that made me feel this way, but it seems mana exhaustion played a much bigger role than I thought it did. Less than halfway through day 6 I decide to take a break and rest my sore body again. End of day 7, 725k MP. End of day 8, 740k MP. End of day 9, 745k MP. End of day 10, 250k MP. Total MP consumed, 4.985 MMP. After my day of rest, I come back even stronger. I start off with a huge spike in energy. The mana consumption over these next 3 days slowly rises and is comparable to my peak last time I trained here. When I wake up on day 10, Ember begins to reach his final stage of collapsing this Titan's domain. I grab all my supplies and throw them in my item storage. This has been a good start. Very uneventful, but a good start. I'll be able to pick up right where I left off on our next Titan. The red aura begins to expand and the white walls around us start to fade away to reveal the black abyss behind it. I decide to only use my sword to perform a test. I'll be seeing how much progress I've made so far over the last 10 days of training. Concentrating with my all-seeing eye, while plundering MP from my surroundings, I begin to replicate the attack that took out that final berserker, creating a hair-thin blade of mana deep within my sword, while channeling as much MP as possible into the attack without disrupting its width. After about 60 seconds of charging and immense concentration, I hit my limit and let the attack soar, a thin 550 MP. Flaming black sliver of energy flies through the open air in front of me. Slicing through the void like butter, but not making a sound, I increase my perception to watch it until the end. It slips through the outer wall of the tightened domain with ease. Moments after, a wide slit opens up in the abyss of blackness surrounding me, and the process of a realm collapse from the inside out begins again. Ember's aura gets brighter and the domain gets smaller as we begin to fall through the darkness back into reality. Both Ember and I hit the grassy floor of the Great Plains dungeon with a loud thud. I grin as my black-scaled companion wakes from his slumber. The collapse was a success, Master, I grin, replying while searching around in my mind's eye using enemy detection to locate another Titan. It seems it was. I pick up a small black gem off the ground and place it in my item storage with a smirk across my face. Next, I put my hand on Ember's smooth glossy scales, instantly teleporting us into the vicinity of the nearest Titan. Other than the void creeper the team of 2 is facing, I can sense 3 more deep within the dungeon. There's 2 that are in range and 1 that'll take a couple kilometer trek to get to. It's outside of my dungeon walker skills range, so we'll have to either walk or fly over when the time comes. I'll save that one for last. As we blip back into existence, I hop on Ember's back, and we begin diving deep into the abyss of another Titan, after a familiar series of events. The darkness fades and we're back in a solid white box once again. Ember curls up and begins absorbing the domain. I take it easy for the rest of the day, then get back to work the next morning. I do a similar cycle of 3 days on, and 1 day off while making a mental note of my daily mana consumption. End of day 11, 775 kmp. End of day 12, 780 kmp. End of day 13, 785 kmp. End of day 14, 200 kmp. End of day 15, 815 kmp. End of day 16, 815 kmp. End of day 17, 820 kmp. End of day 18, 200 kmp. End of day 19, 855 kmp. End of day 20, 100 kmp. Total MP consumed, 10.315 mmp. Once the final day of this training cycle hits, I'm pretty tired out. I had an off day not too long ago, but my rapid increase in daily consumption is starting to slow. Although the total amount I can manage to consume each day isn't rising as quickly, I'm still progressing at an alarming rate. I have to go through extensive self-regeneration sessions every night before I go to sleep, eating excess food and sleeping longer throughout the night to mend my tingling hands and feet along with the headache that comes with overusing my perception skill. As Ember begins to collapse this domain, I charge up another attack to test my progress. I power up a single attack for about 60 seconds and manage 900 MP into the paper-thin slash. It's a much darker blade now, and hardly gives off an flickering red residue. Just like before, it flies through the open abyss as the walls fade away. Slipping through the outer edge of the void to make a tear, it's almost disappointing to see. The domain's reaction to this slash looks identical to the last one. It slips through and cuts it open in an instant. The Berserker's mana shielding is on a whole different level than these void creepers. It's hard to get a solid idea of how strong these new attacks really are. I'm itching to try this out on a tough opponent, but I still need to get stronger. After picking up the small strengthening fragment from the ground and doing a quick scan of my surroundings, I lock onto our next target at Ember, and I dive deep into another Titan's domain. End of day 21, 855 kmp. End of day 22, 850 kmp. End of day 23, 855 kmp. End of day 24, 200 kmp. End of day 25, 855 kmp. End of day 26, 860 kmp. End of day 27, 850 kmp. End of day 28, 200 kmp. End of day 29, 860 kmp. End of day 30, 860 kmp. Total MP consumed, 16.765 mmp. My days are filled with charging swords and slashing walls. It seems my progression has peaked around 850 to 860 kmp whenever I reach this point. All systems in my body basically shift off and I need to sleep to recover. Even after using self-regeneration after every 50 kmp consumed or so used, this is still my limit. I even drank a spare HP potion to see if it'd do a full recovery, but my mana exhaustion was not healed at all. It was just a waste of a perfectly good potion. I have a feeling this isn't something that can be brute force trained any further. I may have to increase my level to be able to handle more MP. At the end of the final day, I test out my full power after consuming another 10 days worth of unlimited free MP. After a 60-second charge, I'm able to power up 1550 MP into a slash at the exact paper-thin metric needed to make it through a berserker's shielding. Again, it's overkill for this domain, but good practice. I've almost made it to my goal of a 2000 MP slash. After the inventable tearing and collapse of the third Void Creeper's pocket realm, we fall back into the Great Plains. Letting out a sigh, I breathe in the fresh air of the wide-open dungeon and take in the view while Ember wakes from his mana-plundering sleep. Once he does, the dragon's calm voice enters my head through our link. Another successful collapse, Master. I nod. Indeed. While picking up the small strengthening fragment from this session, I activate enemy detection and prepare to teleport. As I look out deep into the depths of the Great Plains, my heart skips a beat. Only a single reading pops up in my search for another Titan. The last time I checked, that hunter duo was facing one and there was another far off in a part of the dungeon I haven't been to yet. The one I was saving for last is gone. I whisper under my breath. Why, is there only one left? Chapter 167. I expand my enemy detection range further and further into the depths of the Great Plains dungeon in a panic. Just moments ago, there was another Titan not so far outside my dungeon walker's range. To me it was 10 days ago, so my memory is a bit foggy, but I'm sure I would have stayed in this one much longer to train if I knew there wasn't another left. I'm positive I was saving that one for last. I grit my teeth and open up the telepathic link with Ember to see if he has any input. Our last Titan vanished into thin air. Has this ever happened to you before? The slowly waking dragon replies, it has. Sometimes they disappear through the rift if danger is too abundant in an area. Give it a day or two, they'll be back, I'm sure of it. Don't worry, I shove my sword into my item storage with a frustrated look on my face. The rift. What's the IUG? Never mind that. If I knew this sooner, I wouldn't have wasted the last 3 on such short sessions. Even though I got a few fragments out of it, I still need more training. Ember nods. Understood. We can come back tomorrow and continue if you'd like. I don't think the Titans will abandon this dungeon over a single incident. They're long-term thinkers. It'll take many repeated events to scare them off, I sigh, taking a look around the dungeon one last time with my enemy detection skill. Confirming once again, the only remaining Titan is right next to that B-class and their partner. The air feels thin, lacking pure energy. I've gotten used to a high-density mana environment again. I'll have to adapt back to using mana potions and crystals soon. I'm sure this time will be a bit easier to adjust. Going back to the labyrinth right now is my safest bet. That seems to be our only option. Although my training was cut short, I've more than doubled my total MP consumption. That 16 MMP would have taken over 1.6k gold coins at market price. I've definitely improved. I'm just not quite sure how much yet. I teleport back to the 10th floor materializing into my small bedroom. Dust flies up in the air at my sudden appearance and the dungeon's artificial sun shines through the dirty window. I make my way downstairs. I've had more than enough rest. Another month has gone by in my mind. But the world around me hasn't changed at all. It's a bit less rattling this time because I knew it had happened from the start. Still, I can't help from feeling like I've found some kind of unlimited power cheat code. I could go back there and train every time the Titans respawn. As long as I bring enough food and water, I can indefinitely train my mana control. Walking down the wooden stairs of the inn, a smile creeps across my face as my feet make light tapping sounds that echo throughout the main tavern area. The first voice that greets me is the innkeeper along with his cheerful smile. Morning to you, Jay. You've been knocked out cold for hours. How was your sleep? I smile. Walking by him to take a seat on one of the empty circular tables. Not bad, mister. No need to use mister, just call me Conway, right, Conway. I look down at the wooden table, embarrassed that I forgot his name while mindlessly slashing at white walls for a month. I swallow my pride and carry on our conversation like that didn't just happen. Some food would be great, he bows slightly, then begins walking to the back room. You got it. I exhale, taking in my surroundings with an odd eerie tension in the back of my mind. Everything in the inn looks just like it was. There are all the same familiar C-class squads from the association sitting around tables eating food and trading gear. But something feels off, it's way too silent. I'm so accustomed to the low humming of mana in my ears and nothing else. This bustling environment is oversensitizing me again. My brain and body feel drained just sitting here. There aren't unlimited stores of mana to plunder from all angles and I'm craving MP already. The sounds of people laughing and talking all around me begin to get muffled in my mind. All I can focus on is my foot tapping on the ground as I zone further and further out. Then I hear the same cheerful voice of an old man in my ear. Here you go, Jay. Hope your training goes well today. I think Fisher should be out here in an hour or two. The innkeeper's voice snaps me back to reality and I gracefully accept the steaming hot plates of food and cold drinks. Appreciate it, he smiles and walks away with a skip in his step. I eat up, but a funny question does stick out in the back of my mind. When does Conway sleep? I chuckle to myself, as I can't figure out just how he does it, but decide to pay it no mind and relax. Watching hunters come and go for the next few hours is pretty nice. Much more interesting than my month-long vacation of solitude in the void. Eventually, a certain red-haired man pokes his head through the front doors of the inn, locking eyes with me almost instantly. It's Rylan. Hey. Jay, you're up. I'm excited to see your progress with Fisher today. Maybe I'll actually get to watch the two of you train. Or maybe even spar. He comes marching toward me with a smile across his face, then sits down at the opposite side of the table. You know that team I went to meet? They didn't even want to check out the inn. The lot of them just headed straight off to floor 11 without a word, I respond, vaguely remembering that Rylan was going to meet a new team from the same C-class exams as me. I wonder who they could be. Oh yeah. He cuts me off. Those nobles are really a stuck-up bunch, aren't they? Walking around in their gold and silver armor. The association just gives them a pity contract if they manage to pass the exam. It's more for the off chance that they rank to an elite on their own. Most of them have the funding to do so anyways. I raise an eyebrow, remembering back to one of my first clashes during the C-class exams. It was a group just like the one he's describing. A team of men all dressed in gold and silver armor. The leader had an odd barrier skill. We clashed briefly, but I didn't see him again after that. Those guys were nobles. I scratch my head as Rylan goes off on another tangent. I begin to zone out again, feeling empty, craving a battle or some high concentrations of mana. My attention problem is getting worse. I think it's just a side effect of my training. I got used to it last time in a few days. I should be fine this time around as well. Finally, footsteps start coming down the wooden steps at the back of the room and a blue-haired swordsman comes walking down while wiping his tired eyes. He's carrying a white glowing rectangle. I hear him say a few words into it before he puts it away into his item box. Understood. I'll await your next call. The innkeeper greets him with a cheerful smile as he makes eye contact with me. The elite quickly makes his way over. Morning. Glad you're early. Come on, let's go. There's no time to waste. A bit rude, but exactly what I was hoping for. I'm not in the mood to waste time either. If anything, I'd rather just climb the labyrinth on my own. The faster I can slip away from these two and continue my battles on the 19th floor, the better. I follow Fisher outside as he begins to make his way back to the mountain base in a rush. Rylan starts asking questions on the way. Hey, what's the big idea? What's with the attitude all of a sudden? You could have at least sat down with us for a little while or something, Fisher replies. There's been a change of plans. Hopefully Jay's ready for the next stage of our training by the end of today. I just got word from the director about a break up north. My squad may need to be deployed early, so I'd like to get through as much as we can before I'm called out for immediate action. Rylan nods with a serious look on his face, then pauses for a few seconds before a grin curls on the corner of his lips again. So that means I'll definitely be able to see some cool training from you two today, right? Fisher smirks with a tired look on his face, nodding to Rylan and looking back at me. Hope Jay's up for it. Let's see how much he learned yesterday, I reply, in a low tone under my breath. I think I've learned quite a bit. We continue our short walk and make it back to the base of the mountain with sliced boulders and smashed rock laid out in piles all over. I speak up before either of them has a moment to question it. I came back and trained a bit more while you were asleep. I thought it wouldn't hurt. Fisher bends down to take a look at one of the split open rocks, feeling the glossy texture with 2 fingers. Then turns to me with a surprised look on his face. Wow, not bad, kid. Not bad at all, I reply in an annoyed tone. I told you not to call me that. You're only a few years older than me, Yeah. The elite takes out his waterstone imbued sword and points it up at the rock ledge that we aimed our attacks at just yesterday. Go on, let's see what you've learned. Immediately, I take out my sword and begin to charge it up. I haven't thrown an attack at anything but pure white mana shielding for the last 30 days. I've been so focused on the proper attack for defeating a berserker that I forgot about this training completely. Smirking, I whisper under my breath, this will be easy. I charge up 100 MP into a small strike, thin and dense enough to cut through the skin of a floor 19 mob. Definitely overkill for this rock face. Without a second thought, I swing my flaming red blade at the overhang and let the dark crescent of energy fly. It's barely visible and slices through the air without a sound. Almost identical to Fisher's attack yesterday, it hits the rock ledge and glides through. To the naked eye, not a single cut is made. It just looks like my slash missed. Half a second later, a massive chunk of the rock wall slides off as the thin black blade flies up into the open air of the dungeon. I grin, watching the glossy texture of rock reflect the dungeon's sun back at us. The heap of rocks from above hits the ground with a thud, making dust fly up in all directions. Ryan's face lights up as he lets out a gasp, followed by a long laugh, turning to Fisher. The blue-haired elite stands in awe for a moment, staring at the smooth rock above us. Then, a satisfied look comes across his face as he puts his sword back into his item box and crosses his arms. Impressive. You really had no idea what you were doing before you came here, did you? You've just been throwing all that raw power at your enemies until now. I paused before replying, impressed that he can manage to throw in a jab in, even now. I guess so, he smirks. Well, in that case, I guess we can start phase 2 of your training earlier than I thought. Chapter 168. I look up at Fisher while powering down my sword. I've had a lot of time to think about my situation here in the labyrinth while I was away training in the Titan's domain. When we first met, I was a bit annoyed with this blue-haired elite for stepping on my toes during my solo labyrinth diving mission. I still am, but he's just following orders. If anything, it's the director's fault. He's telling all the other association lackeys around here what to do. I don't blame him for following through on his mission, but I still work better alone. Fisher continues to speak. We'll be climbing the labyrinth. I hear what he has to say, but I was expecting it. I reply, I still want to climb these floors alone, you know. Just because the director wants us to team up, doesn't mean it has to happen. Fisher smirks, letting out a light laugh. I remember when I still had the will to fight like you. Trust me, stay on his good side while you still can. I lock eyes with Fisher. He looks back at me with a serious, worry-filled gaze. I turn away first, replying under my breath, this is no fun. The elite sighs, then replies, it's not meant to be fun. We're going to war soon, you know. I gulp, looking up at him. What are you talking about? The breaks up north, coming from the Dark Continent. They're the worst ones we've had in a long time. That's why we're even here in the first place, and why the director put so much money into training you C-class recruits. Fisher digs through his item storage and takes out 2 palm-sized crystals. They're both completely white and give off a low mana-filled hum. If necessary, we'll be using these to transport back to the Association HQ. They're one-time use transport crystals. I raise an eyebrow, staring at the glowing items until Fisher puts them away and continues to speak. I hear you have a mana crystal quota too, don't ya? We can help you fill that while we climb the floors. With a grin, he points a thumb back to Rylan. The redhead jumps in, hey! I never sign up for this free labor. Fisher turns back to him. I think you did. You should be with your squad on floor 17 anyway. We'll drop you off on the way up. He opens his mouth to reply, but stops and nods. I think about it for a moment, then let out a sigh and a shrug. Fine, I guess I might as well. Fighting this point won't get me anywhere. I could probably farm 50 KMP worth of crystals in a few hours if I teleported around any dungeon solo, but abandoning my mission isn't a good idea. Even if tricked into it won't get me anywhere close to the director's good side, although Fisher seems to be completely tied up by the association. I still sense some fight in him. I'm curious to learn a few more things about him, and see what else he can potentially teach me about mana control in the meantime. Even though he didn't teach me much directly, he's been pointing me in the right direction every step of the way so far. I speak up, before I agree. Could I test out an attack against your mana shielding again? I'd like to see how far I've come since our last clash. Fisher crosses his arms, giving me an arrogant smirk, while Rial's eyes light up behind him. Sure, go for it. It'll give you a good idea of how hard these higher floor monsters will really be. Now that you understand mana control a bit better, you'll realize how outmatched you really are. He takes a step back and puts both of his arms to his sides. Rylan gets out of the way as I step in front of him with a sharp look in my eyes. You're sure? You don't even want to block with your sword. He rolls his eyes and shakes his head. Don't worry. Go all out. I know your full potential power already. You'd need over double that to even think about breaking through my shielding. Try all you want. I clench my jaw, then grip my blade tight while focusing on an attack. I make my strike as thin as possible, the same width as the attack that sliced through the berserker's shielding. My availability of mana here isn't as abundant as the environment I trained in, so I can already tell my proficiency has dropped. In just under 60 seconds, I focus around 1000 MP into a deadly black fiery slash. With a swift swing of my blade, I let it soar. The swordless swordsman's expression changes as he watches the thin energy blade approach. Using my all-seeing eye to watch from afar, I witness his mana shield activate less than a meter before impact. It's denser than any shield I've faced before. I didn't get an actual close look at it last time we faced off. Well, I did. I just didn't understand how fine-tuned his mana control really was. My sliver of energy meets his invisible wall of mana. For a moment, it seems like time stops. My blade hits the center of his chest and comes to a complete halt. Pushing forward with nowhere to go, moments later, I see a dim flash of white light as Fisher moves out of the way and the blade flies past him, disappearing into the rock face 20 m away. A toothy grin creeps across my face at the sight before my eyes. At the bottom of Fisher's torso on the side my blade flew off to, there's a small rip in his shirt, and a light trickle of blood coming off a tiny paper-thin gash. The blue-haired elite curses under his breath as I celebrate with a childish attitude. Ryland's eyes open wide as I power down my sword and Fisher speaks while putting a hand over his side. He activates a light blue glow and the bleeding stops immediately. Damn it, how'd you possibly power up this much in less than 24 hours? That kind of improvement takes months of training. You dash, Ryland steps in, looks like someone might be taking your spot as the new youngest elite hotshot. Wouldn't you say? He looks over to me, and I just reply with a shrug. Fisher speaks up, well, that certainly settles it. You're at least ready to train on the 19th floor. Maybe even the 20th. Not going to lie, I thought I'd have to beat the behemoth for you. At this rate, maybe you'll actually have a chance at that thing after all. I'm still silent, staring down at my dark blade. Excitement fills my body as I realize just how far I've come. It's been a grueling 30 days for me, but it feels like it went by in a flash. Come on, we might as well start now while the day is young. I brought food and water, let's start our trek upwards. I look up Fisher. Already? Do you have anything else to do? I thought so, come on. We'll farm mana crystals with you up until the 17th floor. That's where we'll drop off this tag along with his team. The redhead rolls his eyes, and I nod. Once we make it up there, I'll have to check in with the association one more time before going up to the dead zone. I raise an eyebrow. The dead zone, Fisher nods, taking out his silver quota tablet. His looks much different than mine. It has 4 clear gems attached to each corner. The association can't contact me that far up. Monsters with higher mana control tend to live in much more mana-rich environments. It screws with long-range connections. That's why we call it the dead zone. I nod slowly, not understanding a word he just said. The only thing on my mind is the fact that his tablet has clear gems on it and mine doesn't. Hey, why doesn't my tablet have those? The director didn't dash. All 4 clear stones on the tablet begin to light up with a white glow. I stare mesmerized. The blue-haired elite's eyes instantly go back to the tired look I saw moments ago when he was waking up from his sleep at the inn. He grips the tablet tightly. What kind of timing is this? You speak of the director's name and he comes calling. I gulp. He's calling? Through that, the lights on all 4 corners of the silver tablet begin to shine brighter and brighter until a very familiar voice comes ringing out into my ears. Fisher. Fisher. Do you read me? We're going to need your immediate dispatch on a series of C-class dungeon breaks along the northern border. Please report your training progress with your assigned member of the new elite squad. Fisher replies, we're just about to start Phase 2 of Jay's training. Phase 2 already? Yes, sir. There's a pause on the other side of the line for almost 10 full seconds. I grit my teeth while listening, but can't hold myself back any longer. I storm over to Fisher with my eyes locked on the glowing quota tablet. I've been thinking about this man for over a month straight. Let me talk to him. I'd like to give the director a piece of my mind. I signed up for a solo labyrinth mission, and I'm going to get what I was promised. I reach over and grab the silver rectangle right out of Fisher's hand. Hey. Hello? Can you hear me? Another long pause follows, then the regional director's voice finally rings out of it. Well, what a surprise. It's nice to talk to you again so soon, Jay. It seems there's been another change of plans. Chapter 169. What do you mean there's been another change of plans? There's always a change of plans. Yeah, no. I have a few things I want to talk about with you. I've been particularly irritable lately. Maybe it's from the lack of mana, or just my time away from people and stimulation again? I know shouting at the director and calling him out on the spot is a rash decision, but my mouth is moving faster than my brain right now. He responds after another long pause, "Well, I'm glad you're so energetic today. I hear your mana control is much more refined than I predicted it would be. It seems you've managed to exceed my expectations once again." I grit my teeth and think about going off on a rant about him lying to me every step of the way during my time at the association. But pause and hold my tongue, red-faced and gripping the glowing white box. I take a deep breath in and out before calmly responding with a more calculated approach. "Good to talk with you too, Director. I was surprised to be assigned a training partner in the labyrinth. I was under the impression I was climbing solo." I gulp, hoping my delicate wording is enough to get my point across, but not bite the hand that feeds me too hard just yet. There's another long pause as Fisher makes his way over to me with an angry expression of his own across his face. The director responds before the blue hairs elite can get a word in. "Jay, I do apologize if you feel you've been lied to during your first 2 weeks at the association. It's only natural, you haven't exactly been completely truthful with us either." My heart skips a beat as I hear this line from the old man come through the glowing box. I don't reply. The director's voice continues to ring out. "I enjoy playing games, as long as I know I'll win in the end. Your recent developments have me rethinking a few moves." Another pause follows. The suspense is killing me. I begin to repeat his words in my head over and over to try and figure out what exactly he's getting at. I haven't been truthful? As long as he wins? Rethinking moves. It sounds like this old man has gone crazy. By the way he's speaking, it really seems like he looks at life like it's a big chess game or something. I finally respond after Fisher elbows me in the gut, whispering in my ear, "Come on, say something." I respond in a low calculated tone, "Mr. Director. I appreciate the assistance with my training recently, but I remember you telling me this was a solo mission. For now, that is my only complaint. I'd like to know exactly what I'm getting myself into before I agree to something, and trust that I'm in safe hands. Especially with all this talk of the Dark Continent. I believe we need to come to a better agreement." Another 5-second pause follows before the old man's voice rings out. "I understand how you feel, and I believe we can come to a better conclusion after your current mission is complete." I clench my jaw, but hold back from cutting him off as he continues. "For now, could you please hand the transmission tablet back to Fisher? I have urgent matters to attend to. You may even get what you're asking for sooner than you think." There's another long pause, then Fisher finally takes the device from my hands while putting it up close to his face and walking away from me. "Sorry about that," I copy. "Give me an update on." His voice begins to fade away as he walks further from me. I'm confused and still a bit angry standing next to the grinning redhead, Rylan, and I make casual conversation for a few minutes while the elite talks on the phone for an uncomfortable amount of time. We make good conversation though. I learn a few things. Apparently, the redhead has only managed to consume around 3 million MP in his career at the association. Considering his age, this seems very low to me. After a thorough explanation, the reasoning is his skill, swordsmanship. It takes many training hours to burn through a full bar in his physical condition with a nearly passive skill. The same goes for many common skill users like body hardening or certain passive weapon handling abilities. That's why combat magic wielders are more likely to be chosen as elites. They have a natural aptitude for consuming and controlling mana at much higher levels than common skill users. One thing I've learned from his excessive gabbing is that it is possible to imbue mana into a weapon or armor piece if it's bonded with the user. This is why I'm able to put mana into my sword and dagger. Non-combat magic users are able to achieve this too. It just takes much more mana control training and a special type of weapon. The Berserker's blade I picked up earlier comes to mind, but I decide not to mention it. Finally, after many long minutes that felt like hours, Fisher returns with a puzzled look on his face. The silver rectangle stops glowing and he puts it away into his item box. His movements seem rushed. "Well, what do you want to hear first? The good news, the bad news, or the even worse news?" I reply. "Give me the bad news first." He nods, pulling out the 2 small white crystals from his item box and bringing them up close to my eye line. "Well, it seems I've been called out on some urgent business. It's those C-class breaks by the border. They need more elite teams to handle the mutants. Some of them have high mana control proficiency. This is a rough one." I don't say a word as he continues. "If we can clear everything out, I'll be back in 2 to 3 days max. Our training may have to end prematurely." I gulp. "Okay, so what's the good news then?" Fisher throws me one of the white crystals. "Well, it seems you got on Brutus' good side once again. He says you're ready to climb the labyrinth yourself. I catch the small gem and reply as a grin creeps across my face. Okay, but what's this for? The elite smirks. The director says that's for if you decide to face the behemoth before I get back. You have a reputation of getting in over your head. Use it if you're in any life-threatening trouble. He lets out a laugh as I feel the small white crystal up and down with my fingers. To activate it, all you have to do is crush it in your palm. You, and anything on your person will be transported to a safe point within the association HQ. If a monster happens to be in contact with you, they'll be transported as well. So be careful. I let out a chuckle. So you're saying I could transport a boss monster into the association's HQ? Hey! Don't get any bright ideas, I just saved you from a whole lot of trouble on that call, you know. Plus, the transport point is mana shielded up to B-class level attacks. Whatever you manage to drag in won't be a problem. I let out a sigh. Yeah. I was just kidding. Good, thanks, I'm glad this worked out. I'll get to climb the labyrinth alone just like I wanted. I know you were just doing your job and all, it's just save it. I haven't gotten to the worst news just yet. I raise an eyebrow. Alright, Fisher points behind me at the redhead staring up at the open dungeon sky. He's your problem now. Get him up to the 17th floor to meet his team, director's orders. Then you can train up on the 18th and 19th by yourself. I look over at the oblivious fiery-haired swordsman. Fisher continues, based on the attack you just threw at me, you'll have no problem facing the base-level mobs on floor 19. They're fast and good with their weapons, just don't get lost in the mazes. I'm sure once you see how powerful they are, you may have second thoughts about soloing floor 20. I let out a light smirk, knowing that I'm facing the floor 19 boss the next moment I get free. He continues, as I said before, I'll be back in 3 days max. I'd recommend facing the 18th floor boss a few times to get a feel for its abilities before going any further and Fisher continues to give me tips like a concerned parent as I zone out fantasizing about the floors above. I'm rudely snapped out of it by the blue-haired swordsman's hands waving in front of my face. Got it, yep. Got it. Thanks, Fisher. He tightens his gaze, then moves his eyes over to Rylan behind me. The redhead is already on his way over. I heard most of that. No need to fill me in. I open my mouth, but Fisher cuts in. Good. Help Jay farm mana crystals on the way up as we promised. The elite takes a few packages of food and water out of his item box, throwing them on the ground in front of us. Hope these will be more than enough for you too. See ya soon. He waves us goodbye without another word. The white crystal gets crushed in his hand and a bright white light flashes before our eyes. When it fades, Fisher is gone. I turn to my new traveling partner, then let out a sigh as he picks up all of the materials on the ground to place them in his item box. I speak up, looks like we'll be climbing the next 7 floors together. He turns to me with the same bright smile as always. Looks like it. Secretly, I'm planning my next moves to get onto the 20th floor. The faster we climb these next 7 floors, the better. I'm itching for a real fight. The first moment I get to ditch him and face the 19th floor boss, I'll take it. I have 3 days while Fisher is away to defeat the behemoth all by myself. Chapter 170, Rylan packs up all of our gear. Both of us ready our swords before walking deep into the 10th floor dungeon. He's not my preferred travel companion. I'd rather just dungeon walk up to floor 19 myself, but at least I know 7 floors up from here is the highest he'll go. With Fisher watching my every move, I was worried I wouldn't comfortably be able to go all out. It may have been interesting to see how an elite fights, but it's much more fun to do it on my own. We begin marching up the floors at a pretty solid pace. I don't mind the wait. Just 2 hours or so per floor is nothing compared to the month-long mental solitude I've faced 2 times now. Rylan is spitting facts about the association in my ear all the way up. A good history lesson never hurt anybody. We take breaks every 1 or 2 floors to stop and rest. The redhead is actually not bad with his sword. The mobs we're facing aren't too strong, but they aren't too weak either. He is a mid-level C-class. The hunter's cheerful attitude just distracts me from the fact that he's been in the association for over a decade. Rylan is a seasoned fighter in his own right. After about 9 hours of straight walking and slashing, we make it to floor 14. We take a long break near the entrance portal on this floor. There's just 3 more before our destination. The redhead speaks up while swallowing a mouthful of food he just recently pulled from his item box. Hey Jay, why'd you become a hunter at the association anyway? You don't seem to like the director much, and you don't even wear a standard issue uniform. I grab an apple from the food pile Fisher left us and take a bite. swallowing before I answer. I just wanted to get stronger. This seemed like it'd be the only way. Rylan nods, looking up at the sky. Well, they only pick out one new elite squad per region every year, so you totally lucked out. I shrug. Lucked out? Maybe. I think luck just gets you where you deserve to be faster. For better or worse, right? The redhead looks at me with a confused look, then carries on with his nonsensical rambling, differing the conversation to a completely different topic. We carry on with our walk upwards soon after. Another 4 hours pass and we make it to the 16th floor. This is the miniature version of the Great Plains dungeon. Apparently, this is the place where Rylan and his team usually train. He speaks up. This is our last floor. We should be able to meet my team by the boss room portal. The directors sent them a transmission to let them know our estimated arrival time. That's where we usually meet up before jumping floors anyways. We head to the back of the dungeon without another thought. Although we rushed through these 7 floors, about 25 KMP worth of crystals was farmed from mobs that attacked us on the way. I'll have to scrounge up another 25k myself at some point during the week. As we approach the backside of the dungeon, my enemy detection radar picks up on double the readings it's supposed to. There are 4 extra entities nearby, and they're all over level 360. I speak up to Rylan as we approach the top of the final hill that leads down to the portal below. Hey. We have company. It's not just your team down there. We make it to the top of the last rolling hill and who I see next surprises me. I use appraisal and inspect on a tall man in silver and gold armor with long blonde hair and bright blue eyes. LV 377, active items, enchanted steel sword, 900 strength, enchanted armor set, 1100 defense, enchanted gold ring, 50% mental strength, enchanted ring of quickness, 55% speed. Enchanted platinum ring, 70% mental strength, dragon scale pendant, 50% mental strength, active skills, combat magic, barrier summoning, swordsmanship. I whisper under my breath as I realize this is one of the hunters that I clashed with at the C-class exam. It's him. He's definitely gotten some major upgrades in both his level and gear. I freeze and squint my eyes to get a better look at him. While doing so, Rylan's voice calls out, "Oh, look who it is. We caught up to y'all." What are the odds? He starts walking down the hill toward his teammates who happen to be mingling with the armored team of nobles. They seem to be talking about the higher floors of the labyrinth. I follow Rylan and we make our way down to greet them. The noble team leader turns to greet us, but a surprised expression followed by a grin creeps across his face when he sees me. It's you. I was wondering where you ended up after all this time. Well, until recently, that is. The team leader puts out a strong-looking right hand. I walk forward to shake it to be polite. I've completely forgotten his name, so I hope he introduces himself again. It's me. George. George Arden III. You're Jay, right? One of the first hunters to ever break through my skill's defenses. I can't forget a face like that. Although, you do look much older. It's been a few weeks at most, sure. It's been a few weeks to him, but I've been through hell and back since I saw him last. I'm glad he's in such a good mood today. We're on the same side this time around. That's a relief. I swallow hard before answering, scratching the back of my head after letting go of his firm handshake. Yeah. It's been a long few weeks. The lack of sleep must be showing on my face. It's good to see you too. Looks like we both go contracted after the exams. He grins as his 3 teammates stand at the ready behind him in almost identical silver and gold armor. Yeah, we were able to manage a non-exclusive contract. I used the Arden family name to ensure a good deal for us. The director gave us clearance to farm up on the 18th floor this week. Yeti charms fetch a good price off in the lower tier regions without higher level labyrinth activity. I nod, putting together the puzzle pieces in my head. It seems his family is in the trade business. He said he was George Arden III. His grandfather must have taken advantage of the dungeon breaks when they were just starting up 80 years ago, or possibly during the Great War just 50 years back. This could be how they bought into a noble name. It's just my theory for now. I'm not one to pry. Either way, I'm happy he's so friendly with me all of a sudden. The tall armored noble continues to speak. I heard through the grapevine that you'll be one of the Vice Region's elite this year. Along with that girl that wields ice magic. Maria, I believe her name was. I'm unsure where he got this information so fast. I tighten my gaze, then in a polite manner, it seems to be the case. Why, he bows his head slightly, once your elite training is complete, I humbly ask for you and your team to visit my estate just east of the capital. I'm sure it would be a profitable meeting for both of us, in many ways." He smiles as I think about his offer. He's met me one time in the past so far. Although we ended our clash with a tie, I haven't exactly done anything to get on this noble's good side. This title of elite must mean more than I thought it did. I let out a thin smile and respond, sure. I have a lot of missions ahead, so it'll be quite a while, but I won't pass up your offer." "How can I dash?" He cuts me off. "Very well. Just ask any association higher up about the Arden family. They'll point you in the right direction." I nod slowly as he begins to turn back to his team, waving and giving me a last word of goodbye. "I'm glad we met again, Jay. Looking forward to doing business with you in the near future." I scrunch my eyebrows, still a bit confused about this entire situation. I respond as he completely ignores Rylan and his squad members and jumps into the open boss room portal with his team. "See ya, Dash." They're gone, leaving us in the empty fields of the miniature Great Plains. The redhead meets back up with his team while I continue to think about the interaction I just fumbled myself into. I guess that's just another thing I have to add to my long list of things to do. I hear Rylan's voice call out to me, "Hey Jay, it was a nice walk up here. My team is about to move up to the 17th floor to face the high ogres like we've been training for all this time. Care to join us in the boss fight? I assume you'll be climbing higher too, right?" I smirk. "It was a pleasure climbing with you as well. Maybe I'll see you later, or when I meet back up with Fisher in a few days. I'm going to stay here and farm some more mana crystals for a few hours before heading up." "Gotta hit that quota," he nods with a cheerful smile, turning to enter the spinning gray portal himself. "You got that right. We'll be setting up camp to sleep in a few hours back here on the 16th floor once we're done farming for a bit. If you need a place to rest after training, come back and stay with us." He throws me a day's worth of food and water, then disappears into the portal with his teammates. I wave goodbye. "Take care, see ya." Once they're gone, I let out the longest exhale of my life. Finally, I get to solo hunt again. Without another moment of hesitation, I activate my Dungeon Walker skill and teleport straight up to the 19th floor. It's time to test out the limits of my newly upgraded mana control. Chapter 171, In the blink of an eye, I'm back. I open up my item storage and use enemy detection to scan my surroundings. Ember flies out and stretches his wings. "We're back," I smirk. "Indeed we are. I've been climbing the labyrinth floors for hours. Too many hours, but I can't let any more time be wasted. I have plenty of energy left and I'm itching to use it all up." Reaching my enemy detection skill to the depths of the 19th floor, I locate that redskin 4M tall level 408 creature once again. I place my hand on Ember's wing and teleport back to that glossy square-shaped battlefield. Waiting patiently, the respawned berserker giant going turns its head to me, showing off that toothy grin I know so well. Its green eyes lock on me and the beast begins charging forward at once. Ember flies up into the sky to let me handle this one alone. I take out my blade and begin powering up a strike as the monster approaches from roughly 100 m away. Its heavy feet crack the ground as runs at me, showing a murderous look in its eyes. I smirk, standing in place while I grip my red glowing blade. The beast comes closer and closer. I feel the ground shake as it approaches, but continue to focus on refining my attack to its full potential. In just 10 seconds, I manage to charge up over 450 MP worth of energy into a paper-thin strike. With a yell of excitement, I let the black crescent of mana fly. It's silent, soaring through the air with ease as the berserker plows toward me, not thinking twice about the powerful energy attack aimed straight at its torso. Moments before impact, I watch the dense mana shielding appear as my attack threatens to make contact with the monster's chestplate. Without a hint of resistance, it glides right through, less than 10 m in front of me. I watch my dark blade of fire slice this berserker in half without slowing down for a second. The creature's eyes open wide as it realizes its fate. Both halves of the beast still rocket toward me with impressive momentum. I air step out of the way to watch the bloody mess roll to a stop over 30 meters behind me. Letting out a chuckle, I look up to the sky to see Ember watching with great satisfaction. He speaks to me through our link. "It looks like your month of training has definitely paid off. Shall we continue to climb?" I grin at the dark black dragon in the sky. I can tell he's just as eager to gain more levels, just like me. His next rank up is definitely one of the only things on his mind. I admire Ember for that. He doesn't care about much else, me neither. I walk over to the dissolving corpse and pick up the lone mana crystal it drops. I throw it into my stash and drink an MP potion from my storage. There's nearly an unlimited supply of these association-funded potions, it'll take me forever to run through them. I'll use them while I can. I begin air-stepping up to the dragon hovering high in the sky, then get on Ember's back. We begin soaring around the 19th floor dungeon for the next hour or so, hunting berserkers on sight. Most of them are around levels 402 to 404. I vary my energy slashes and begin to keep a record of how well they perform. The minimum amount of MP used while at the correct hair-thin width is just about 300 MP. I can manage one of these in just about 3 seconds now. Any lower than that, and the monster in question needs to be weakened before a less charged slash can do any damage. Once my tests are complete, I've farmed around 5k MP worth of crystals and the two of us fly off to the boss room together. The longer I charge my attacks top 4, the less MP I'm able to efficiently store into the attack, soaring deeper and deeper into the back of the dungeon with grey skies and a jagged glossy black landscape below. My excitement grows. I grip my sword tightly. Both Ember and I burst into flames as the spinning grey portal comes into view. The dragon's voice rings out in my head through our telepathic link. I believe you're more than ready for this, but it would still be wise to stay cautious. Would you like me to leave the battling to you? I smirk. Take out the lesser mobs if any spawn in my way. Leave the boss for me. Understood. We continue to soar downward, and I jump off Ember's back to hit the crystal-like ground with a loud thud. Fragments of dark stone fly up in the air from beneath my feet as I face the spinning portal of energy less than 3 meters away from my face. Let's do this. I begin to shine red and gold while my sword glows crimson and the flames burn hot all around me. Ember does the same, glowing red and burning with dark flickering flames. We step through and enter the 19th floor boss room. As we do, I look around at the odd environment we've stepped into. The floor, curved walls, and dome-like ceiling are all made out of the same fragmented black crystal-like rock. There's no sign of a light source in sight, but the inside of the room is well lit. The floor area is circular, about 100 meters in diameter. And the ceiling goes up about 50 meters into the air. It's deathly silent. All I can hear is the light crackling of my flames. Ember flaps his wings and flies up into the sky while speaking to me through our link. Here it comes. There seems to be only one boss. I'll take care of its dozen or so underlings. The moment Ember's words hit my inner ear, my enemy detection senses start to go off like crazy. The monsters are here. From the back of the boss room, I see a stampede of 4M tall berserker giants come charging towards me. They're all levels 402 to 408. Each one of them stares at me with jagged teeth, sharp green eyes, and long silver swords. I watch Ember swoop down from above, letting out a thick beam of dark fire magic from his mouth. It collides with the incoming horde of monsters and half of them are engulfed in the hot flames. Some jump in the air to attack the flying dragon, but Ember is fully prepared. With his dark crimson mana-imbued claws at the ready, I watch 3 red-skinned berserker giants get torn in half in a matter of seconds. The battle is on. I grin, facing forward as a menacing figure approaches from the back of the room. Heavy footsteps make the ground shake, and I hear the thuds approaching through the screeches and cries of berserkers getting mutilated by Ember. I air-step forward to face whatever monstrosity approaches. I'm shaking with excitement and eager for a hard battle ahead. I fly over the pit of flames and destruction below to finally see the enormous beast in all its glory. It resembles the berserker giants I've faced before but stands over 6M tall, plated head to toe with silver armor tightened with thick leather-like straps and lined in golden accents. Its chest, arms, and legs are all covered, but its bright red skin bulges at the seams with large muscles and thick veins. The monster glows red as it wields a long shining silver sword. The creature's white teeth, long tongue, and sharp green eyes stare deep into my soul as I hit the ground with a thud. My feet crack the glossy black floor on impact, with a dark burning fire behind me, and a 6M tall giant in front. I use Inspect and Appraisal to see what exactly I'm dealing with. LV 421, active items, Berserker King's armor set, blood bonded, 73% defense, Berserker King's long sword, blood bonded, 1250 attack, 600 agility, active skills, swordsmanship, Berserker, final breath, special grade. My eyes light up as my flames all grow higher and higher, engulfing everything around me in a 5M radius. My dark red aura mixed with shimmers of gold clashes with the Berserker's red glow. It spots me and lets out a murderous roar. I grip my flaming blade and begin to charge MP into it as the monster before me starts making its move, cracking the hard ground with every step. It jumps my way with surprising speed. I dodge to the left, assisted by wind magic to increase my speed while narrowly avoiding its long silver sword. I continue to charge up my attack, Gritting my teeth, I watch the monster turn the moment it realizes its attack has missed, swinging its long blade with scary precision toward me without hesitating for a second. It's working off of pure battle instincts, and it's very skilled. While the monster's movements are quick, its long arms make each swing very predictable. I airstep further away, putting distance between myself and the beast. Fires rage on behind me as Ember continues to massacre the berserker's minions. As the boss makes its move in for a third attack, my first 10-second charge is ready to release. Roughly 450 MP is stored up in a thin black blade. I let it fly. The massive berserker king keeps its trajectory moving forward without batting an eye. A slash that can cut its underlings in half like butter rockets toward it without making a sound. As the crescent of mana hits the monster's chestplate, a grin creeps across my face. I watch it sink in without any resistance. I activate my all-seeing eye, watching my blade of fire penetrate the dense armor's built-in mana shielding. Next, there's a white flash of light followed by an enormous explosion of dark red flames. The king roars from inside the bright ball of fire that appears before my eyes. I airstep back up into the sky. The monster doesn't slow down in its charge one bit. The berserker plows forward engulfed in a ball of flames, swinging its long silver sword. I smirk, charging up my blade again. It looks like this boss is tougher than I predicted. The flames slowly clear and the monster turns to face me as I airstep back down to the hard floor. My smirk widens as I catch a glimpse of its chestplate torn to shreds and cut clean down the middle. My attack destroyed it almost completely in one shot. A long open wound is visible across its chest where the armor broke. Fire burns around the bloodied area and dark red liquid drips to the ground as the flames burn the gash shut. I've charged up another attack almost halfway when I see the armor begin to glow with a dim white light. The berserker king stares me down while putting out the flames on its chest with an open palm. Each time it pats the dark fire, a white glow shines. Its armor begins to shine with the same white light. My jaw drops as I watch the chest plate that I just sliced in two meld itself before my eyes. Each half comes together in a brilliant white glow before fading away to show a completely undamaged set of armor. I grip my blade tighter and imbue more mana inside it, readying myself for the next stage of our battle. Gritting my teeth, I stare right back at the beast before me and whisper under my breath with a grin, "It seems like this is going to be a good fight." Chapter 172. I can feel the heat of Ember's fire burning hot behind me as he tears the group of berserker underlings limb from limb. I'm faced off against the boss. A 6M ball redskin giant with armor that heals itself after being struck. This monster is even able to put out my advanced fire magic with its bare hands. My excitement is hard to contain. I continue to charge up my blade, air-stepping to the side as the agile monster jumps forward at me. By now, I've plotted enough jump points in this boss room to begin using my dungeon walker ability instead of just air-stepping around. I grab an MP potion from my item storage as the long-limbed monster turns to fly at me again. It shows its sharp white teeth, stares forward with unwavering green eyes, and swings its long silver sword with incredible precision. Unfortunately, I'm too quick. This mid-range battle style I've been using lately isn't my preferred method of getting my much-needed adrenaline rush. Until I can master this new mana control technique, I can't just jump in with my blade swinging. I'd be no better off than the berserker going mad for a fight right in front of me. I teleport away as the beast slashes at me again. It follows through into empty space, letting out a frustrated roar. It's been nearly 20 seconds now. I've charged up over 650 MP into one attack. I'd like to get a full 60 seconds in. But it'll be tough in this environment. I let the mana strike soar from a distance. This monster may be strong and agile in its own right, but my speed and skill set have it outmatched. There's over 500,000 MP in my storage ready for use. I can keep this up all day. As the thin blade of highly compacted mana flies toward the monster, it runs at me with the same rage-filled glare. The red-skinned, crimson-glowing beast storms toward me again, this time focusing its attention on the incoming black blade of fire. This berserker may be crazy like its underlings, but it seems to have some brains, or so I thought. The redskin giant raises its silver sword to block my incoming mana attack. I activate my all-seeing eye to watch the clash of magic take its course. A thick layer of mana shielding is summoned all around the monster's sword. Similar to its chestplate, I gulp, but watch eagerly. Is it really about to try and block a strike with this much power? My eyes open wider, and my clenched jaw tightens as the crescent of blackened energy gets closer and closer to the monster's shining silver sword. Then, it makes contact. A loud metallic clang begins echoing throughout the dome-shaped boss room. The collision in question isn't exactly what I expected it would be though, as my energy blade hits the berserker's dense mana shield around its sword. The crescent of fire slides through without a sound. Its trajectory stays on course for the monster's neck. The surprised creature in question regrets its decision to block almost immediately. It realizes its lapse in judgment and attempts to move its body out of the way. Unfortunately for the boss, it's too late. My slash hits its left shoulder at point-blank range, slipping through its armor like butter. A white light flashes, nearly blinding me on the spot. A loud clanging sound of mana on mana echoes throughout the boss room. I hear a roar from the beast as it's clearly hit by my slash. Through the bright light, I watch the top half of its silver sword fall to the ground with a clang. The sliced area shows off a glossy texture just like the rocks I cut in half while training. As the sword's broken part hits the ground, the white glow from before explodes into an eruption of dark flames. It took well over a full second to explode. This might be a good sign. I air-step back as I watch the fire dissipate and the growing red aura of the Berserker King grow in size. Without thinking twice, I reach into my item storage to grab another MP potion, bringing me up to a full bar. I begin charging up my blade again. A murderous roar fills the dungeon's boss room completely. I air-step higher and higher into the sky, looking down at the beast. A toothy grin creeps across my face as the monster's left arm falls to the ground with a thud covered in dense fire residue. Screeching with fury, green eyes locked on me, from over 30 meters below me, I watch the beast's blood boil. Its eyes tighten their gaze on me, and it continues to show me all of its shining white teeth. It squats down, then launches itself upwards, attempting to meet me in the air. I air-step even higher, but the monster's launch velocity outmatches my current flight speed. With a missing arm, flaming left side, and desolated army of minions below, this monster doesn't flinch for a second to jump right back into the fight. I dungeon walk back to the glossy black floor below. The ground is cracked and shattered from our short brawl. I look to my side to see Ember sitting on a pile of defeated berserker corpses torn to shreds. Not a single one remains in one piece. A loud crash sounds from above. Large black boulders and shards of hard crystal fall from the sky as the Berserker King collides with the top of the dome. I grit my teeth, plant my feet, and continue to charge my blade. It's been almost 10 seconds, but this isn't even close to enough charge to take out this creature. I look up as I hear the loud bang followed by splintering stone. A wide crack appears in the ceiling above and portions of it begin to fall. A dark red aura seeps out from the area that the boss collided with directly above me. It seems to be lodged deep into the rock structure at the top of the dome. I smirk, I'll have just enough time. Pushing my body and mind to the limits, I glow golden red while concentrating with my all-seeing eye to create a precise slash. The massive chunks of rock that fall from the sky all around me begin to hit the floor with loud thuds, shaking the ground from all angles. A roar from the Berserker King shakes the room, adding to the chaos. I begin to do a combination of airsteps and dungeon walks to avoid the falling rubble while keeping an eye on the glowing red crater above me. After 5 seconds of dodging fallen dungeon mass goes by, my opponent finally joins in on the fun. I watch from afar as it peeks out from its crater in the ceiling to once again lock its sharp green eyes on me. I dart across the boss room floor and it follows like a hawk stalking its prey. I take a deep breath in and out as the monster leaps out, jumping from each falling boulder to increase its speed of descent. It loosens up the last remaining rocks above, creating what looks like a falling wall of stone behind it. The shattered sword in its hand begins to glow with a faint white light, then the shine begins to grow. It gets brighter and brighter, just like the armor piece from before. As it nears, the full length of its silver sword comes into view once again. It grew back. This fight is just getting started. I let my attack full of 650 MP fly once again. The last one of this magnitude that I threw was powerful enough to take the berserker's arm clean off. This creature is falling straight at me. It has no way of dodging a mid-air strike. I grin, air-stepping backward to move out of the way of more fallen rubble as I watch my thin black blade soar toward the monster above. With my perception skill on full blast, I eagerly await the beast's next move. It raises its sword to activate its mana shielding. A dense wall of mana forms, but yet again, my slash glides right through. It doesn't slow down one bit. Filled with rage, the monster's eyes widen, and its red aura seeps out even more as it realizes its fatal error for the second time. My dark fiery slash hits its chest plate head-on, slipping through its next layer of defenses with ease. Once it makes contact with the boss monster's skin, hitting its final mana shielding, a bright white flash envelopes the entire beast. An explosion of dark flames follow, lighting up the sky with red and white light. I dungeon walk away, near the side of the boss room where Ember and I entered. I need to get as far away from the blast zone as possible. The monster hits the boss room floor with a ground-shaking thud. The wall of heavy boulders and rock fragments follow its descent, crunching the beast, piling up over 15 meters high. Flames surge from beneath the rock pile, making their way through to the surface. I let out a laugh and raise my sword, waiting for the familiar sound of leveling notifications to ring out in my ear. A few seconds pass, the flames burn bright, but my satisfying rings never come. I begin to slowly walk over to the pile of rubble while charging my blade up once again. This is a tough one, isn't it? I'm standing about 30 meters away. Rocks from above have mostly stopped falling. There are small fragments still making their way down, but the bigger boulders have all hit the floor. Dark red fire crackles beneath the pile of fallen stone. I clench my jaw, moving closer and closer with my sword at the ready. Then I hear it, near the backside of the massive pile of stone. Shifts in the debris begin to move the rubble, flames rise and fall. The Berserker King tears its way out of the stone prison. Rock is thrown into the air in all directions and a loud murderous roar echoes throughout the boss room once again. It rises from the grave and begins walking toward me with slow and calculated ground-breaking steps. Surrounded by a new jet black aura, the boss now sports a deep bloody wound across its chest along with its missing arm from my prior strike. The Berserker King stares me down with those sharp green eyes like our battle is just beginning. I stare back, grinning ear to ear, glad that it finally has. Chapter 173, the 6-meter-tall menace stands before me, bloodied and torn to shreds by my last attacks. It's missing an arm, has a wide-open wound in its chest, and can't possibly be on more than 10% health after the avalanche of rock that fell on it from above. A dim light glows around its right hand and torso. The fragments of sword and armor that remain on its beaten body begin to materialize back into their original forms. The jet-black aura that surrounds this beast reeks of death. It must be one of its skills. Still charging my own blade, ready for battle, I stare the monster right back in its sharp green eyes. They almost look like they're glowing through the thick dark clouds surrounding the boss. I blink and the creature is gone. My heart skips a beat. In what seems like no time at all, this beaten beast sprints toward me with blinding speed. It must be twice as fast as before. I watch its silver sword come dangerously close to my midsection. Less than 2 meters away. I dungeon walk to a safe distance the moment my brain catches up to the situation at hand. Now, on the opposite side of the boss room, I put these new pieces of the puzzle together in my mind. Its third skill, Final Breath, even from its name, it sounds like an ability that boosts the user's stats at a moment just before death. The creature is on its final few HP, so that must be a trigger to activate this skill. All I have to do is land one final hit, but all it has to do is land one me. I grin with excitement as the red-skinned monster with a veil of black glowing mist all around it tracks me down and begins to run full force in my direction. Waves of rock fly up in the air on both sides of the charging menace. Its speed is astounding. With a trail of dark aura streaming behind it, I have to dungeon walk out of its way to dodge mere seconds after its sprint begins. It clears over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. A black stone crashes to the ground, leaving a long hole all the way across in the center of the boss room. I grit my teeth as it circles back and runs at me again. Keeping my weapon charged, I continuously adjust my aim to never turn my back on this beast. I air step upwards, trying to gain distance while drinking MP potions to keep all of my abilities fully charged. The monster jumps up to follow along without a second of hesitation. The 50-meter-high ceiling doesn't limit its range in the slightest. I blip around the battlefield, trying to avoid its constant attacks. Burning through MP potions and charging my attack up to 650 MP. My dungeon walker skill is being pushed top the limits. My blade is glowing hot, fully charged. I lock eyes on the menace as it tears through the rock below, making our battlefield more and more of a war scene by the second. Deep pits and high piles of rock are being thrown about as I dungeon walk across the sky and landscape below. Using my all-seeing eye, I follow the fast-moving beast's movements as it follows mine. It lunges into the air for another strike. This is it. I let my attack soar. The 650 MP black blade of flames comes rocketing out of my sword. And I dungeon walk away to safety. Looking up at the sky from below, I watch eagerly for my attack to finally blow the boss to pieces. It will at least damage the monster. I'm betting on that. The berserker flying at my attack knows the painful feeling of colliding with this black blade very well. It's taken 2 of them at point-blank range in the past. For some reason, it wants to take this attack head-on anyway. A grin creeps across my face as I watch the approaching crescent of dense flames collide with the silver sword of the Berserker King. Fully expecting it to glide right through and finish the monster off, I thrust my sword in the air to celebrate. I stop mid-thrust with my eyes and mouth wide open. An ear-shattering clang rings out in the boss room. It blocked my attack, The strike that previously took off its arm and shattered its armor without a problem is being held back with ease by the monster's long silver sword. A bright flash of light appears on impact as my slash comes to a halt against the mana shielding around its blade. It lets out a roar, pushing its blade upwards and deflecting my attack up to the already shattered ceiling. It explodes into a display of dark flames, knocking more rubble loose from above. The beast learns from its previous fall and begins jumping from boulder to boulder, staying high up in the air to avoid being crushed under the rock pile this time around. I grit my teeth, beginning to charge my blade up again in frustration while dungeon walking away to avoid the incoming fallen ceiling. Burning hot with flames, I watched the beast form afar. It blocked that attack with ease. Meaning its newest skill has even boosted its mana control capabilities. Such a skill must come with a cost. It may have near unlimited endurance and heightened abilities now, but it'll run out at some point. Energy can't just be created from thin air. Can it? I open up my telepathic link. Ember, can you hear me? Of course, Master. From the backside of the boss room, patiently waiting atop a pile of dissolved berserkers, the black-scaled dragon stretches its wings and hovers over to me. I watch the king above begin to fall towards us, its eyes locked on me from across the rocky arena. I hear a light thud behind me as Ember lands, crackling with a light layer of flames surrounding its body. I smirk. We're going to take this boss out together. Keep it busy while I get an attack ready. No matter what, I need to have the final hit. Ember flaps his wings with a toothy grin. Understood. I drink an MP potion, focusing on my sword while I watch the 7-meter-long glossy black dragon fly towards a falling monster surrounded with a black aura of death. Gritting my teeth, I get ready to step in and teleport Ember out of danger in case this creature is too much to handle. My worries are lifted seconds later as the loud clang of mana on mana echoes through my ears. Ember's red claws collide with the heavy silver sword of the Berserker King. My all-seeing eye picks up on 2 dense mana shield clashing, but Ember's is by far the dominant force. A flash of white light is followed by a ball of dark flames to come shooting out of the black dragon's mouth. He flaps his wings and flies into the sky, leaving the boss engulfed in flames and roaring with fury. It's unable to put out the dense advanced fire magic. I smirk, air-stepping closer, watching my battle partner toss around the berserker with ease. The monster completely changes its focus, jumping up into the air, following Ember to the sky. The dragon blows another attack full of flames down to cover the beast on its way up, then blocks its incoming sword with a graceful swing of its clawed front leg. Another flash of white light blinds my view as a roar from the king sounds out. I watch it fall to the ground with a loud thud. More rock flies and the beast jumps up again in retaliation, trying to catch the dangling prize up the sky. Ember continues to dodge its futile attempts and blocks its sword with precise movements. The berserker is definitely faster, but Ember is picture perfect with every black and uses denser mana shielding than anything I've ever seen. There seems to be many more perks from absorbing full pocket detention's worth of mana than just the levels. Without the pressure of having to dodge endless attacks from the boss, charging up my own is much easier. Another half a minute goes by and I've managed to ready a strike even more powerful than the one that pierced Fisher's shielding. There's over 1200 MP stored in this attack. I'm not messing around. This will be the one to end it, and I'm making sure of that. I call for Ember though our telepathic link. Playtime is over, let's finish this. Locking eyes with the flaming dragon from over 70 meters away, I take in the full view of the battlefield. Ember is high in the sky and the boss is preparing for another jump. I dungeon walk above Ember, matching his flames and gripping my glowing blade. Dive. Without a word, Ember's flames explode into an even more dazzling display and he tilts his head to the ground. The berserker below sees us, locking its sharp glowing eyes on me through its ominous aura. I see its jagged teeth gleam with a white shine as it jumps in the air. It rockets up us as we soar down. With a yell, I jump off of Ember's back and fly straight at the beast. My smile widens even more than the battle friend I'm facing. Swinging my sword across my body with all my might, I let the full-powered slash fly. A dense black blade shoots from my sword. I follow through close behind it. The thin crescent of energy slices through the air in silence as the berserker readies its sword to block. Full of confidence in my abilities, I continue to fall, watching the collision happen right in front of my eyes. It makes contact, then glides right through. Its shining silver sword doesn't slow the dark crescent of fire down one bit, neither does its armor. Lastly, its final layer of mana shielding is pierced without a hint of resistance. My attack glides straight through without a sound. The monster's eyes widen, but it's too late to react. This battle is over. The beast splits in two before my eyes. I continue my descent as the monsters have passed me on both sides. Before hitting the hard black ground below, Ember swoops in to catch me on his back. Simultaneously, the sweet sound of leveling notifications finally hits my inner ear. Level up, level up, level up, I let out a joy-filled yell, thrusting my sword in the air, annoying victory for real this time. The two halves of the flaming berserker corpse hit the ground with loud thuds moments later as we soar over to check out the body. 2 boxes of blue text fill my vision as we approach. Use absorption, special grade, skill, final breath. Special grade, yes and no. Use absorption, special grade, stat, strength, amount, 81, yes and no. We glide down to the ground, and I choose yes on both options without batting an eye. The black aura surrounding the fallen monster fades and the beast dissolves into the boss room floor almost immediately. The sound of metal hitting rock fills my ears as I see a silver and gold set of lightweight armor hit the dungeon floor next to a large mana crystal. Immediately, I use appraisal, Berserker King's armor set, and bonded, 73% defense. Hopping off Ember's back, I examine the Berserker King's item drop. It's a full set of armor, and will only take up 1 item slot. I'll have to talk to Brianna, the legendary crafter, about this blood bonded versus unbonded item tag. I can only assume she would know about such a thing. Grinning, and placing the full lightweight armor set into my item storage, I open up my status to look at how much I've grown. Status open, name, J Soju, level, 412. HP, 2065/2065, MP, 720/2065, Strength, 1096, 1217, 548, Speed, 1194, 716, 597, Agility, 1291, 581, 646, Defense, 902, 361, 451, Mental Strength, 1015, 609, 406, 457, 832, 508, Skills, Absorption, Special Grade, Swordsmanship, Combat Magic, Advanced Fire Summoning, Inspect, Special Grade, Enemy Detection, Body Hardening, Special Grade, Self-Regeneration, Special Grade, Spatial Magic, Item Storage, Plunderer, Telekinesis, Appraisal, Special Grade, Conceal, Special Grade. Berserker, Dungeon Walker, Special Grade, Intimidation, Dagger Mastery, Stealth, Bloodlust, Equivalent Exchange, Combat Magic, Wind Summoning, All-Seeing Eye, Extreme Strength, Dual Wielding, Special Grade. Telepathy, Legendary Grade, Final Breath, Special Grade, Items Equipped, High Ogre King's Ring, 60% Mental Strength, Cyclops Eye Pendant, 40% Defense, Dark Elf Boots, 60% Speed, Griffin's Talon, 40% Mental Strength, Serpent King's Scale, 45% Agility, 45% Magic Resistance, Desert Troll's Charm, 45% Mental Strength, the Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, 111% Strength, 82% Mental Strength, Greater Demon's Core, 50% All Stats, Lenses of Illusion, White Transfer Magic. Appears moments later, and we disappear from the 19th floor. When my vision returns, I let out a light gasp as I find myself in a dimly lit hallway about 5 meters wide. Dark rock lines the walls, and the light flickering of Ember's flames allows me to see all the way to the end. It leads up to another boss room portal no more than 30 meters away. Chapter 174. This place seems familiar. I peer down the long narrow hallway at the gray spinning portal near the back edge. The place feels oddly similar to the small dark hallway that I crossed to get to the boss room during the C-class exams. It's just like the boss room portal at the top of the labyrinth. I open my link with Ember and hear the dragon's voice in my inner ear. It seems we've made our way to a lower floor boss. You did say this was the 20th, right? I nod, walking down the hallway while I reply, it should be the 20th. Yes. I wasn't exactly expecting this. What's a lower floor boss? Ember's flames fill the narrow room, illuminating our surroundings as he explains. In larger labyrinths, levels of difficulty are usually split into 20 floor segments. Each segment has a floor boss, protecting their assigned portion of the labyrinth. It allows the demon and dragon up top to safely continue absorbing mana, while hunters face the bosses below. I grin, coming face to face with the portal at the end of the long hallway. Ember continues, these boss rooms are usually pretty big and intricate. There tend to be more monsters to farm inside. You'll be able to train before the fight if you wish. I'd like to do some hunting myself. I step through the mass of spinning mana, motioning Ember to follow. Sounds good to me. Moments later both of us slip through into the 20th floor. Or rather, the first lower floor boss lair. Immediately, I go back into attack mode from the extreme heat that shocks my system. It feels like I've been thrown into a pit of flames. In fractions of a second, sweat begins to drip from my pores as my body attempts to cool itself. I hit the floor with a thud. The black-scaled dragon and I both land on a hard dark gray rocky surface. It's a fairly flat stone that juts out about 20 meters in all directions. The exit portal spins right behind us, and the view before my eyes leaves me in a state of shock. For as far as I can see in all directions, there's a bubbling pit of lava. It's dark red and orange, with hot steam coming up in the air. It makes the atmosphere waver in my line of sight. Small boulder-like islands just like the one we're standing on peek through the molten rock every couple hundred meters for as far out as I can see. It'd be near impossible to navigate this dungeon without a flight ability. I can't picture any normal hunter making it far into this hellscape without burning to a crisp. I gulp, but grin soon after, opening my link with Ember. He's the first to speak. The floor boss isn't far, the one you call the behemoth. It's about 3 kilometers in that direction. Ember points a front claw off into the distance. I nod with appreciation, but I could have easily figured this out myself. There's something else he wants to say. I look up at the dragon, who seems to be deep in thought. What is it? Ember replies after a pause. Well, that was a good battle we just fought. Though, to face what's ahead, your mana control needs a lot of work. I stare out into the open lava pools, spotting the shadow outline of an ominous structure towering high in the sky near the back of the dungeon. I reply, understood. We're just getting started. I airstep upward to hop on Ember's back, continuing my thought. Let's see what kind of mobs spawn in this dungeon. You're right, I'll need to get some training in before we face the behemoth, but let's at least get to that structure back there so I can set a dungeon walker spawn point. I pause for a moment. If worst comes to worst, we can make a quick pit stop by the Great Plains. I'm sure there's been more than enough time for at least one titan to come crawling back. I smirk as Ember nods his head. Agreed. With a strong flap of his wings, Ember lifts off from the island in the middle of an ocean of lava. We begin our flight towards the back of the lower floor boss room just like that. This is the final boss of my assignment. The monster at the back of this dungeon separates the normal hunters of the world from the elites. I can't hold back the smile that creeps across my face. One life-threatening battle after the next. I missed this so much. Although Ember is right, I need to work on my control. Charging up attacks for a full minute isn't exactly a technique I can use for every battle. It'll become rather troublesome the higher up I progress. To be honest, it already has. It's just hard to admit it. I speak to Ember through our link. How exactly do you produce mana shielding? In that last battle, I watched you make a shield denser than anything I've seen before. You even covered your claws with it to use as an offensive technique. Could you teach me how to do this too, as we soar up into the sky and the air gets much cooler? The lava pit below is the source of this dungeon's immense heat. Ember responds, mana shielding comes naturally to me. For you, it's not such an easy task. Why is that? Monsters are much more adept at shielding and other mana techniques at lower levels than humans because we're made entirely from pure mana. Humans were born into a realm of pure mass, only to be invaded by foreign mana from our realm. I pause, taking in this information as the dragon glides further into the dungeon and closer to the shadowy rectangular-shaped outline that keeps getting bigger and bigger. Humans are able to wield mana, but aren't entirely born from it. It has seeped into your atmosphere and become one with the world you live in. You'll need to consume much more pure MP if you'd like to master this technique. There are workarounds, but you don't possess the skill necessary at the moment. You'll just need to consume more mana. That's the only way. I remember back to when Fisher said that mana shielding was a tier 1 technique. He also said I'm a tier 0. It seems Ember and Fisher are in agreement here. I need more mana, and much more training with said mana. I need to get stronger. We continue to fly higher up, further from the bubbling rock below us, making our way toward the backside of this dungeon. In the meantime, it's much cooler up here. The hot stream from below rises and dissipates more the higher in altitude we climb. There's no ceiling to this dungeon, or at least not one that I can sense. I take a breath of fresh air as the wind flies by me on all sides, looking far into the back of the dungeon. Now that the heat waves and stream clouds are below us, that ominous structure comes into full view. I whisper under my breath as I take in the sight before me. Is that a castle? The outline of an impossibly large stone castle looms in the distance. Ember flies downward to get a better view. It sits on a large landmass that rises high above the lava pools below, making steep cliffs. The circular island looks to be 1 kilometer in diameter and juts up over the lava about 100 meters high. The stone castle at the center of the high-risen island looks desolate and gives off an eerie hum of mana. There seems to be a wide-open arching gate at the entrance that leads to an abandoned courtyard. Touches burn on high pillars welcoming us toward the massive structure before us. Ember flies down to hit the hard ground, 50 meters or so in front of the open front door, begging us to come inside. I jump off his back, gripping my sword and beginning to charge an attack out of instinct. Something about all of this doesn't feel right. There's a dense sensation of mana in the air all around me, and a light buzzing noise fills my ears. Something is definitely nearby. I activate my all-seeing eye along with my enemy detection skills, and I'm hit with a whirlwind of notifications. There's dozens of level 430 monsters nearby, but they're nowhere in sight. I gulp. Still charging my sword and inching closer to the stone archway in front of me, Ember follows. We make our way through the gate. My jaw is clenched and I hold my breath, darting my eyes back and forth to try and spot one of these enemies popping up on my radar. The ground in the courtyard is made of square stones. There's a high wall another 40 meters away with a tall locked gate. It's the main entrance to the castle. Looking left and right, the wall stretches to the far side of the island and curves around it on each side. I stare up at the high wall and think about air-stepping over to get into the inner castle walls. My thoughts are rudely interrupted by the heavy clicking sound of metal on metal from behind the front gate. I watch the massive iron doors slowly open and a glimmer of silver armor peeks through. The heavy doors scrape across the stone floor as it opens, letting out a disturbing sound. I continue to charge my blade and move closer in toward the danger. The enemies behind the iron door finally come into full view. It looks like someone came to greet us. Chapter 175. Through the heavy iron doors, I watch over 24 3-meter-tall suits of silver armor walk out. They all seem to have humanoid-looking bodies, but there's no gaps in the armor at all. I can't see what their base forms look like. They carry silver swords and make loud metallic thuds of metal on stone with every step. They march out in a line without missing a beat. The buzzing sound and tingling feeling of mana in the air begins to grow, making it hard to hear myself think. I boost my perception skill, along with inspect and appraisal, to analyze the opponents before me. LV of 430, active items, enchanted armor set, 1750 defense, enchanted long sword, 1750 strength. Active skills, none. With a puzzled look on my face, I scan each and every one of the slowly approaching armored guards. They're all the same. Exactly the same. Every last one of them is level 430, and they all have the same armor and sword without a single skill. What is going on here? My sword is charged up nearly halfway, a 30-second burst of about 675 MP. My recent level ups have given me a slight boost in charging speed. I continue to slowly approach, watching one of the knights break their symmetrical line formation and begin moving at me with increased speed. I let out an exhale, then run forward at the knight to match its speed. I wanted to test out the base mobs here. So that's exactly what I'll do. Once within a 10-meter range, I swing my sword and let the blade of energy fly. Cautiously, I dungeon walk backward to watch the attack unfold. It collides with the silver knight's long sword, letting out a clang, followed by a flash of white light, then the dazzling display of a fiery explosion. Before the dust even settles, I hear the heavy metal footsteps of the knight running through the fire at me with its sword at the ready, hardy a scratch. There's a small dent in the side of its chest plate. A few fragments of metal hit the floor, but the attack didn't hit its body, only the armor. Unfortunately, this is nowhere near enough to penetrate its defenses fully. I scoff, teleporting back even further away from this battlefield, and call out to Ember, "You're up, take a crack at them." The black-scaled dragon nods while flapping his wings and lifting off into the air to join the brawl. He dives down on the knight that attacked me, clawing at its armor. After the sounds of metal breaking and mana shield collisions, the silver knight's arm tears off completely. Ember flies up into the sky as I start to charge my blade again, hesitant to even join in on this battle. My mana control is nowhere near refined enough to be of any help. I grit my teeth, watching the dragon swoop down and claw off its other arm, heavily damaging the knight's chest plate in the process. My eyes widen as I see what's inside the suit, or, what isn't inside may be a better way of putting it. It's empty. I gulp, watching the flaming dragon tear the armor suit to shreds as the army of them stands by, letting their solider die what looks to be a painful death. Almost a full minute passes, and I charge 1250 MP into my sword. Ember has successfully turned the empty suit of armor into a pile of scraps. I turn my vision to the line of knights still standing by. Why aren't they attacking? I turn my head back to the fight between knight and dragon to see the armored scraps begin to move across the ground. A scraping sound fills my ears as I watch the junk metal form together and create a full suit once again. I can clearly see the cracks still there, but the suit is back together in its original form. This isn't the same as the blood-bonded armor from floor 19. Something else is definitely at play here. Ember flies down, shattering the fallen knight into hundreds of tiny pieces once again. Then, I hear another loud metallic clanging as a second silver soldier breaks formation and begins running toward me. I hear my telepathic link open up as the knight approaches. "Master, these are not beings we can defeat right now. I'm aware now, you're right. Let me try one last thing, then we're out of here." "Understood." the knight that broke formation runs toward me with its sword at the ready. I run at it too. My last attack was half as powerful, and it hardly even made a scratch. I'd like to see what a full power slash can do to these empty metal monsters. I run closer and closer while swinging my blade across my body, letting an attack fly, then dungeon walking a safe distance away to see the aftermath unfold. It collides with the enemy's blade, then glides right through. I smirk, watching the black fiery crescent slide through the monster's entire body next without a sound. My attack curves upward and flies off into the sky. The knight halts for a moment, then turns to my new position and continues to run at me like nothing happened. My stomach lurches as I see the slash mark appear across the soldier's chest. I split it in two, but somehow the armor set is still held together and it seems unfazed, turning to ember. I watch him fight off hundreds of armor fragments that continuously reform into the suit and sword, swinging attack after attack at the flaming dragon. I hear Ember's voice again. Master, I recommend we come back another time. I grit my teeth, looking up at the castle wall. The large iron gate that let out the army of knights has slowly shut. The mana in the air only gets denser and denser the further into the castle I sense. The behemoth is back there. I can't even make a scratch on its welcome committee, so there's no chance of putting up a good fight against it as I am now. You're right. We need to get much stronger. I dungeon walk over to Ember, placing a hand on his back, then teleporting us back to the grassy rolling hills of a dungeon I begin to like more and more every time I visit it. We're back in the Great Plains. Ember bows his head as I scan the surroundings using enemy detection. This was the right move, I can assure you. I smirk, rolling my eyes while finding two large blind spots on my radar along with a familiar pesky duo of hunters. You're right, this is our best bet. There's two titans in range. One of them is occupied by a few hunters at the moment, so it looks like we only have one option. Ember shows me a toothy grin. Replying through the link, it's time to get back to work, I smirk, air stepping onto the dragon's back. I have about 30 days worth of food and water on my right now. Let's stay in this titan for the full time, understood, 30 days it is. I'll adjust my mana absorption rate accordingly. We blip to the far side of the dungeon with titan less than 500 meters away. Without a word, Ember flaps his wings and begins flying toward the jet black 30-meter tall walking mana pool. I just left this domain for the second time and I'm already going back. It seems like I'm spending more time in the pocket realms than I am in the real world lately. We both dive into the black being before us. Plunging deep into the bottomless abyss, I'll do whatever it takes. This is the only way. After a familiar free will, we're back in the white-walled prison that recently I've come to call home. My first order of business is to get some sleep. Ember curls up in a ball and begins to glow red. I get ready for another long month of training. Once I wake up the next day back in my white-walled training room, my routine begins. The 8-hour sessions start immediately, and I'm able to run through 850 kmp on day 1 and push my training cycle to 4 days on and 1 day off. It only gets better from here. I make a mental note of each day's mana consumption while hyper-focusing on a single task. Getting strong enough to defeat the behemoth, I need to prove to the association that I'm not just some new recruit they can push around. If they want to slap the title of elite on me and try to use that as a collar, I'll bite back. I just need to be strong enough to do so without being thrown in a cage. Day 1, 850 kmp. Day 2, 875 kmp. Day 3, 885 kmp. Day 4, 890 kmp. Day 5, 200 kmp. Day 6, 910 kmp. Day 7, 915 kmp. Day 8, 915 kmp. Day 9, 910 kmp. Day 10, 200 kmp. Day 11, 915 kmp. Total MP consumed, 8.465 million MP. By day 11 I find the new limit to my consumption capabilities. Even after a second day of rest, it doesn't seem to raise. I've gained a few levels since the last time I trained in here. So the initial increase makes sense. A daily output of 915 kmp is more than enough to make solid progress. I continue training. Day 12, 915 kmp. Day 13, 910 kmp. Day 14, 915 kmp. Day 15, 200 kmp. Day 16, 920 kmp. Day 17, 905 kmp. Day 18, 910 kmp. Day 19, 915 kmp. Day 20, 200 kmp. Day 21, 915 kmp. Day 22, 920 kmp. Day 23, 905 kmp. Day 24, 910 kmp. Day 25, 200 kmp. Day 26, 915 kmp. Day 27, 915 kmp. Day 28, 915 kmp. Day 29, 915 kmp. Day 30, 200 kmp. total MP consumed, 22.965 million MP, day 30 comes around and I've pushed my mana consumption to its limits, burning through another 22.965 million MP in the last 30 days, I've nearly doubled my total lifetime consumption. My body feels like it's bursting with power. When I activate my all-seeing eye, I can catch a glimpse of the abyss outside this white-walled prison without even cutting a hole through. Charging up mana into my blade has never been easier. What took me 60 seconds just a month ago can be done almost before I count to 3. I'm itching to try this out on an opponent. I am still inside the Titan's domain, so once I leave my abilities will be slightly weakened. Even so, when I battle those knights again in the outside world, I'm sure it'll play out much differently than before. My mana-absorbing loophole has come in clutch once again. I'll be back soon. I just hope the number of titans in the Great Plains doesn't keep dropping at the rate it has been recently. As Ember finishes up with his 30 days of domain absorption, I release a slash that begins the collapse. Before we know it, both of us are standing out in the open air of the Great Plains. I activate my item storage and let Ember step inside, teleporting to the dungeon's exit portal. I step out while planning to make my way to the black market. I need to have a word with Bree about my new armor set that I picked up from the Berserker King before heading back to face the behemoth and its army of knights. Chapter 176. As I step through the dungeon's exit portal, I activate my conceal skill. I'm supposed to be in the labyrinth right now as far as the association is concerned. It'd be awfully suspicious if I showed my face around town. Not many people know me in the big city, but if I'm spotted by even one person at the association, there may be a few questions brought up that I wouldn't like to answer. One of the advanced perks of my newest upgrade to Special Grade Concealment is the ability to put on a temporary camouflage. I activate my all-seeing eye while opening my status to recheck its full capabilities. Conceal info. The Special Grade Conceal skill allows the user to edit their status with the same basic inputs as no grade. Without a legendary grade perception skill, the true nature of these modifications will remain unseen. The Special Grade Conceal skill acts as temporary camouflage. The user may change fine details in facial features, skin shade, and eye color, along with minor height and weight modifications. Without a legendary grade perception skill, the illusion magic being used will go unnoticed by onlookers. Grade Special Grade Upgrade. I've used this skill on my arm tattoo from the Greater Demon's Core in the past, but haven't tried it on anything larger scale. My lenses of illusion still mask my white eye color without me having to constantly use mana on my concealment skill. I take a look at them while my status is still open. Lenses of illusion info. A pair of contact lenses crafted using the legendary grade crafting skill and the Special Grade Conceal skill. This item allows the user to see 25% further and change their perceived eye color at will. Class C. Type single use. Durability 6/100. I whisper under my breath, it's at 6 out of 100. Remembering back to when I bought these off of Bree, she did say they would only last me a few months. It's already been that long for me. To her, no more than a few weeks have passed. Along with the armor set, I'll need to pick up a new pair of lenses. If she has any left in stock. I'm standing in the empty black room with a moving stairway ahead of me that leads back to the C-Class gate platform. I let out a sigh and walk forward. While doing so, I put on a disguise better than any magical concealment item can produce. I turn my slim physique, black hair, dark features, and light tan skin into something entirely different, making my skin pale white, growing my hair out and bleaching it blonde, putting on 20 kilograms of muscle, and giving myself bright blue eyes. For good measure, I put on a few years of age and take the train back to the main dungeon hub. I feel exactly the same. I'm just surrounded by intense illusion magic. Passers-by see a completely different person when they look at me. I walk out of the gate with a grin across my face, looking like your average run-of-the-mill middle-aged tank. No heads turn, and I walk downtown without another thought. I should use this skill more often. It's oddly satisfying to walk around as someone else. I stop by a small local food market as I get further from the city and into a less populated part of the town. I stock up on more food and water, a 60-day supply. Even with the short breaks in between my last 2 sessions in the Titan's domain, it feels odd adjusting back to the real world. Staying in there for longer than I already have been is just asking for trouble. A 2-month supply in my item storage is enough for now. I'm getting much more used to transitioning out of the white-walled training room, but even this time around there are some adverse side effects. It's easy to zone out doing the simplest of tasks. For example, while I'm paying the store clerk for groceries and walking out the market's front door with my cart full of food. For some reason it doesn't seem real, my mind is somewhere else, all I want to do is fight and absorb more mana, these menial tasks feel like a waste of time. Although, in the back of my mind I know they must be done, I shake my head as I walk out the door, realizing my mana bar is running low from using my concealment skill for too long. I open up a fresh MP potion as I store the food and water in my item storage in a small alley behind the shop, mumbling under my breath as I finish the potion. My clarity of mind comes back to me. This will do for now, but I'll get my real fix soon enough. The battle against the behemoth I've set my eyes on will be more than enough of a reward for my hardships. Grinning, I make my way over to the rougher side of town. Before I know it, I'm approaching the 3-story brick building that houses the craftswoman that's nearly gotten me killed multiple times. I'm less than a full block away. I just keep coming back, focusing on my concealment skill. I shape my body, hair, and facial features back to their original forms. This may be a building full of crooks, but I trust them more than anyone at the association. The people that run this underground black market businesses build their clientele by word of mouth alone. If you can't trust that, then you can't trust anything. There's no reason to screw over a returning customer. I continue walking forward to see the 2 large guards out front. The moment I come into view, one of them waves to me and shouts out, "It looks like we have a real regular on our hands, don't we? You have a meeting scheduled? Or are you just going to barge in like usual?" I confidently walk up to the large guards. The usual, I walk past, giving them a respectful nod as I do. The one who greeted me smirks and opens the door, letting me through. "Ms. Brianna is upstairs. It would be wise to check with Bernard before you disturb her." I wave the nice security guard goodbye and make my way to the spiral staircase at the back of the first floor. "Got it. Thanks." With a light click, the door closes behind me and I make my way up the winding metal stairs. As I make it to the second floor, I see Bernard sitting at his desk. The tall thin man reads a small book while his blonde twin workers diligently sort and file magic items. I continue up the stairs as he looks up from his midday reading. "Good to see you again, Jay. I assume you're here for a good reason." I nod while continuing to walk up the stairs. "I am." He shows me a thin smile and looks back down at his book. "Very well. Ms. Brianna most likely already knows you're here. Enjoy your meeting." I will. After that, I walk up to the 3rd floor to find myself in a dark room. Yet again, slowly stepping onto the flat hardwood floor, I knock a few times on the wall then speak up. "Hello? Bree." A white light appears at the back of the room and it begins to spread out, illuminating everything in sight. This is exactly what happened the first time I came here. Bree's low soothing voice hits my ear. "Welcome back so soon. I heard you had a labyrinth mission assigned to you this week, but you're here already. What have you possibly brought me today that's so important?" The tall olive-skinned woman in tight black clothing approaches with a grin across her face. I reply while reaching into my item storage to take out the full set of lightweight armor and the sword dropped by the lower-level berserker giant. "I got a few interesting item drops I'd like you to look at." She motions for me to set them on a small coffee table as she sits down on a small couch and crosses her legs, straight to the point. As always, I place the items down with a light metallic thud. Bree begins to examine them closely. I sit down on the second couch across from her. After picking up the silver sword and touching the armor all over, she looks up at me. "You already beat the 19th floor boss of the Vice City Labyrinth, didn't you?" I give her a firm nod but don't say anything back. Bree continues, "So, do you want to sell these? Or get them bonded?" Bree continues to eye the silver berserker giant's sword, then speaks up again. "It would be more of a waste to bond this sword. Your 2 weapons are already bonded with the same capabilities. This one just won't have any elemental perks." The craftswoman looks down at the armor set. "This too. Unless your mana control is nearing tier 1 proficiency, this armor set won't be more than a stat buff for you. Although, 73% defense is not bad, I assumed as much for the sword. But will this armor set really not have any special advantage even if it's blood bonded? It may still be a good investment for the future to do so now." Letting out a sigh, I respond, "Just the armor set, I'd like it bonded." "What'll it run me?" Bree grins. "How about this sword?" "That's more than enough pay for me. The association doesn't let items like this slip out of Labyrinth too easily. Usually, Rodrigo is my only in. You're becoming more and more of an asset, you know that, Jay?" I shrug. "Sure, take the sword. But could I get another pair of those lenses of illusion?" "Just in case." Bree eyes me curiously, then gets up and walks over to her desk to reach into the bottom drawer. She throws me another small humming containment case with an exact replica of the lenses I purchased from her before. Bree replies, "I won't ask questions I don't need answers to." The lenses are yours, free of charge. The sword covers it. Now, put out your arm. Bree walks back over to me holding a glass jar and a sharp knife. I gulp, letting out a murmur. Here we go again. The craftswoman slices open my wrist to draw blood. Beginning the bonding process with my lightweight armor set, I use self-regeneration on the wound before I bleed too much and take a seat back on the couch without a drop of blood hitting the floor. You know, I'm sure there's an easier way to do all this. Bree smirks. I'm sure there is, I sigh, and let out a reply. So, should I leave? I know this process usually takes a while. Bree looks down at the armor set without replying. It begins to glow with a bright white light. It even blinds me for a moment. I look away as it gets brighter and brighter over the next few seconds before fading completely. Bree lets out a chuckle. You're all set. Try it on. I blink a few times. Looking down at the newly bonded armor set using appraisal, Berserker King's armor set, blood bonded, 73% defense. Already, Bree responds as I pick up the chest plate, revealing an empty glass jar behind it. Blood bonding without an element stone is a much easier process. It doesn't take long. Plus, it's not like I crafted the sword, I just bonded it. I nod as she points at the silver set in my hands. Try it on, let's see how it fits. I grin, already in the process of fitting on the gold and silver suit. It magically fits my torso, arms, and legs perfectly. It almost feels like the armor pieces aren't there. I immediately feel a buff in my defenses as well. This 73% boost is nothing to laugh at. I also feel it tugging at my mana reserves, just like my sword and dagger. It's asking for a power-up. If this new gear is more than just a stat boost, maybe I'm closer to tier 1 mana control than I thought. I smirk, looking up at Bree. Fits like a glove. My next stop is the labyrinth to face the first lower floor boss. I have a date with the behemoth and its army of knights. The battle is finally about to begin. Chapter 177. I stand in the middle of Bree's upstairs office with my new blood-bonded armor set on. In less than a few seconds, it all magically tightens to fit me perfectly. My arms, legs, shoulder, chest, and back are all shielded by what seems to be a very strong metal. It's the same armor set the 19th floor boss was wearing. After all, it took quite the attack to break it open. I smirk, leaning into the familiar sensation of a blood-bonded item asking for mana reserves. It only feels natural, so I let a few hundred MP seep out from my stores. The light hum of mana fills the air. Surprisingly, it doesn't even feel like it's leaving my body. As the mana travels into the armor set, it just feels more and more like a part of my own body. I activate my all-seeing eye and a wide smile stretches across my face as I watch a thin layer of mana shielding form over the surface of all the armor pieces. Bree lets out a light gasp. You still managed to surprise once again. She smirks, looking me up and down as I goggle over my new fancy item. It is slowly consuming MP, drawing my supplies, but the invulnerability I feel right now is worth every single mana point. I can't wait to test this new armor out on the battlefield, back in the labyrinth. I freeze, then look up at Bree, realizing I've made quite the mistake. I happen to use conceal to leave the dungeons, but that won't work if I try to re-enter. My ID card still has my face on it. I'd need to scan it to get back in. Even if I put on my best disguise, it's near impossible to fake a hunter's ID. There's no one scanning or ID checking at the entrance of the starter dungeon back in my hometown. But that'll be a 2 to 3 hour wait that I'd rather not take part in right now. I reply, hey, Bree. Do you know of any open access dungeons around the capital? Ones that don't ask for an ID. The craftswoman walks over to the back of the room, grabbing a small black jacket off the wall and placing it on before replying. Of course, there's a few underground dungeon hubs for people that want to dodge the association's tracking systems for various reasons. What difficulty level are you looking for? Higher ranking C-class dungeons? Or dash, whatever is closest. E or D or C dungeons are fine. I'd just like to do a little extra mana crystal farming. Bree nods with a smile that tells me she doesn't believe a word that's coming out of my mouth but doesn't care in the slightest. She chuckles, come on, follow me. Bree walks past me, making her way toward the stairs. I nod, following her and taking off my armor. I put it in my item storage for safekeeping. Once I'm back in the dungeons I'll put it back on. For now, I'd rather not be seen in a full set of armor worth multiple gold coins on this side of town. She leads me all the way down to the basement, with the large metal door that opens up to the underground market. I haven't been down here in a while. My only memories of this place are the first time I wielded my fire-imbued sword. It worked out in the end, but my time in the underground fight ring wasn't exactly a walk in the park, I gulp, speaking up to Bree in a low voice as we take a left and start heading down the semi-crowded corridor full of illegal street vendors and thugs. So, I got chosen by the association to be a part of the newest team of elites. I'm not sure who else to ask about this, I guess you'd be the best one to give me advice. She turns her head back to me while keeping a steady pace forward, cutting me off with a strict tone. They chose you. I watch her eyes dart back and forth for a moment before she speaks up again. My advice? Never show the association your full hand. What is your mission this week? I pause, startled by her sudden seriousness. It was to kill the behemoth. The 20th floor boss. Bree keeps walking forward in silence for a moment, her light footsteps echo on the hard floor as passers-by turn their heads to watch her strut through the black market. Sometimes I forget she's somewhat of a celebrity around here. Though, I'm still not completely sure why. Now isn't the time to ask either. She finally turns back to me and responds, "Do you think you can do it?" I smirk. Of course, I think I'll be able to climb even further. This is just the first stop. Again, Bree speeds up her pace and doesn't respond for a few seconds, then her voice rings out in my ears, "Failure mission." She turns back to me. It's best not to get the expectations of the director too high. The more he likes you, the worse off you'll be in the end. All of the regional directors are just out to make the association more money, in the end. Nothing else. They care about power and profit, not you. She lets out a long exhale as we continue even further down the long undergone hallway. I gulp, thinking about her words carefully. Another 10 seconds pass before I respond. If I fail, then how will I get more hard missions? The only reason I signed with the association was to get stronger. I want to prove to the director and everyone else in there that I'm not just some newbie elite recruit they can push around. She sighs, responding in a low tone while turning toward one of the small shops up ahead. Unfortunately, you are. No one likes a show-off either. Defeating the lower floor boss on your first week of elite training is going to turn some heads. Only nobles have enough time and money to train their youth to be that proficient in mana control at such a young age. I stare at Bree blankly as this truth begins to hit me all at once. She continues, "I assume you didn't show Brutus your full skill list. If you did, they'd surely have a much tighter leash on you. It would take 4 or more days to safely make your way up to the 19th floor and back. That would yup. I get it. You're right. I need to be more careful." I stare at the ground, biting my bottom lip and thinking about the new predicament I've gotten myself into. She's completely right. I've consumed almost 5,000 gold worth of mana in the last few weeks of real-world time. Although it was free to me, that's a fortune even for the lifetime savings of a seasoned C-Class Association hunter. It would be near impossible for a 20-year-old that just awakened months ago to run through that much MP without a special unknown skill. Even if I had the money, normal people can't absorb mana like I can. Thanks to my plundering and self-regeneration abilities, I can train many times longer, and my perception skill along with my elemental abilities allow me to train much more efficiently, not to mention my contract with a dragon. Being able to dive in and out of hyperbolic training chambers is a perk I'm sure many do not have. Probably none. Sometimes I forget how special my abilities really are. I gulp, shaking myself out of it, and seeing Bree talk to a store vendor. "We've come to a halt," a short and skinny old man speaks up. He's sitting on a small wooden crate in front of a heavy iron door. There's an assortment of magical trinkets in front of him, but I can only assume this isn't his real business. "Oh, Ms. Brianna, long time no see." "You're always welcome here." Bree smiles. "Good to see you again too, Silas." She turns, pointing at me. "This one gets the green light from now on. Let him in if he ever finds his way back here." The bald-headed merchant stands up and bows before walking over to the door. "Certainly, I never forget a face," with a light metal clicking sound. The heavy door swings open to reveal a narrow hallway in front of us that goes deep into the sidewall of the black market. It's dimly lit, and there isn't a single vendor or person in sight. It's empty. "Have a good hunt, you two." Bree starts walking forward and I follow after her with a shrug. The door closes behind us with another click moments later. Our footsteps are the only sounds in this narrow passage. About 30 meters or so in front of us there's an opening that shines with a dim blue light. Is that what I think it is? I squint, trying to make out exactly what's back there, but it's too dark. All I can do right now is follow Bree and find out once we make it to the end. About 20 seconds of silence pass, then my assumptions are confirmed to be true. We walk through the opening and I look around me to see a wide-open dome-shaped cavern. The ceiling is high and the air is damp. There are 3 large bright blue spinning portals in front of us just waiting to be jumped through. I whisper under my breath, underground dungeons. I stare, eager to hop inside one of them. Bree speaks up as she points to the portals. These 2 here on the left, they're E-class dungeons. This one on your right side is a high D class, possibly a C, whichever you chose. Have fun, it's none of my business. I nod as she continues. There are plenty more of these scattered throughout the underground market. They're all pretty stable, they've been here for decades. I turn my head toward the higher D-class portal. She grins, then turns to walk away. Always a pleasure, Jay. I have a feeling I'll be seeing you soon again, so, until next time. With a wave, and the echo of disappearing footsteps, Bree walks back down the narrow tunnel behind me. I respond as she leaves. Thanks. Appreciate it. You're right, I'll see you soon. Without another thought, I reach into my item storage and pull out my blood-bonded armor. It tightens around my body, and I let MP flow into the set as I jump through the spinning blue portal. The second I enter the dungeon, I take in the Rocky Mountain environment to set a dungeon walker point here for later. Fractions of a second later, I teleport away. I transport myself in front of the large stone arching entrance of the abandoned courtyard on the 20th floor. Chapter 178. Instantly, I teleport back in front of the stone archway that leads to the open courtyard in front of the castle. Before stepping forward, I open up my item storage to grab my sword and let Ember fly free. He flaps his wings as I grip the already glowing red blade. We both burst into flames. I allow my MP stores to be drained by both my sword and armor as I feel my body surge with power. It feels like excess mana is seeping out of my pores. I feel great. Usually, I'd be craving mana at a time like this, even if my MP bar was completely full. For some reason, this time after stepping out of the Titan's domain, while I'm using my skills and my bar is above halfway full. I feel oddly satiated. I grin, stepping through the high arching entrance. The moment both Ember and I reach the halfway point to the castle wall, the massive iron door begins to scrape the floor as it slowly opens again. The familiar glimmer of silver armor peeks out before 24 knights march in a single file line toward us. I grin, gripping my blade while crackling with flames. The first battle begins. Like clockwork, one of the knights standing in line breaks formation and begins running at me with its long silver sword ready to strike. I use appraisal to double-check its stats. LV of 430, active items, enchanted armor set, 1750 defense, enchanted long sword, 1750 strength. Active skills, none. I run forward, charging my blade with ease. Mana flows through my body so quickly and easily now, it surprises me. In an instant, my sword has almost 600 MP stored into it. By my third step, there's already 1000. My blade glows brighter and brighter as I approach the metal soldier. I clash blades with the silver suit of armor. This time around, there's an entirely different result than my previous fight. Its sword is sliced in two the second I make contact, and its metal body follows this fate soon after. The MP from my attack hardly even leaves my blade before slicing my opponent in two. I fly by the knight, air stepping past with a grin across my face. Its sword falls to the ground, and the upper half of its armor slides off its lower legs as it tries to stay on its feet. The metal parts hit the ground with a loud clang. As I stare down the mutilated knight, realizing my new strength, its false parts begin to float up into the air. It reconnects and becomes a full silver suit of armor once again. The lines where I cut are still there, but the knight seems completely unharmed otherwise. It readies its sword and charges at me again. I grit my teeth and run at it too. I slice right through it again with a swift swing of my sword. There isn't even a hint of resistance as I cut the knight straight down the middle. This time its two halves fall to the floor with a loud clang of metal on stone. It falls into four parts, but reforms back into a full suit moments later as expected. This is exactly what happened last time when it fought Ember. The black-scaled dragon tore the knight to shreds, but it kept coming back. I whisper under my breath, "This is fun and all, but it's going nowhere. There must be some trick here." I grit my teeth and activate my all-seeing eye while airstepping a safe distance away and drinking an MP potion to use my perception skill on full blast. I let a gasp, as everything around me becomes crystal clear. I'm hit with the intense sensation of my newly upgraded mana control-powered perception skill. It seems even my non-combat abilities have been significantly increased in proficiency from this past training session. I did double my MP consumption in a single month, but this is unreal. I gulp, slowly turning my head to take in the dungeon around me, the flowing lava below us, Ember patiently waiting behind me, the 24 knights all standing guard, and most importantly, the impossibly dense mana reading inside the castle. These stone walls act as miniature mana shields, blocking out some of the MP radiation. There's no stopping what's inside from seeping through, it's much stomper than these walls, it's definitely the behemoth. I shake my head, then focus my attention back on the silver suits of armored guards. The one I'm facing starts running at me again with its sword pointed straight ahead. I focus, using up hundreds of MP on my all-seeing eye. There has to be something. The fast-approaching guard gets close enough to be an actual threat, so I drink another potion and slash the metal warrior in half once air while air-stepping away. The mana-infused fire magic seeps out from the edges of my sword. The excess mana looks like a tight bubble around my blade. It lets out energy into the air as my refined attack is released each time. This is definitely a new phenomenon. With my charge time for a semi-powerful attack being near instant now, it seems excess mana is being wasted on every strike. Although as a minor amount, I'd like to figure out a way to conserve it at some point. I bring my focus back to the armored knight, still eyeing it up and down to find a weak point. In my eyes, it just seems like normal armor. It's covered in a very dense mana shielding, but there's no being inside. This makes no sense, none at all. I clench my jaw as it turns, charging at me again. At least I'm some sword training in, letting attack after attack fly. I get much more used to this natural fighting style. Although it's a completely different attack, it feels like I'm actually fighting with a sword now. Before, it felt like more of a mid-range weapon firing out shots. I seem to be doing more damage at close range too. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter how much damage I do on a knight that can reform its metal body every time I cut it down. It continues to charge at me, and I continue to chug MP potions while cutting it into more and more pieces. My eyes dart across the courtyard as I push my perception skills abilities to the limit. I reach far and wide for something to focus on while toying with the metal knight. If I only knew what to look for, this would be a lot simpler. I turn my vision to the line of knights standing by near the iron door. All of their armor glows with mana shielding under my perception skill, but an odd detail catches my eye. This is new. Although the sensation of their glowing mana shields fills my vision, I get the clue of paper-thin strands of mana arching upwards from their exact location and drifting back over the castle wall. My opponent charges at me again, but I dungeon walk away completely uninterested with it at the moment. This new discovery is all that's on my mind. I drink another potion, pushing my all-seeing eye even further as I do a full in-depth scan of the area above each knight's head. The biggest smile creeps over my face as it hits me clear as day. I was definitely not imagining it. There are microscopic threads of mana coming off the helmets of each knight. The strands seem to be feeding them power from the incredibly dense source deep within the castle. I turn back to the charging silver swordsman and focus on the area above its head. At first, I can't see a thing. Then, with enough concentration, it becomes very clear. A small thread of mana, feeding it power just like the others. I run at the suit of armor with a new plan. I'll aim for the source of its power. As we near each other, its heavy metal footsteps fill my ears and the single thread of mana is the only thing I lock my eyes on. I jump in the air, propelled by wind magic, and concentrate on a full 1000 MP charged slash right at the thread. As my blade collides with the tiny strand, the knight attempts to swing its sword up at me. The loud twang of mana on mana rings out for a fraction of a second before the resistance gives way and my flaming blade releases a black fiery slash to snap the strand in two. I watch the white and pink thread dissipate into thin air the moment it's cut. The knight's long sword stops moving mid-swing and the entire armor set falls to the ground. I let out a laugh as I land to the floor on both feet with a thud, pointing my sword at the pile of metal fragments in front of me. One down, a whole lot more to go. I smirk, looking up at the line of knights guarding the castle door. The second words leave my mouth, 3 of them begin to charge at me without a moment of hesitation. The battle is on. Chapter 179. I run past the pile of scrap metal on the floor that happened to be my last opponent and get ready to face off against the 3 suits of armor running my way. With my all-seeing eye still active and burning MP like a furnace, the thin strands of mana above their heads look like glowing targets begging to be hit. Using my wind magic to propel each footstep forward, I make cracks in the stone tiles below my feet as I rocket at the approaching knights. They swing their blades, but I jump in the air and dodge the slow-moving silver swords with ease. My weapon is covered in mana, seeping out from its already MP-saturated core. Dark red trails of mana-imbued fire magic leave my sword as it glides through the air, hitting each strand one by one as I fly over the knights below. There's a light buzzing sound on impact, followed by a click as each strand breaks, then the clang of metal armor on the stone courtyard floor. All 3 of them fall to the ground before I even land myself. I smirk, looking up at the long line of knights that all turn their heads to me in synchronicity. All of them lift their swords and charge in a predictable formation. I let out a laugh as fire surrounds me and I jump back into battle while drinking another MP potion and dungeon walking into the middle of a sea of knights. with a combination of air steps and dungeon walks, I zip around the courtyard as the knights pointlessly swing their swords. My speed and agility outmatch them, and all it takes is a single precise strike to their power source to defeat them completely. Just 30 seconds and 4 MP potions later, I'm standing on a pile of swords and armor without a trace of mana in sight. The strands of thin energy fade away into the dungeon air. I raise my sword up at the iron gate of the castle. Is that all you got? I chuckle, letting my flames die down and deactivating my stat boosting skills to take a look at the scene before me. Letting out a sigh, my link with Ember opens and the dragon speaks up before I can get a word in. Very good work, Master. You've improved a lot since our last battle. I can tell you're still holding back. I bend down to examine the armor on the ground with a smirk before replying. Yeah, I can't wait to go all out. Aside from the first knight I faced, all of these new armor pieces and swords are basically untouched. There isn't a scratch on them. I walk around the courtyard examining each item, waiting for them to dissolve into the dungeon floor. This is how regular mobs act once defeated, but I guess these aren't regular mobs. Come to think of it, I didn't even gain a single level form defeating any of these knights. They're all level 430, right? What's going on here? I scratch my chin, continuing to walk around the abandoned courtyard waiting for something to happen. Nothing does. Ember speaks up through our link. This armor won't dissolve if that's what you're waiting for. It's non-native dungeon armor, most likely from outside this labyrinth. I look up, slightly puzzled. Non-native dungeon armor? Like hunter's armor? Ember nods. It looks like it. It could be from an armed guard unit or a noble family's private army. There are fewer knights here than last time. The two we damaged in our previous fight aren't here. My eyes dart back and forth, then I kneel down to feel the cold hard metal of one of the fallen knights curiously. I use appraisal. Enchanted armor set, 1750 defense, enchanted long sword, 1750 strength. Looks like we just ran into a gold mine of new gear. With money signs practically covering my eyes, I begin opening my item storage and collecting all of the fallen armor scattered around my feet. At first glance, wow. Fighting these knights, it seemed to be shiny pristine gear. Now that I'm getting up close and personal with each one, I see that there are small scratches and dents on some of the pieces. The stat boosts on this gear are much higher than anything I own. Unfortunately, when I try imbuing mana into the sword and armor set, nothing happens. As expected of normal gear, they aren't even capable of producing mana shields like my armor or MP imbued attacks like my sword. Whatever the source of their power was before, it gave these items some properties I can't seem to figure out. So interesting. I placed 26 full suits of armor and 26 swords into my item storage while leaving the one that I sliced to pieces behind. Bree was right, I'll be seeing her sooner than I thought. This time I'll be making some profit, I smirk, turning back to the large iron door and bursting into flames. It's fine to get to the real fight. Come on, Ember, how about you open up that door for us? The black-scaled dragon grins, then flaps his wings to fly about 10 meters up in the air. With a single fiery blow, dark flames collide with the castle wall and iron door, blasting it off its hinges and throwing stone rubble high up into the air. The dust clears to show a massive gaping hole. The attack busted through multiple walls deep into the castle. I let out a laugh, running forward to check out the scene. With my sword flaming by my side, I peer into the destroyed castle entrance. Fragments of the large metal door are scattered about and flames crackle on the piles of stone and debris from the blast. Ember's advanced fire magic doesn't go out very easily, just like mine. I smirk, then take a step into the massive stone structure. The moment my foot hits the ground, a shiver makes its way up my spine and I activate all my stat boosting skills along with a view of flames out of instinct. The dense presence of a malicious beast lurking at the back of the castle feels like it's staring me straight in the face. I hold my breath and freeze. Then, it's gone. My all-seeing eye picks up the twisting and fading presence that crawled up my back moments ago. It's in the form of one of the hair-thin mana strands like the ones connected to the knights. It retreats down a dark hallway and disappears around a corner. I gulp. It senses us, whatever is back there. It knows we're here already, Ember responds. Well, we did just knock down its front door without even ringing a bell. I chuckle at his response but grit my teeth and continue trying to expand the range of my perception skill, that feeling just a moment ago. I've never felt anything like it. It's like a monster's mana presence was right in front of me. Then, it was gone. It's almost like my intimidation skill but in a physical form. I take a deep breath in and out, then speak to Ember through our link. Come on, let's go. We begin to walk down the rubble-filled empty hallways, much more cautiously than our entrance. I scout out the surroundings, making a mental note of every stone-walled room we pass full of wooden crates and broken armor. Some corridors are thin and dimly lit while others arch upwards and let in natural light through windows or even open ceilings. The massive castle twists and turns as Ember and I make our way through. The sensation of that beastly presence that welcomed me here keeps getting further and further away. I know it's near, but I can't seem to get any closer. I drink another MP potion and try to raise my perception of the surrounding area again. The deeper we walk, the more these walls around me keep giving off a mana reading that blurs my mental vision. They're making too much noise. The more I concentrate, the more the humming and fine grid-like patterns of the mana-shielded walls become the main focus in my head. It's almost like the presence of whatever is here is just watching me from afar and hiding behind the comfort of its maze-like castle. I grit my teeth and point at the surrounding walls. Take them out, everything. I need to focus on something other than these walls. Ember nods. As you wish. The black dragon glows red, shielding my head with his wings and taking out the surrounding walls and ceiling while I continue to let my perception skill map out my surroundings. The immediate fall of these skill-dampening stones finally gives me a target to lock onto. I sense the dense mana presence again, and won't let it get away from me this time around. I grin, turning to my right side and peering through a fiery hole in the wall that Ember just created. Dust, fire, rubble, and smoke fill the air, but my all-seeing eye locks onto dense mana readings with 4 paper-thin strands leading to the backside of the castle, this way. I dive through the fiery mess and order Ember to continue breaking through walls as I concentrate on the mana-dense beings that show up on my radar. We make our way further and further into the castle, paying no mind to its original layout and busting through wall after wall. Almost there. A full minute of wall demolition and following the faint sense of mana strands pass before I get close to finding what I'm looking for. The sound of metal footsteps clanging on the stone-tiled floor nearby sounds like music to my ears. Found you. Ember blasts through a final wall, revealing a wide-open entrance hall along with the enemies I've been tracking. Orange and yellow stained glass windows cover the arching ceiling, letting light in from above to reveal 4 suits of silver armor pointing their shields and swords at us ready for a fight. I use Inspect and Appraisal along with my all-seeing eye, LV of 440. Active items: Enchanted Armor Set, 1750 Defense, Enchanted Heavy Shield, 1750 Defense, Enchanted Long Sword, 1750 Strength. Active skills: none. What a surprise, their gear is almost exactly the same as the knights I faced before. Plus the shields, of course. The differentiating factor is the density of the mana threads coming off of their helmets. It hardly takes any concentration to see the dense strands that connect these guards to the looming presence just a single room away, less than 30 meters back. At the end of this final hallway, another large iron door is shut, keeping what can only be the behemoth trapped behind it. All 4 of the strands connect to a pool of mana with a dark red murderous aura putting out an intensity unlike anything I've ever sensed before. It's the exact same presence I felt when I entered this castle. It's time for me to finally see this beast face to face. Chapter 180. I stare down at the 4 knights in shining armor before me. They each carry heavy shields and long silver swords. The hum of mana fills the air as I track their power sources back to the ominous iron door at the backside of the entrance hall. It's less than 30 meters away, and that familiar evil red aura seeps out from beneath the crack and from its hinges. The behemoth is back there. All around me, there's fallen rubble. Fire creeps up the walls, and smoke begins to fill the room. There are piles of wooden crates and fragments of used armor lining the wide hallways of the entrance hall on all sides. Ember's fire magic begins to spread further and further down the edges of the room, shedding more light upon the performance that is about to commence. Using my all-seeing eye, the strands of mana above the knights' heads are as clear as day. Their shields and armor give off a similar buzz, and I can pick up the presence of mana shielding around their metal bodies. It's thick, thicker than the guards' shielding in the courtyard. Possibly twice as dense. Although its shielding doesn't matter much, all I really have to aim for are the strands above their heads. I smirk, gripping my sword while focused on the back of the room. This should be easy enough. One of the knights steps forward as I begin to run its way. I hear heavy metal footsteps as it draws near, holding its shield in a perfect defensive position while readying its blade. Well, perfect. It's a perfect defensive position if an attacker were aiming at its body. I leap upwards, air-stepping to gain speed and altitude with my eyes and glowing sword locked on the strand above its silver helmet. The mindless metal suit of armor continues lunging forward as I make contact with the thin white thread of energy. A light buzz, followed by a snapping sound, leads to the loud clang of armor on the cold stone floor. I hit the floor with a thud, landing on both feet and still holding my fully charged blade ready for more. I hardly had to let out any MP to sever its ties with the aura behind that door. There was a bit more resistance than the guards outside, but it still broke with ease, like clockwork. The second silver knight comes running at me with its sword at the ready. This time around, it's holding the heavy metal shield at a higher angle. If I were aiming for its normal vital points, holding the shield up like this would be pointless. I run at the guard with a puzzled, yet curious look on my face. While jumping into the air, I lock my eyes on its mana thread. The thin white strand is wide out in the open, calling for my blade to slice it in half. As I swing my sword, a wide grin creeps across my face while watching the Silver Knight's next move. The suit of armor raises its shield, putting it in between my incoming sword and its only weak point. The thread, I smirk, whispering under my breath as I continue to launch my attack. There, learning, I follow through, propelling myself at the knight with air steps, increasing my speed and bursting into a fiery ball of flames. Like a hot knife through butter, my blade glides through the shield of the knight attempting to block my attack. There's a loud buzz, followed by my sword stopping for a moment in midair. I'm forced to release the full attack I've been holding back inside the blade, following through with my swing. The thing blade crescent of fire leaves my sword, snapping the mana thread the moment my black fire makes contact. I fall to the ground, landing on my feet with a thud. My boots crack the stone-tiled floor while I watch the armor set fall to the ground lifeless and empty. I stare down at my weapon, questioning myself for a moment. Did I not use a full charge? Confused, I reach into my item storage to grab another MP potion while looking up at the two remaining knights. As the bottle of pink liquid hits my lips, I feel a pulsing sensation of that same crimson aura fill my mind and body. The red looming energy at the back of the room glows brighter and it seeps out of the door even further. I watch the two strands of mana connected to armored knights glow brighter as the aura expands. I gulp, watching everything unfold with my all-seeing eye taking in the fine details of the entire scene. The main shielding around the duo of remaining knights gets stronger, much stronger, almost like all of the excess energy from the two suits of armor that fell is now being used for the knights in front of me. I grit my teeth, then throw the empty glass bottle of MP potion to the floor, and run forward gripping my glowing sword. One of the armed guards turns toward me and readies its shield just like the previous knight did. Instead of guarding its body, it's guarding the thin strand of mana that keeps it in the fight. I jump in the air, emulating my last attack. The knight does the same. It raises its shield up high in the air, tracking my momentum as I lock onto its power source even through the dense shielding that covers all of its gear. I bring my red glowing sword covered in a dense black aura down upon its shield. The strand of mana is no more than a few centimeters behind its thick layer of mana shielding. To my surprise, on impact, there's a dim flash of white light. My sword faces a bit of resistance while pushing down on the shield. I charged nearly 1000 MP into the blade, yet this guard is holding off my deadly blow. I grit my teeth and push down harder, being forced to let out the crescent of fire from deep within my blade again. Once released, the white light flashes brighter and an explosion of fire and metal fragments fills the room. The shielding gives way on impact and I follow through to let my energy attack slice through its thread. Again, there's a much greater resistance than the previous night. After a fraction of a second of pause, there's a metallic twang. It's followed by the snapping sound of a tight thread, then the clang of metal armor on the floor. I let out a laugh as I hit the stone flooring again and watched the boring fragments of metal knight hit the floor beside me, staring across the entrance hall at my final enemy. I drink another MP potion and point my blade at the silver suit of armor standing in front of the red glowing iron door. You're all that's left, show me what you've got. The murderous red aura from behind the door pulses again, sending shivers down my spine out of instinct. I watch it seep further out of the doorway and flow into the Silver Knight's metal body. The mana shielding on its armor glows with the same red aura that comes from behind the door. The strand above its head becomes thicker and much more mana dense. It lifts its shield and sword, taking one step forward at me. I plant my feet and do the same, reactivating all of my skills, charging my sword up with 1000 MP in just a few seconds, and grinning ear to ear. I run at the metal monster before me. It charges back. The bloodlust coming off its armor is sickening, but I know it's not the knight. Whatever is controlling these suits of armor from afar is the real monster. I'll face it soon. My boots crack the stone floor with each step as I use wind magic to increase my speed. The knight's heavy boots send metallic echoes throughout the entrance hall. I focus on it, and it focuses on me. My sword glows by my side as I run while its armor slowly becomes covered in the murderous red aura behind that iron door. We get closer and closer until we finally collide. I aim for the strand above its head, jumping in the air and swinging my blade. The knight does not change its strategy in the slightest. It raises its heavy silver shield and covers its weak point while aiming to strike me with its sword. Not wanting to take any chances, I release all the MP in my blade at once. My jet black crescent of fire collides with its heavy metal shield. A dense aura of crimson mana shielding covers it from head to toe. On impact, the orange and yellow windows above us shatter into a million pieces, showering the room and broken glimmering fragments of glass. The ear-piercing metallic twang of our mana-on-mana collision echoes through the long corridor. The knight stands in place as my black aura clashes with its red shield. I think quickly, darting my eyes back and forth, then begin to plunder its MP at once. We're stuck at a standstill, my attack won't budge an inch, and it can't move its shield because its lifeline is right behind it. Its red aura seeps into my body, letting me charge my blade with more and more of its own MP. The knight doesn't move at all, keeping a steady shield against my blade. As it begins to raise its own sword, attempting to get in a cheap strike, something odd happens. It retreats before even throwing an attack. The moment my plundering ability activates, this knight has lost its strength. I watch the red aura around the knight begin to fall back. I'm absorbing some of its energy, but the majority of it is creeping back behind the ominous iron door. I don't really care why it's retreating. I'll take full advantage of any weakness it shows. I push my sword down with more and more force. Now, with the black blade of fire pushing close to 1300 MP in a single strike, the dim glow of mana shielding cracking at the seams fills my vision and I let out a yell. Channeling even more mana into my blade as the knight's defenses get weaker and weaker, the white light that signifies the end of our battle begins to glow. Moments later, an eruption of dark flames fills the room as my attack bursts through its final layer of shielding and snaps the thread above its head in two. The black blade of fire follows through and heads straight at the iron door behind the knight. With my attack already behind, disrupted by the slicing of armor and dense thread, it collides with the metal door and explodes into a fiery display on impact. The walls in front of me crumble to pieces. Fragments of glass still fall from the ceiling as the stone and iron fly in all directions, creating a chaotic whirlwind of debris. I hear Ember swoop in from behind me as I watch the final silver knight collapse to the floor. Its dense thread of mana dissipates into thin air. I airstep up to jump on the dragon's back as he approaches from behind me, and we both burst into an eruption of our own flames. Ember's dense mana shielding acts as a force field to block out glass and stone as it falls down on us from above, forward. I need to see what's behind that wall. Without missing a beat, Ember and I fly straight through the fiery entrance that leads to the final room. We dive deep into the murderous red aura I'd been searching for this whole time. Chapter 181, Ember and I plunge through the smoke and fire, diving into the wide-open hole created by my final attack against the Silver Knights. Although troublesome, I know the opponent lurking behind this wall will be a greater challenge than anything I've faced before. I'm ready for battle, grinning ear to ear, and flaming from head to toe. We burst through the thick smoke. We finally make it inside. The black-scaled dragon lands with a thud and the dust settles slowly, just from the echoing sound of Ember's hard landing. I can tell the room we've just invited ourselves into is much larger than the entrance hall we've departed from. My all-seeing eye is active, but the dense clouds of thick murderous mana-infused aura block my vision on all sides. I can only sense what's behind me, and that's not much. I know there's a dangerous beast ahead, and all I want to do is fight it. The dust finally clears completely in the front half of the room we've landed ourselves and becomes much more clear. It's similar to the entrance hall we just left, but with much higher ceilings. Fire crackles behind me and begins to creep along the sides of the walls, but the wide room goes on for easily 20 meters on both my left and right side. The retreating red cloud still covers the back half of the room in front of me, so it's hard to tell how deep it really goes. We're in what looks like a massive banquet hall. Tables are set with fine white cloth. Silverware and plates are delicately placed in front of each seat. This hall must be big enough to feed hundreds, and they must be expecting some important company. The perfectly set tables go on as far as the eye can see, almost 40 meters before fading away into the dark red mist at the back half of the room. I look up at the ceiling to see it's made of the same familiar yellow and orange glass. The intricate designs in this one are even more beautiful than the entrance hall. A pulse of energy comes out of the mist like it's putting out its feelers. I feel the evil entity controlling it for a moment and instinctually shiver. I gulp, focusing my attention back on the now fast-flowing mist-like aura. Then open my link with Ember. It looks much more active than it was moments ago. This is, be the floor boss, right? Ember nods one time as I jump off his back. It is definitely near. The light sound of my boots tapping the cold stone floor is the only thing that fills my ears as I walk past the white tables cautiously. I try to use inspect and appraisal, but nothing seems to make it through the mana-dense red mist. Not a single reading can be made from this odd phenomenon. It's similar to when I try to use my enemy detection skill on a void creeper. It's definitely there, but it's blocking me from sensing it. Ember trails close behind me. I'm ready to dungeon walk us out of here if anything goes south too fast. But my curiosity is eating away at me. Every step closer to the swirling red aura makes me shake more and more with the excitement an intense battle brings. Whatever is back there is stronger than anything I've ever faced before. gritting my teeth, I make it to a portion of the banquet hall where red mist covers the floor. I hover my foot above the mana-dense aura for a moment, then stomp downward, letting that murderous presence creep up my spine. I shiver, but let my flames burn brighter to block out the eyes on the back of my head and continue to walk forward. This is all just an intimidation tactic. I know these moves well, I've used them many times before. I won't run from the fight before it's even started. Walking further in, the dense aura on the floor gets deeper and darker. It's up to my shins now. I activate my stat boosting skills on full blast to push through with more willpower. I can feel it begging me to fall victim to its mental trap. There's a light tugging sensation at the back of my mind, trying to break in. It's similar to when Ember attempts to open our telepathic link. Very similar. I bit my bottom lip, focusing on the target in front of me, and wading deeper into the dense aura that now drifts up to my waist. I activate my MP plundering ability, attempting to absorb some of the aura that fills the room. The knight I faced before now wasn't a fan of this ability. So maybe it'll have a greater effect on the fog here as well. The moment my skill activates, the mist surrounding me instantly retreats. I can see my black boots on the stone floor below me with perfect clarity. Just like when I started to take the last night's energy, the aura here seems to have a mind of its own. Or, it's being controlled by a mind that doesn't like its MP being depleted. Even though it parted the moment my skill activates, I still plundered a small amount of mana. It's possible, just not very effective. I grin, then call out deep into the mist. You didn't like that much, did ya? I chuckle, keeping my plunderer skill active while making slow footsteps further toward the back of the room. Ember follows behind me, sporting a toothy grin as well. The light crackle of flames and low hum of mana coming off my sword and armor fill the silence as I prepare for a fight to break out. Walking deeper into the murderous fog, it continues to drift away from both Ember and me as we keep our plundering abilities active. Light shines down from above in golden rays as it's filtered by the glass artwork above us. The red aura is falling in on itself faster and faster towards the back of the room. The mist isn't even trying to get near us now. It just seems to be consolidating on a single point. To me, it looks like the caster is deactivating this magic spell. It's the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. I eagerly outreach my senses, letting my all-seeing eye seep further into the room as the mana-blocking mist fades away. My inspect and appraisal skills finally pick up on a reading. The presence in the back of the room finally reveals itself. My eyes widen and my heart races when I see the information that finally comes into full view. LV 489, active items, the Behemoth's armor set, blood bonded, 99% defense 79% speed 69% agility, the Behemoth's platinum ring, 106% mental strength 86% strength, the Behemoth's platinum amulet, 111% defense, lower floor boss identification core, active skills, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation. Buff, transformation, hidden ability, Finally, we meet. I continue walking forward in a straight line as the red aura retreats, getting denser and denser as it compacts into a much darker ball of mist at the backside of the room. More empty tables with perfectly set silverware and plates reveal themselves as the red fog dissipates. The only thing on my mind is getting a good look at this monster. Its armor and items all seem to be on a whole new level than any monsters I've faced in the past. It has 2 advanced combat magic skills, earth summoning and mana manipulation. I've seen both of these combat magic abilities performed before in their lesser forms, but never the advanced versions. Abby has an earth summoning skill, and I remember watching Nessa mimic mana manipulation during the C-class exams. These are the upgraded versions and will be used by a monster with mana control possibly stronger than my own. I grit my teeth, continuing to march forward. A smirk creeps its way across my face the closer I get to the consolidating clouds of red mana. I begin to think about its hidden ability, the transformation buff, but I'm rudely interrupted by the tugging sensation on my telepathic link once again. Staring straight ahead, I grip my sword tighter. Ember's link is already open. The closer I step to the cloud of dark aura at the back of the room, the harder the tugging sensation at the back of my mind becomes. It's easy to block out at first, but each footstep in the direction of the monster before me makes it harder and harder to concentrate. What was at first a light tugging has turned into a rhythmic tapping and scratching at the back of my brain. I let out a grunt, drinking an MP potion, And keeping my eyes focused forward on the beast behind the veil of blood-colored mist, I cross the halfway point of the large open banquet hall. I'm 40 meters in, and from what I can tell, there's about 40 meters or so to go until the back wall. I turn back to Ember, speaking through our link. I'll be going all out. Only interfere if I give you the word. Or if I'm unable to do so. Ember nods in agreement as I turn back toward the fog and walk another 10 meters forward at a much faster, determined pace. My jaw is clenched and my eyes are locked on the outline of a tall, dark, oddly humanoid-looking figure at the back of the room beneath all this fog. The scratching feeling attempting to dig into my mind gets louder and louder, but I continue to push through. If I can't even get up close and personal with this floor boss, I'll have no chance of beating it in a fight. Another 10 meters go by, and the fog has completely contracted into a large glowing ball at the back of the room. It glows red, while the outline of a black shadowy figure can be seen within it observing the room before it. The buzzing sound of mana begins to fill my ears and the scratching speeds up while getting louder and louder within the depths of my mental barrier. It feels curious and devious, but calm and collected. Whatever is prying into my mental walls just wants to talk. I'm just not sure if I want to hear what it has to say. I take another step forward while letting out a grunt, blocking out the noise. The scraping becomes unbearable as the mist retreats entirely, only to stop, surrounding the dark entirety's head. The moment it stops, the scratching feeling at the back of my head breaks through. It's unbearably loud, then eerily quiet. I hear a deep, powerful voice enter my telepathic link. All I can do is stop and stare as its voice echoes in my mind. Visitors don't come here often. I never would have expected a demon and a dragon to show their faces in a place like this. Chapter 182. I hear words echo through my brain from the figure at the back of the room loud and clear, but I'm not sure I can believe what I'm hearing. It speaks, visitors don't come here often. I never would have expected a demon and a dragon to show their faces in a place like this. I stop walking forward and raise my sword. The red cloud of mana-infused fog consolidates around what seems to be the being's head. Standing on an elevated stage at the back of the room, it towers above me around 3 meters tall. It's wearing what looks like a black suit of armor. It's so dark that it looks like the shadow of a knight in physical form. The blood-red mana creates a sphere around the figure's head. It continues to speak. Have you come to challenge me? I thought I'd never see that day when dungeon masters went rogue. To think you'd attack a labyrinth at a time like this. Defying our leader's rules before the great collapse? Could my eyes be playing tricks? The figure lifts one of its arms, pointing a finger at the wall to my right side. I watch small threads of thin mana leave its jet black fingers and shoot off toward piles of empty silver armor and wooden crates. The threads attach themselves to the piles of abandoned armor. Then they begin to move. I whisper under my breath while jumping backward to put a few rows of white tables between us. Mana manipulation, that's how it worked before. That's why I was gaining no levels from defeating those guards. The knights outside were just tools being controlled by this ominous figure's mana. The armored suits begin to glow, then stand up on their own, covered in a dense layer of mana shielding. The shadow figure speaks up again. You may leave now. I'm not one to fight my own kind over a meaningless break-in. I tighten my gaze, watching the boss at the back of the room and keeping an eye on its new minions. It continues to speak through our link. Unfortunately for you, the dungeon master will be hearing of this. I must report all oddities. The manipulated suits of armor stand guard and the shadowy figure doesn't move. I smirk, finally replying, "You're the behemoth." My smile turns into a chuckle. I thought you'd be a lot bigger. The clang of metal armor rings out in the room as the monster before me breaks its thin threads of mana that were previously keeping the guards upright. It takes a mighty leap, jumping off the stage above to drop down in front of me. My eyes are locked straight, and my sword is fully charged. But I continue to sidestep through the white tables, keeping my distance of about 15 meters away. It hits the ground with a loud thud, cracking the stone tiles and sending a shock wave through the ground. Its deep voice rings out in my head as the monster moves closer. I can't see its face through the cloud of red fog, but I can feel a curious evil gaze. I keep all my stat-boosting skills fully active, glowing red and gold while drinking a mana potion to re-up my MP bar. The moment I raise the glass bottle, the anonymous figure speaks again with a lighter tone than before. A potion. You're a human, aren't you? Now, this is quite a surprise. I finish my bottle, replying through my link. I am, and you're the lower floor boss, are you not? It pauses for a moment. Then lets out a slow laugh. I am. Straight to business it is. You're the first one in over half a century to challenge this floor using those unique skills. Telepathy and a plundering ability. From a human, it laughs loudly and slowly while I grit my teeth, continuing to sidestep through the tables, trying to get a good angle on the monster as it walks around crushing more and more stone tiles with each step showing no urgency to fight me. It seems this monster has some self-control. Most bosses are mindless beasts that attack anything in sight. This one seems to have free will. It doesn't matter much to me though, I reply, that's all I needed to hear. You're the boss. So I'll defeat you. I watch the knight-shaped shadow gaze up at the ceiling, fully exposing its left side. I air-step forward, aiming my charged sword directly at its weak spot. It's standing in the middle of the banquet hall without a weapon or a shield. It has let its guard down because it thought I was on its side. This is the perfect time to strike. I let out a 1000 MP slash from less than 10 meters away just moments after it speaks its last word. The dark crescent of fire rockets toward the floor boss without making a sound. It doesn't move a muscle, the boss just stands completely still. Blissfully unaware of my deadly approaching strike, as my attack gets closer, I feel the ground rumble beneath my feet. The stone tiles next to the shadowy outline begin to ripple like water and the perfectly square-shaped flooring begins to twist and turn. With my all-seeing eye active, I watch mana pour out of the monster's arms and legs saturating the floor below it. The air and dungeon mass all around this creature waves and churns as my attack nears. The stone floor rises from the ground in a liquid form, wrapping around the dark figure's legs and climbing up its torso. My eyes widen as I watch its entire body become covered in a thick layer of stone. Mana threads are weaved in and out of the material in such a fine grid-like pattern that I can barely tell the difference between a mana shield and the rockets manipulating into a stone suit of armor. Now, standing over 4 meters tall, a gray suit of stone armor turns to me. It molds its right arm into a double-sided stone blade to counter my incoming attack. It coats its weapon in a dense layer of shielding and thrusts it upwards as my black blade makes contact with its stone armor. Without a hint of resistance, my incoming strike is deflected into the sky. It spins out of control, cutting through the glass ceiling above and flying off into the dungeon's open air. I gulp, as I just witnessed all of this go down in fractions of a second. This monster went from a defenseless shadow talking smack, to a stone knight ready for war. The deep voice of the floor boss rings out in my head again. If it's a fight you want, then it's a fight you'll get. You better not waste my time. With skills like yours, and the nerve of you to come in here with another labyrinth's dragon, you better put up a good fight. The stone armor covering its left arm shifts into a sharp blade as well. A small slit in its stone helmet opens up and dense red fog pours out. I still can't see the monster's eyes, but I know it's staring right at me, so I glare back. Glossy sharp blades of stone line both of its arms, and they're dripping with dense mana. Similar to my own sword, not only are its bladed arms leaking mana-dense aura, but the entire rest of its body is covered in shielding intertwined with its mana manipulation ability. It's nothing like the shielding I saw from any monsters before, not even like Fisher's when I tested my strike back on floor 10. Most shielding is invisible to the naked eye. I'm only able to perceive it because of my all-seeing eye ability. This shielding is glowing crimson red, bright as day. Even without the use of my perception ability active, I'd be able to see its defenses without a problem. The blood-red glowing stone-covered knight takes a step forward. I expect it to crack the floor beneath its feet, but the ripping water-like visual appears again as it seemingly bounces off the floor. In the blink of an eye, the creature lunges toward me with its bladed arms pointed at my neck. I dungeon walk backward about 20 meters the moment my battle instincts kick in. Opening my link with Ember, I give the order that starts our brawl. Run. This is a battle between the floor boss and me. It has 2 skills that I'll need for future fights, and I want to defeat it fair and square then steal its power. My eyes light. From across the room, the stone knight comes charging toward me. Its red glow reflects in my eyes as my battle-obsessed grin creeps across my face. I run forward as Ember flaps his wings to fly high up into the open air of the large banquet hall. The battle against the lower floor boss begins. Soon I'll find out why this beast is called the Behemoth. Chapter 183, I glow red and gold while my blade burns crimson with a black aura leaking from its core. My eyes are locked on the stone knight charging towards me. Its dual blades for arms are covered in a thick red layer of mana shielding. The aura of fog that filled the room earlier has condensed into a smaller form and seeps out from the small slit in the approaching monster's helmet. It takes long strides, bouncing off the rippling floor without making a sound. This must be a perk of its earth summoning magic. The stone all around us can become its weapon whenever it chooses. Then again, it could be its mana manipulation skill. The entire labyrinth is made of mana. It could just be toying with dungeon mass itself. Either way, I've been training for a moment like this. It may seem stronger than me now, but by the time this battle is over, I'll be on top. Every footstep of mine makes holes in the fragile tile floor as I propel myself forward with wind magic. I zig and zag between the white-clothed tables and gear up for another strike on the gracefully moving Stone Knight. A 1000 MP attack from a 10-meter launch distance was deflected without a second thought. I'll need to put the pressure on for this next strike. I grin, grabbing a table with my left hand as I air-step by and flip it up into the air. I continue running forward and do the same for the next table, then again, and again. The glowing knight stays at a steady pace, gaining distance on me every few seconds. Once it gets too close for comfort, dungeon walk 10 to 20 meters away while continuing my table flipping and zigzagging madness. Its deep voice rings out in my head. Do you mock me? You challenge a floor boss, but run and hide the moment your cheap attack fails to do any damage. I smirk, getting a clear line of view of its open back. My preparations are almost complete. The monster is right. It does seem like I'm just running away. It can think that all it wants for all I care. I'm just setting the scene for our battle to commence. While setting dungeon walker points across every square meter in the banquet hall, I've also made quite a mess. Perfect for quick cover during a long and tiring fight, I focus on empty space right behind the Stone Knight's back, less than 1 meter away from its blind spot. Its left side is wide open again. This time, I won't waste this chance on a long-range attack with low levels of MP. I'll strike where I know it's weak, and with enough MP to shatter its shield. With my all-seeing eye in full focus, I let my mind dive deep into the depths of its shielding to replicate the paper-thin width of its grid-like stone armor. With the 1500 MP stored up in my blade that I've been charging while evading its advance, I dungeon walk in to launch my attack. Simultaneously, the monster opens our link to speak into my mind. Just keep on running and hiding, human. Do you really think you could dash? Its deep voice halts the moments I blip towards its backside. I'm already halfway through releasing my attack before it begins to turn, attempting to block with its glossy bladed arms. My black flaming energy attack comes shooting out of my sword at point-blank range, making contact with its unguarded backside. The flash of white light is blinding, and the intense buzzing sound of mana fills my ears as I'm forced to air-step backward. I don't want to be caught up in the explosion of fire that follows. I propel myself way up into the air, smirking as I hear a murderous roar of a wild beast ring out below me. Its battle cry shakes the room. The walls crack under the pressure as flames from my attack explode outwards and an intense red fog leaves the monster in the center of the room. I continue upwards, nearing the ceiling, shielding myself from the shattered glass that now falls from above. The dungeon sky is now wide open above us, clear as day. This is the first time I've heard the floor boss make a noise that isn't through our link. It sounded like a beast. That roar was nothing like the intelligent creature I'd been communicating with. As the flames clear, I get a good look at the damage my attack has done. A large 10-meter wide crater is made in the center of the banquet hall. A dozen tables have been burned to ash, but the Stone Knight still stands tall. I smile as I see a large crack in its armor. The back side of its suit has been fractured, and a blade-sized hole remains. I landed my first hit, red mana leaks out and I begin to air-step down while charging my blade again. The damage seems to be pretty bad, and our fight has just begun. While getting closer, my smirk leaves my face, and the blade in my right hand shines brighter. I watch the floor begin to ripple as more liquid stone inches up the monster's leg to heal the crack on the Stone Knight's back. Its voice echoes in my mind. I underestimated you. That was quite an attack. It may have worked well on me unguarded. But you're not going to have as easy a time with me as you may have on lower dungeons in this labyrinth. You're facing a floor boss now. I won't let my guard down again. I grit my teeth, then dungeon walk to the ground floor. I begin my zigzag patterns through the fallen tables, charging my blade for another round. Sure, it can say whatever it wants, but I know that attack did some damage. I'll do it again. My eyes are locked on the Stone Knight. It stands in place, not moving at all. I focus on its blind stop. Drinking an MP potion, I boost my perception skill to watch for any irregularities in its mana control. It stays exactly the same. It's leaving itself wide open again. Why? The knight's head moves back and forth, tracking me as I blip around the banquet hall. The thick cloud of mana-imbued aura coming from its helmet trails behind it as it shifts its positioning ever so slightly every time I dungeon walk to a new location. It takes a fraction of a second for it to lock its vision on me every time I blip around the room. Those fractions of a second are more than enough time to launch an attack and teleport myself into its blind spot just like before. It takes under 6 seconds to charge the 1500 MP attack that injured it so badly before. I'm fully ready to do it again. Without any hesitation, I blip toward the monster's back while it's looking the opposite way. Swinging my sword upwards, I grin, watching the flaming blade make contact with its backside for a second time. The moment my sword and its shielding collide, I feel the floor beneath my feet ripple. The armor before my eyes disintegrates, leaving nothing but frail stone devoid of mana. My attack slices the melting stone suit of armor in two, but the knight within it twists its body out of the way with ease. My attack flies forward, gliding through the banquet hall's stone wall without making a sound. It shoots off into the depths of the lava-filled dungeon outside. The shadowy knight completely left its suit of armor and dodged to my right side. I dart my eyes back and forth, locking onto its location. The monster points a hand to the floor. Stone from the ground surrounds its arm and it creates a double-sided glossy blade instantaneously. The knight lunges towards me and swings its weapon at my chest. I grit my teeth, registering the attack, and dungeon walk away the moment its mana-covered stone blade makes contact with my armor. There's a flash of white light the moment I blip away, teleporting across the room. Fragments of metal and fountains of blood fly off in all directions as my chestplate is blown to bits by the impact of its attack. A deep wound opens in my upper chest and shoulder. I let out a grunt as it starts gushing blood onto the floor. I've lost over 600 HP in a single blow. That's roughly 1/4 of my health, and it hardly even hit me. The white flash of light was the floor boss sword breaking through my armor's mana shielding. I have no way of increasing its strength or density. All I can do is channel MP into this set. For now, I'll just have to be thankful it took the brunt of the blow. I focus on the broken armor covering my bloody chest and shoulder while the black shadowy figure walks over to me from a distance. The floor around it ripples as stone flows up its legs to cover its body entirely once again. I'm down on one knee, gripping my sword, drinking an MP potion, and channeling mana into my armor while activating my self-regeneration skill. The Stone Knight speaks through our link. One hit. Ha! One hit and you're on your knees, knocking at death's door. What a sad excuse for a rogue dungeon master. I thought I'd get to see some real action today. I take a deep breath, focusing on the slowly approaching stone-covered floor boss. My flesh grows back and the blood from my wound stops dripping onto the floor. The shattered armor covering my chest begins to glow with a dim white light the moment I channel MP into it. Just like the time I put this armor on, it feels like an extension of myself. It's almost natural to heal it just like my bloodied shoulder. I use self-regeneration on the armor set and it completely restores its natural form. I smirk, then stand up to face the approaching Stone Knight. I point my glowing sword forward, bursting back into flames while glowing red and gold. Is that all you got? We're just getting started. Chapter 184. I point my blade at the approaching Stone Knight as it makes the floor ripple like liquid beneath its feet. The monster doesn't make a sound as it draws near. I finish regenerating my armor and wounded chest, checking my item storage for HP potions, but not reaching for one just yet. I've only lost 1/4 of my health. I can handle a few more of those hits thanks to this chest plate. The Stone Knight speaks up. You surprised me again. A regeneration skill that allows you to repair your flesh and bonded armor. It's been ages since a human could do such a thing. You are an odd one. No matter, you'll die here and now. With its word of warning, the Stone Knight speeds up its charge. The slow march toward me turns into a full sprint in the blink of an eye at an unbelievable pace. I dungeon walk away, narrowly avoiding its dual-bladed stone arms. I've charged up my sword, but the knight has already turned to my new location without a moment's hesitation. The floor beneath my feet ripples as I take each step, making it harder and harder to keep my balance. The floor boss must be using the mana-manipulated floor as a radar system. I blip away again as it approaches. The moment I materialize back into existence, it's on my trail without a second of warning, just like before. The stone tile beneath my feet feels like it's breathing down my neck. The low hum of mana fills the room. It gets increasingly louder every moment I wait to launch my strike. I watch the ground mold to the approaching monster's feet, propelling it forward. There are waves of liquid stone moving the monster at me with great speed. It's similar to my air-stepping technique, but the boss is using pure dungeon mass to do so. I teleport away, with a fully charged changed sword, locking onto its blind spot again. If I can just land one more hit, I'll gain the upper hand. I'm sure the first attack I threw damaged it in some way. There's no faking a roar like the one that came out earlier. That was the battle cry of a wild beast. One that was trying to get out, although I'm curious to see what lies deep within this mysterious night. I have a feeling it'd be much better to end this battle here and now. Holding on to 1500 MP ready to release, I teleport 5 meters beside the Stone Knight and begin to swing my sword. Its head shifts to meet my gaze halfway through my strike, then I dungeon walk to its left backside, less than a matter away. with my eye on the prize, I let the mana-imbued fire magic deep within my sword fly. The second it leaves my blade, it's destined to hit. Even with the monster's incredible speed, it can't dodge an attack this quickly at such close-up range. The only thing it can do is brace for impact, or attempt to block. I smirk, air-stepping backward. I remember what happened the last time this strike hit. And I don't want to be anywhere nearby when it explodes again. The knight turns, sensing my presence almost immediately. It whips its left arm in the way of my strike, attempting to block the attack from reaching its blind spot. A bright flash of light blinds my vision of the master as I continue to air-step upwards. After the blinding light, a dark explosion of flames follows, and the devastating roar from that beast within rattles my eardrums again. The entire room shakes. Through the ball of fire, I witness a thin pillar of rock jut out from the center. Riding the top of it is a red glowing knight in a suit of stone armor. Its left arm shattered to pieces. Only a faint red glow and a black shadowy outline underneath remain in the place where its bladed arm was before. The liquid pillar of stone begins to flow up its leg and consolidate around the arm simultaneously as it shoots up towards me. I see red mana-imbued aura leak out for a moment, but it's all trapped back inside seconds later as the stone knight's arm completely closes back up good as new. I grit my teeth, air-stepping to the side while charging my blade again. It follows, riding its pillar of stone with ease, following me high up into the air. It's tracking my movements and gaining on me much faster than I can fly. I dungeon walk down to the ground floor, far off from the explosion on the opposite side of the room. It instantly changes directions the moment my feet touch the rippling stone-tiled ground. This confirms my hunch that the floor beneath me is being used as an enemy detection system. I look around to watch the walls begin to waver and the entire room twists and turns like it's alive. This monster has me surrounded. The stone knight flies downward, letting out a loud slow laugh before speaking through our link. Another fine attack, but now I know all of your tricks. With an attack that needs to be charged, you'll have no way of breaking through my armor before I take you out myself. Run all you want, this will be your end. The mana-dense red aura trails behind its head as I grit my teeth and dungeon walk away, narrowly avoiding its newest dual-blade attack. The rippling floor senses me the moment I blip across the room and it's hot on my tail instantly. Every time, I let out a frustrated grunt, drinking another MP potion while attempting to charge my blade again. I hate to admit it, but this creature may be right. At this rate, all I'll be able to do is run and hide while launching attacks on its stone armor every few seconds. It maybe let out a painful roar, but I haven't seen any direct evidence that I'm actually harming this floor boss with any real physical damage. This all may just be in vain. I need a way of releasing attacks faster. After all my training, I've progressed so much, but already hit a roadblock mere seconds into this boss fight. I blip to the opposite side of the room again, now with my blade glowing red hot and leaking black aura from a 1500 MP charge. I lock onto the monster's blind spot and ready myself for a strike. I back up, using a cluster of fallen tables for cover as the stone knight stares me down. It lets its pillar of stone melt back into the ground and begins walking towards me slowly. Its arrogant deep voice echoes in my mind as I think of a plan. Come on, launch another attack. I dare you. Its slow laugh mocks me as my all-seeing eye scopes out the battlefield for anything to lock onto that will help. I need to land more than one critical hit on this beast before it recovers. There has to be a way. It approaches. I take a deep breath, then let out a whisper. I guess it's already come to this. I smirk. Then begin swinging my blade. With an instant teleportation to the monster's lower left side, a dark crescent of mana leaves my sword. The stone knight senses me behind it, turning its bladed arm to instantly block my strike. It knew I was coming, but this is what I was betting on. A white flash of light shines between us, and I airstep backward to avoid the explosion of dark flames. This is just like before. Through the fire, like a picture-perfect replica of our last encounter, the knight jumps up through the fire below. This time, it seems to be laser-focused on me with its right arm outstretched. It's using most of its power to propel its body upward. The left arm that took the brunt of the blow is leaking red mana. Healing up, but not quite as quickly as before. It's much more focused on catching me. I whisper under my breath while slowing my momentum, getting a bit overconfident. I reach into my item storage and grab a small black gem, throwing it into my mouth without a moment of hesitation. This stone knight has every right to be overconfident. As it said before, my attacks take way too long to charge for it to be worried about another so soon. That is, unless I were able to drastically increase my attack speed and power in an instant. I stop in midair, about 30 meters above the ground as I feel the strengthening fragment I just consumed begin to activate. The upward charging stone knight doesn't slow for a second. I let out a yell, ready for battle. The dark flames surrounding my body double in size, and the red and gold aura buzz with much greater intensity. My blade instantly fills with MP and glows bright red. A deadly black aura spills out of it as it begs to be released on the approaching beast below. Energy courses through my veins as I feel the near unlimited link to the Void Creeper's realm open up in my chest. Mana flows through my veins and I begin to feel invincible. I point my sword downward and air step at the approaching monster. In a free fall, I swing the glowing blade across my body, letting it 2000 MP/fly. Now, the real battle begins. Chapter 185. The full power of a strengthening fragment surges through my veins as I fall toward the approaching stone-armored floor boss. The warm sensation of dense mana fills my chest and starts pumping through my veins to fill my whole body with energy. I stare down at my opponent with newfound hunger to kill. Its left arm leaks red aura and it points its glossy dual-sided blade at me. This monster is focused on one thing, and one thing alone, catching me, and finishing this fight. Unfortunately for it, I have other plans. Over the last 3 seconds, my attack power and charging speed have more than doubled. The full power of a Titan's domain is at my fingertips. I plan on using every last drop of MP that I can harness. I've grown a lot since the last time I tried one of these so-called war drugs. Now is the perfect moment for me to test one out in full battle mode. Gritting my teeth and smiling ear to ear, I leave a ripping heat wave of dark fire residue behind me as I freefall in at the monster below. In the blink of an eye, my sword is glowing red and leaking dense black mana, charged up with over 2000 MP. My eyes are locked on the Stone Knight, and I swing my blade across my body as I fall closer and closer to the murder-hungry floor boss. The dark crescent of flames erupts from my sword, and I stay close behind, pushing the attack forward with my blade. My glowing weapon collides with its glossy double-sided blade on the monster's arm. I watch its mana shielding crack beneath my sword's pressure on impact, and the stone coating around its right arm shatters from the blow. Mana-infused fog seeps out, and I follow through with my swing, thrusting with a heavy downward motion. I've made it through the first layer of mana shielding and crack through its armor of stone. I'll slice its real arm below in two in a single strike. This monster won't know what hit it. As its armor shatters away, my fiery sword hits something hard, too hard. I grit my teeth and push down with all my might, letting out a yell and fully releasing the 2000 MP blade of jet black advanced fire magic at the monster's unprotected right arm. It doesn't budge at all. More red aura seeps out from the broken stone armor, and I hear the ear-piercing cry of a wounded beast. The buzzing twang of mana on mana and the monster's roar both echo throughout the banquet hall. The walls and ceiling shudder as sound waves threaten to bring this entire castle to the floor. The monster's right arm begins to move upwards, pushing my blade back up toward me. I dungeon walk to its backside the moment it does, releasing another 2000 MP strike. I smirk as I see it make a direct hit. This one explodes into a fireball and white flash of light as I air step back. I let out another crescent of mana into the fireball of flames. There's so much power surging through my body, this fight feels like a certain victory. My speed and attack power is on another level. I'll bring this beast to the floor before it knows what hit it. As the monster tries to fly out, it's shot down with a point-blank attack in the chest. Its armor shatters, and a white flash triggers another massive ball of flames. I dungeon walk out of the fire's range, then begin flying in circles all around the beast, releasing attack after attack into the massive fireball that fries this monster alive. I'm burning through thousands of MP a second, using my all-seeing eye to pinpoint its exact location within the fire and shooting off flaming crescent after flaming crescent at the Stone Knight. Over 10 seconds pass and I've launched a dozen attacks into the expanding pit of flames from all sides. All that's heard is the floor boss' murderous roar, getting louder and louder with each strike I land. The room shakes and the grin across my face grows with each successful hit. I can feel the depths of the strengthening fragment in my chest grow stronger and stronger. Usually, I'd feel overwhelmed by its power, but right now I feel invigorated. As I let out my 15th attack, the ball of flames at the center of the room begins to glow with a deep red color. My flames are much darker than the presence that is making itself known. I watch with my all-seeing eye as the fog from earlier begins to expand, making it harder and harder to sense the beast's exact location within. I know this trick well, but still have no way to deactivate it. It doesn't matter. I have enough excess power to continue launching attacks even with a blind eye. It lowers itself to the ground slowly and I follow, dungeon walking and air-stepping around in circles while slowly descending to ground level. I release a barrage of attacks into the growing mist, using nothing but my battle intuition as an aiming mechanism. I'm shooting blind, every few hits still land, but my precision isn't as perfect as before. Most of my fiery strikes go flying through the fog and castle wall, gliding silently off into the open dungeon. The beastly roast of agony finally stops, and the deep voice of the floor boss echoes in my head. it seems you're not as incompetent as I first thought. The room ripples and I hear a mild buzzing sound as the intensity of mana in the air picks up. I'll have to use my true form. I haven't had fun with an opponent in ages. Maybe you're worthy. With my eyes wide, focusing on the center of the now dissipating red cloud of fog, I see a jet black kite standing out in the open of a burning banquet hall floor. For at least 20 meters in all directions, the fallen tables, abandoned armor sets, and various wooden crates are burnt to ash and smashed to pieces. The floor doesn't ripple, and the knight's stone armor has crumbled to pieces from my barrage of attacks. Its head is still covered in a cloud of red aura, and its shadowy body has small red slashes all over it. The odd creature leaks mana, confirming my strikes were worth something, but not a lot. The small red slashes that cover its body begin to glow brighter and brighter red. As I watch, the energy in my chest that flows through my veins is building up quickly. The strengthening fragment is still expanding and it needs to be released. I burn through MP by focusing on my perception skill and boost the flames surrounding my body as well. All of my buffs are active and I glow red and gold. This isn't enough. The only true way to relieve this urge is by letting out attacks from my sword. It's the quickest and most efficient way for me to use of MP. My eyes dart back and forth as I begin to dungeon walk through the fallen tables. Watching closely as the cracks in the Black Knight's armor glow brighter and brighter, the dim glow of red light begins to turn into white-hot energy. I can sense an immense power within. Just through the cracks, the density of the mana seeping out is overwhelming. The high-pitched buzz rings in my ears. It's near impossible to sense what's really within, but I'm sure that I'll soon find out. The beast lets out an ear-shattering cry. It surprisingly knocks rubble loose from the ceiling above. Rocks and fragments of leftover glass begin to fall from the ceiling as I continue to eagerly circle the now fully red and white glowing Black Knight. I'm waiting for a time to strike. It's been almost 15 seconds since I took the fragment, and my fingers and feet are starting to tingle. This is never a good sign. I need to release this power, and I need to do it fast. Gritting my teeth, sweat drops down my forehead as I circle the room, faster and faster, just watching the monster glow while I burn through MP on my more passive skills. If a 1500 MP strike is what it took to break its stone armor, and a 2000 MP strike is what it takes to scratch the surface of its black armored body, then I'll just have to dig deeper. I can't take the weight any longer. With this strengthening fragment pumping me up with power and the adrenaline of battle flowing through my veins, all I can think of is letting loose and allowing the power to take control. That isn't how I'll grow. I need to keep my focus. Clenching my jaw, I blip in toward the red glowing knight and swing my blade. It instantly turns its head to the side, then thrusts its right arm in the way of my attack. An incredibly dense, much darker red mana shielding forms around its black armor, and my 2000 MP charged sword halts mid-strike for a moment. I grit my teeth and channel more MP into the blade, making it denser and thinner with every millisecond that passes. Letting out a yell, I squeeze 250 more MP into the attack and shatter its advanced shielding. A bright flash of light shines and the slash explodes into a fiery ball of flames. I airstep back grinning and satisfied with my attack, but watching with an intense gaze, planning my next move. The tingling in my hands and feet has stopped, but I need to keep this up, or it won't end well. Ember is standing by if need be, but I want to defeat this boss on my own. I charge my sword and dive back in the moment the flames die down and I get a clear view of the knight dungeon walking to its opposite side. I swing my blade again with perfect precision. While I attack, I glance at its right arm. Another small slash forms on its armor, leaking out more red mana-imbued fog. I let my second strike fly. It blocks with its left this time. The knight isn't attacking. It's only blocking. The monster is focusing straight ahead, not paying me much mind other than producing shielding to lessen the damage of each attack. Fire expands and the white light shines. The monster still doesn't budge. As the flames clear, I see another gash on its left arm, leaking more mana-imbued aura. I smirk, but cautiously continue rushing in with attack after attack. I'll take advantage of an opening, but this feels too good to be true. Its glowing aura grows denser, but the floor boss doesn't retaliate one bit. It just blocks, allowing me to land attack after attack on it. I dungeon walk to and from it, landing more and more blows on the defenseless boss. I can tell it's gearing up for something. But there isn't much else for me to do but attack. This is the perfect time to do so. There's no point in running to hide when I'm making such good progress. The strengthening fragment expands even more, as I constantly release more MP. I use up more and more of its power, releasing attack after attack for another 10 seconds straight. I've left another dozen marks on the beast in front of me. The red gashes line its back, chest, legs, and arms now. The monster drips with red aura. It looks like blood. For some reason, it doesn't seem to care much at all. Finally, its voice rings out in my head, "You're finished." The fight ends now. I stare straight ahead as the red and white glow surrounding its body expands more and more. The gashes in its body begin to crack open even further, letting out more of its ominous aura from within. My mouth opens up wide as I watch the night itself expand with the aura. Its full body begins to grow. The dense mana within its armor starts to burst out at the seams, and a long white horn starts to jut out from the red mist covering its head. The Black Knight's arms and legs shatter the dark armor holding it back, and bright red and white glow from beneath shines even bright. It continues to expand. The chest plate breaks and a monstrous figure begins to form from within the light. What was a 3-meter-tall knight moments ago now makes the ground quiver under its clawed feet. I see tough red skin and bulging muscles peek out from the white light, but its true form is still hidden. It's over 8 meters tall now and still expanding at a steady rate. I speed up, darting in between tables, and watching from a safe distance as this beast continues to morph and grow. I can't believe my eyes. Is this why they call it the Behemoth? Chapter 186. The monster continues to grow before my eyes. It lets out a ground-shaking roar more powerful than any of its previous bellows. The sound waves that come out begin to crumble the stone walks and ceiling above. I can feel the eerie sensation of mana begin to spread out into the air. Broken pieces of support structures and fragments of glass fall from above, raining down upon me. It lets out a visible shockwave of red aura that feels like an intimidation attack, but I'm positive that isn't one of its skills. This must be some form of advanced mana control or a perk of its mana manipulation ability. The shockwave can be felt like pins and needles all over my body and deep in my veins. I stop moving for a full second, watching the black suit of armor completely crumble away and fall to the floor as a four-legged monster grows from within. It falls forward, still gaining size while now standing on 4 legs. A long tail materializes from its backside and a shining white horn juts from its forehead, bending up and back to cover the weak points of its neck and spine. Finally, I get a good look at this monster's face as it expands out from the red mana-imbued fog. Its eyes grow bigger than my entire head and are a deep black color all the way through. The beast glares at me as it shows its rows of jagged white teeth dripping with saliva, not stopping its expansion in the slightest. The growing tail of the creature hits the back wall of the banquet hall and it begins to crumble and fall. Its muscles bulge and expand, growing large veins that stretch its dark red skin to the point where it looks as if they're about to pop. Its dense striated flesh doesn't even look real. Thick muscle mass lines its arms, thighs, and neck. Even its tail drifts back and forth powerfully, knocking down massive walls with ease and grace. Stone collapses as the monster now grows to over 20 meters long. It's still glowing bright red and white, growing taller and bigger every second I wait. The murderous cry almost looks visible in the air as it comes out of its massive gaping maw. This is the exact roar that I heard from the beast at the beginning of our fight. Now, it seems I've finally met the real monster that guards the 20th floor. This is the floor boss that separates normal hunters from those that the association calls elites. This is the Behemoth. The entire back wall of the room collapses and the monster thrusts itself upwards onto its hind legs. All of the remaining stone bricks that make up the back wall fall to the ground and are crushed under the monster's heavy body. Finally, the red glowing halts, and so does its expansion. The Behemoth in its final form is almost 35 meters long. It towers above me, larger than any creature I've even dreamed of fighting in the past. My eyes dart around the room to spot Ember through the open ceiling. He's watching the battle below commence with a patient stare. Although frozen in awe for a moment, I snap out of it and devise a new plan. I can sense Ember's eagerness to jump in the fight from here. The black-scaled dragon swoops down toward me without hesitation as I make eye contact with my partner. I airstep upwards to meet him in the sky halfway. The Behemoth turns its gaze to watch us meet in the air. Standing on its hind legs, this monster sends out another shockwave that shakes me to the core. I land on Ember's back as I feel the mana all around us twist, turn, and hum with a powerful presence. I look down to see the stone walls of the castle's banquet hall we just left crumble to the ground and turn into a liquid state. The entire castle begins to bend to the monster's will. It roars and moves forward. The ground below bends and ripples as the monster takes another stride forward with its long claws swiping through the air. It attempts to swat us out of the sky. I dungeon walk while on Ember's back, teleporting both of us to the far side of the beast. Instantly, I let out a fully charged strike when we materialize into its blind spot. Just over 2000 MP worth of fire-imbued mana hurtles at the monster's back. It turns with astonishing speed. The beast's dark eyes lock onto us immediately, mere milliseconds after we blipped into existence behind its back. I watch a dense shield of mana form over its bulging back muscles and my attack bounces off without much resistance at all. There's a dim white glow, confirming that I've at least dented its shielding, but I didn't make it through. This new form that it's facing us in now is magnitudes more powerful than the puny black kite from before. I thought it was the overconfident one, but maybe it was me all along. I shake my head, then smirk, teleporting us to the opposite side of the beast as it swings its tail toward us. We disappear and it narrowly misses us, slamming down on the banquet hall floor below. It doesn't crack the ground, but sends ripples throughout the floor. I extend my all-seeing eyes range and witness the shockwave make the entire rock island we stand on bend and shake. Another roar sounds from the monster as it turns to face our new position. It begins to point its front claws at the ground. My eyes widen as I watch the liquidated castle floor begin to cover its arms and legs. The entire castle around us for at least 30 meters in all directions melts and forms a thick layer of stone armor around the behemoth. Its long white horn juts out of the top of its helmet, and a long tail is covered in a series of linked armor pieces. Reinforced by the red glow of shielding, the rest of its body looks similar to the stone knight I faced earlier, just 10 times taller. The slit in its helmet shows off its beady black eyes and the entire stone suit glows red with visible mana shielding. A roar rings out through another opening in its helmet to reveal its open mouth of serrated white teeth. I charge my sword, riding embers back around in the air, staring at the behemoth in front of me. It's truly a monster. Defeating a beast like this will be a challenge worth the wait. I smirk as the stone-covered monster swings its left arm. It's molding the liquid mana-imbued stone into glossy blades just like our last encounter. Just much bigger this time around. I reach into my item storage and pull out my wind dagger. Not only does it give me a few much-needed base stat boosts, but it'll also let me launch double the attacks. I jump off of embers back toward the oncoming stone monster's arm. I open our link as I airstep toward the incoming blade while glowing dark red from my right arm and bright white from my left. Ember, watch from the sky. Only interfere if necessary. I grit my teeth as a wide grin grows larger and larger across my face. I land with both feet onto the base of the monster's bladed arm, running across it toward its open helmet. The monster lets out a roar, frustrated at its missed swing, but eager to catch me off guard. I feel the air pressure change from the incoming air and the putrid-smelling breath of the beast as I get closer and closer to its open mouth, channeling the strengthening fragments power into both weapons. I charge up over 2300 MP per blade. Ember swoops down, then with a powerful flap of his wings, passing me on the left side before flying up into the sky. The fight is in your hands now, master. I let out a yell, swinging both swords, letting out two highly refined blades of mana. They head straight for the thin ice slit in its helmet. The white and black crescents of energy are silent as they soar in at the monster's face. It stares straight ahead, glaring and not budging at all. I let out a laugh as the attacks make their way through the slit, and the monster doesn't even attempt to dodge. A blinding white light shines from within the armor, and a display of flames and wind collide with each other, making the explosion grow even greater. I stare straight ahead, eagerly waiting to see the damage my attack has done while charging up both blades for another round. I instantly teleport to the opposite side of the beast, away from the growing ball flames. The murderous roar of an injured monster consumes the dungeon again. It's followed by that same shock wave of energy that ripples through my veins. I shudder reflexively. I burst into flames brighter to brush it off. Staring into the fireball before me, to my surprise, the instant I dungeon walk away, a massive glossy blade of stone shoots out from the depths of my attack's explosion. I dungeon walk upwards to dodge, but my eyes open wide the moment I do. I whisper under my breath, my range is limited. With my all-seeing eye active, I spread out my senses to find the root of this new problem. Usually, when I activate my dungeon walker skill, I can see unlimited pathways to all the available teleport points in my mind. For some reason, right now, the only place I can travel is within 500 meters of this beast. That last surge of energy created an odd dome of mana around this island. It glows light red and gives off a similar light buzz and mana consistency of its fog. I can't sense anything outside, even my perception skill is blocked. This fight just got a whole lot more complicated. Chapter 187. After launching my dual-bladed energy attack and attempting to dungeon walk away, I stop mid-stride as the odd sensation of a dense dome of mana shielding covers the entire island that this fallen castle sits on. The murderous roar of the behemoth makes my head spin as it storms through the ball of flames from my previous attack. Using the liquidated ground, it glides toward me with astonishing speed. The monster clears hundreds of meters of distance between us in seconds. I dungeon walk to the opposite side of the island to avoid the charge. Gritting my teeth, I watch the massive beast turn its body in an instant and come rampaging toward me again, the cloud of fire. dust, and smoke that covered its entire body moments ago has dissipated as it continues to turn around. I start to grin as I see the top portion of its helmet break off, and a large red glowing gash appears on the monster's face, right through its left eye. Flames flicker on the wound as my advanced fire magic residue seeps into its body. It glows white, and I watch the flames go out, but then a red glowing gash remains. The stone suit of armor begins to liquidate again, forming the helmet back in place exactly the way it was. The only difference this time is the slip where its eyes were before is no longer there. This confirms it. I've injured the monster for real this time. And the beast will be more cautious moving forward. I look up to the sky as the behemoth runs across the island with its blades for arms pointed at me in a furious rage. I see Ember high up in the sky and I'm hit with a moment of panic as I attempt to open our link. Nothing comes through. I try to dungeon walk up into the air to get near, but he's out of my range. The red mana dense barrier has us separated completely. I dart my eyes back and forth, then teleport to the far side of the island next to the light red mana shield. I let out two 2000 MP attacks. My black and white blades of energy drift right through without a sound. It does nothing at all. I try to touch the barrier with a bare hand. But the closer my skin gets to the buzzing red energy, the hotter it becomes. The skin on my fingers, wrist, and forearm begins to sizzle and melt off the moment I get within a meter of this odd barrier. I let out a painful grunt as I back away and regenerate my right arm's wounds. The behemoth is closing in again. I'm trapped within a barrier with this beast until I can figure out how to break it open from the inside. Ember is stuck on the outside for now and I can't teleport up to him or open our link. The only immediate way out of here is to take this monster down. I already injured it once, I'll just do it again, while charging both my weapons, and air-stepping into the sky to level with the approaching monster's eye level once again. I release a dual energy strike of 2000 MP per blade. As the white and black crescent of mana silently rocket toward the monster's head, I dungeon walk to its backside. I'm fairly certain it'll dodge or block those incoming strikes with ease. I prepare my real attack while it's occupied, taking almost 2 full seconds. I watch my previous strikes collide with the monster's right arm as it lifts it in the air to block. The red mana around its body strengthens on impact and my distraction shots are defects into the air with ease as I predicted. Simultaneously, I dive straight at the beast's backside with my eyes locked on its flat stone armor. With a yell, I bring both my weapons across my body, releasing 2350 MP per blade onto its blind spot. I didn't touch the ground at all before this strike. It must have not picked up on my presence. Smirking, the loud buzzing twang of mana on mana fills my ears and I watch the stone armor under my blades crack with the intense pressure being pushed down upon it. The heavy stone, intertwined with dense red mana, fractures more and more as I plunder MP and push down with all my might. The cracks become larger, moving along the stone monster's backside. The moment I break through, there's a white flash of light and a fiery explosion of wind and flames. The monster roars as a 5-meter wide hole opens in its armor and 2 mana blades slash open its back. I let out a laugh as I watch the white and black energy attacks rip into its flesh, then explode into a display of wind and fire. I dungeon walk backward, but am hit with a familiar feeling shockwave of energy. This time, my full body shivers, and I let out a reflexive grunt followed by a groan. I grit my teeth as the wave passes, but my all-seeing eye picks up on the worst part as I come back to my senses. The 500-meter-wide dome of dense mana has shrunk to less than 200 meters. My teleport point flexibility has severely dropped again, but that still isn't the worst of my issues. My feet and arms begin to tingle and feel rather numb. It's been almost 40 full seconds since I took the strengthening fragment. The side effects of not using up enough MP are actually kicking in. I'm burning through thousands a second on my fire, stat boosting, and perception skills, but every moment I'm not in battle is a moment wasted on this precious temporary upgrade. This lesson range may be a blessing in disguise. It just means I have to finish this battle quicker. Either I defeat this boss here and now, or it defeats me. I airstep upwards as the furious beast. Its back is still flaming as it liquidates more fallen rubble to heal its armor. At this point, it's crushed every bit of the banquet hall and surrounding rooms in sight. We're facing each other out in the open dungeon air now. The castle is basically destroyed. I can feel the heat of the lava pools all around me, and can even see the flowing molten rock from a distance. I'm sweating and breathing hard, taking in more and more mana from the expanding strengthening fragment as I stare down the behemoth and I fly towards it in the air. My heart pounds faster and harder and I grit my teeth, gripping both blades tight while charging them with as much dense mana as they can hold. The island has become a war zone. With a yell, I let out 2 airborne attacks and it raises its arms up to block. I dungeon walk to its backside. The air is hot and thick with steam, But there's also an eerie buzzing sensation that hasn't gone away since the monster's last shockwave. I reappear on the monster's backside, ready to let out another attack on its unguarded back. The stone armor is still reforming from my last slash and I can see the wounded area. I'll be able to land another devastating hit. I smirk, air-stepping in closer while swinging both of my blades, letting MP flow through my body and into another full power strike. My eyes widen as I see its right arm swing backward and intercept my attack. It guessed where I'd appear in an instant. No, it knew. The twang of mana on mana rings out as my dual energy attack cracks through its stone armor and hits its body. On the opposite side, my attacks that were meant to be a distraction hit its left arm and crack its armor on the opposite side as well. The beast lets out a roar, but it's nowhere near as damaging as a vital point like its midsection, neck, or back. As the explosion ensues, I dungeon walk away. Another surge of dense mana hits me as I reappear. I flinch, and the energy wave starts to burn my skin and insides. Similarly to the red mana shelling that surrounds this island, I let out a painful grunt as my HP drops a few hundred points, and I use self-regeneration to heal the internal and external wounds. I look around, and the dome is shrunk again. There's no more than 100 meters of space to move around in here. The air all around me is now lightly tinted red, similar to the fog in the castle before our match even began. My eyes dart around as my all-seeing eyes ability to track mana lessens and lessens. I grit my teeth and whisper under my breath, "This is bad." I hear an echoing roar and watch the beast charge toward me as the red fog grows thicker and thicker, making my virility even worse. Another shockwave of mana hits me and I let out a yell, regenerating my body, but losing even more HP. I'm down to almost half health. This battle has made a drastic turn for the worst. I charge my blades and dungeon walk to its backside to let out another attack. These next few moves will decide the true winner. I'll make every last drop of MP count. Chapter 188, clenching my jaw. I burn through thousands of MP while using my perception skill to try and get a hint of vision through the thick red fog. All it's giving me is a headache in return. The dense mana barrier this beast has created is shrinking every time it lets out a shockwave, and it's getting a bit too tight for comfort. I'm sitting at just over half health, with a 100-meter wide dome closing in, and a vicious building-sided monster somewhere in the vicinity but entirely invisible to me. I can hear its roar, heavy breathing, and movements from a distance, but the monster is fast and smart. With this limited visibility, it silences its movements when necessary and slips in and out of my range of perception. I need to keep my guard up at all times. This fight just got a whole lot more serious, swinging both my white glowing dagger and my red shining sword across my body. I start letting out a barrage of 2000 MP attacks over and over deep into the fog. They silently drift through the red mist as I begin air-stepping around, bobbing and weaving through the rubble-covered battlefield. I can feel the stone floor beneath my feet ripple and bend. Before now, I would try flying into the sky to get away from its radar system, but the thick fog-filled air is no different than the floor. It knows exactly where I am, and there's nothing to do about it. I grit my teeth, continuing to launch energy attacks into the heavy fog with only the sounds of a fast-approaching monster as my guide to aim each strike. I know the crescents of wind and fire I'm launching are not strong enough to injure this beast, but I need to continue burning through mana to appease the strengthening fragment while simultaneously pinpointing this monster's exact location. Just over 2000 MP is enough to spark a dim glow of white light on collision. The buzzing sound of mana being released on impact gives me just enough visual and auditory cues to ready my next strike. It's near, and coming in hot. I stop my attacks after throwing half a dozen from each blade as I see the white signals of impact come closer and closer. It's time. I charge up both weapons and plant my feet, looking up into the red fog while squinting, using my perception skill to attempt to look through it with all my might. White, red, gold, and black aura grow around my body brighter and brighter as my breathing slows and all I can hear is my own heart beating in my chest. Moments later, my window of opportunity opens. The behemoth lets out a roar, breaking through the fog and swinging its right-bladed arm downward at me. With less than a second to think, I watch the glossy stone blade approach me from above as I dunnigan walk away, positioning myself right over the beast's head. I look down at the long white horn that juts out from its stone armor. My eyes dart back and forth until I lock onto a small portion of armor that's opened up just below its extended shoulder. This is only possible because of its downward strike meant to attack me. I smirk, bringing both of my weapons across my body and letting out a yell and two 2350 MP crescents of mana. The white and black attacks soar through the fog, gliding downward without making a sound. The beast continues to lunge forward. It disappears into the fog along with the attacks I threw as the visibility gets even worse. I air-step backward as a ball of flames erupts into my field of view, followed by the roar of an injured beast. I watch the red mana cloud around me waver, then another shockwave rattles me to the core. I freeze up, gritting my teeth, attempting to stay in the sky. This one is the strongest one so far. My eyes open wide as I see the glossy blade of a flaming behemoth lunging out from the fiery explosion below without a moment's notice. Its shoulder's armor is cracked and broken. I can see 2 large gashes in its flesh, but the monster isn't concerned with it in the slightest. It's focused on me. I'm falling from the sky, attempting to gain my composure from the last shockwave of mana and watching the glossy blade of its flaming injured arm come right at me. I can barely see 5 meters ahead, but I know I'm in trouble, and there's not much I can do. Its stone blade gets closer and closer as I burst into flames and activate my Dunnigan Walker skill less than a meter. Before impact, letting out a yell, I hit the hard floor below after blindly teleporting to the ground. I begin launching attacks in all directions once again. All I see is red fog, and all I can feel is empty space all around me. The ground ripples and flows, and the mist that fills the air intrudes my lungs with a murderous presence. The buzzing sound of mana fills the air and clouds my brain more and more every second that passes. I need to keep pushing through. I've injured the behemoth again, but it's not slowing down at all. I don't think I've even touched 20% of its HP. The dome goes silent. I can't hear a thing but continue launching attacks in all directions. Nothing hits. My white and black blades just glide through the red mist and disappear into nothingness before me. I check my health bar, and gulp as I see it nearing 1/4. I grab a C-class graded HP potion from my item storage and drink it without a moment of hesitation. I feel my body rejuvenate instantly, but that doesn't help my current situation as much as I'd hoped. This monster is still invisible to me, lurking nearby. I continue airstepping around the rubble, letting out 2000 MP attacks in the hope of catching a glimpse of a small white glow, but have no luck. The fog is growing even denser, and it's hard to see more than 3 meters ahead now. I'm covered in sweat, breathing heavily, and my heart is beating out of my chest. For some reason, a grin creeps across my face. I'm in the worst possible situation, but I'm loving every second of it. I'll make it out of here alive. I launch another dual attack from my blades as I twist around a rock pile ahead to watch them both collide with something hard right in front of me. My eyes widen as I watch a glossy stone sword covered in red mana shielding appear from the mist. It's almost like it just appeared out of thin air. Luckily, the collision of my 2 energy attacks gave me an early warning to airstep upwards, narrowly avoiding the incoming stone arm. The moment I jump up, its blade follows me from below. I let out another 2 attacks in the direction of the monster's body to give me a better idea of its exact positioning, then start to charge up my real attack, the moment I see 2 more dim white lights through the red fog. I teleport blindly above their exact location. With a yell, my dual 2350 MP attack makes contact with the beast below. I can't see where I hit, but I know it was a successful shot. I feel the heat of my fire magic erupting and hear the loud cries of the behemoth underneath me. I grit my teeth and attempt to airstep backward, but I'm hit with another surge of dense red mana from the injured beast. I grunt, then let out a yell of agony as the wave of MP makes its way deep into my veins. My skin burns as soon as I'm hit, and I feel my organs twist and turn. Almost 1/4 of my health drops from this single wave. I cough up blood as I'm paralyzed in midair for a fraction of a second. I grit my teeth and see the flaming arm of the stone-covered behemoth's blade come flying out of the fog in front of me. I dungeon walk to the floor, and its glossy blade cuts through the air right where I was moments ago. If not for my attack hitting its armor earlier, covering it in fire magic, I wouldn't have sensed the monster's sword in time. Immediately, I start sending more waves of mana into the thick fog. My arms and legs are starting to tingle again, but there isn't much I can do about it. I've increased my MP output to nearly full capacity. I'm not able to possibly let out more than 5k MP worth of attacks at a single time with the appropriate density and width. The hot and heavy feeling of a strengthening fragment's final moments starts to burn in my chest. I know this feeling well. If it takes over, I'll pass out soon. I whisper under my breath while throwing another dual attack into the red abyss. I have to finish this here and now. The faint white light of one of my detection shots finally makes an impact on the beast. I lock onto its location and instantly begin charging up a new attack. This one has to be big, letting out a yell, and teleporting blindly into the fog directly above where the light from earlier shined. I release an attack downward with all my might. I feel the final remnants of the strengthening fragment give me a boost of MP. Greater than any attack I've released before, a dual strike with just over 2500 MP per blade rockets downward at the monster below. Almost instantly, I hear the roar of a furious beast and the heat of an explosion, but something unexpected happens, out of the corner of my vision, and entering the perception of my all-seeing eye. One of the monster's massive bladed arms comes swinging through the fog on my left side. I sense it just in time, and begin to activate my Dungeon Walker skill. But am simultaneously hit with its wave of dense red mana. my heart stops as I let out a groan. Another 1/4 of my health is ripped from my body, and a mana-reinforced blade comes soaring towards my unguarded frontside. I just landed my most powerful attack so far on the boss, but it was thinking one step ahead. I wasn't fast enough. Its blade makes contact with my chest plate. I watch the bright flash of mana-imbued armor begin to fracture and burst. A white light blinds me as I'm faced with a sudden feeling of dread, until I'm snapped out of it. The explosion from my armor bursting shocks my system and allows me to move once again, one last chance, bursting into brighter flames, and ripping myself out of temporary paralysis. I Dunigan walk to the floor below just as the monster's blade starts ripping through my flesh, its long sword covered in thick red mana cuts through my armor like butter, slicing open my chest and lower abdomen. If not for the shock of the armor's destruction, I would have been cut in two. I let out a gasp as I hit the stone ground below. Red liquid pours from my chest and stomach. My feet and hands feel numb and the red fog all around me is getting thicker and thicker. I can't sense a thing in this war zone and the buzzing in my ears makes it hard to think. I let out a yell as I close up the wounds in my chest with self-regeneration. My health has dropped below 10%, every part of my body aches and burns with unbearable pain. I reach into my item storage for an HP potion but pause before bringing it up to my lips. I smirk, looking deep into the dense fog, and activate my newest skill instead. Final Breath, Chapter 189, Final Breath. I activate my newest skill and feel it start to take full effect. This is the stat boosting ability I witnessed the final boss on the 19th floor activate just moments before our battle was over. It gave the monster an incredible boost in all stats and even its mana control. I grit my teeth as I feel the skill take over. It begins to drain the MP from the strengthening fragment lodged in my chest. The red and golden glow from my other stat boosting skills gets overridden by an ominous black aura. More and more MP starts flowing through my veins. My head begins to ache and I feel a sharp pain in my chest. My advanced fire magic is consumed by this new skill and shifts its coloring to a jet black hue as well. I let out a yell as the skill, Final Breath, fully activates. The pain is unbearable. Then, I don't feel the boring sensation in my heart at all from moments ago. My headache is gone. Don't feel much of anything at all. My eyes dart back and forth. The red fog that was so thick moments ago that I could barely see a meter in front of me now seems like just a thin mist slightly blurring my vision. Falling rocks and crackling fire can be heard in perfect clarity from over 50 meters away, and the exact position of the behemoth lurking within its mana-imbued veil of fog seems so obvious. I take a step forward. It seems like time has slowed down, all my senses are heightened drastically, but it all feels so natural. The mana being absorbed from the fragment in my chest is flowing through me at almost 4 times as much as moments ago. Yet, it doesn't even feel like I'm consuming mana at all. It just feels like I don't need mana at all. This is Final Breath. I hold my sword in my right hand and watch the red glow and dark flames morph into jet black darkness to match my aura. The wind dagger in my left does exactly the same. My all-seeing eye expands its range and I can feel the entire boss room with perfect clarity once again. Ember is high in the sky and there's hot lava pools surrounding me on all sides for kilometers. I take a deep breath in and out as I pick up the pace and start sprinting towards the direction of the newly located floor boss. Everything around me is silent. The only echoing noises I can hear are the slow footsteps of my own run and the steady breath coming out of my nose. I can see the entire battlefield in my mind's eye. Everything has become crystal clear all of a sudden. The red-skinned behemoth is less than 50 meters away, reforming its stone armor. There's still fire burning on its shoulder and arms. Plus, my last attack shattered a good portion of its helmet and armor on its back. Half of its face is exposed, revealing one of its beady black eyes. The monster's gaze is locked on me as I approach. It's injured, but nowhere near defeated. The power building up inside of me right now is like nothing I've ever felt before. I feel at peace. The near unlimited energy from the strengthening fragment mixed with the controlled power of my Final Breath stat boosting skill has made me feel as though I'm invincible. This can't last for long, and the side effects won't be pretty, but I'll use every opportunity one can get right now. Piles of bricks, shattered stones, and burning tables fill my mind's eye as I run through the red fog. I activate wind magic beneath my feet to increase my speed, but black energy comes out instead. It propels me forward all the same. Now, cracking the hard castle floor with every stride, I come closer and closer to the behemoth before me. My inner mind's vision shows me the scene in black and white. The only thing that stands out is the dense shielding around my target's body. It's bright red. I hear the beast let out a roar as I draw near. it senses me and begins swinging its arms as I jump up into the air to meet its attack. Earlier in our fight, I would have been on full guard, ready to dungeon walk away at any second, preparing to dodge its incoming swing, but now is different. I know exactly where its attack will land. My all-seeing eyes boosted proficiency from the final breath skill has made the floor boss movements seem slow. I smirk, twisting in the air to narrowly avoid its blade with ease, just like earlier in the fight. My right foot lands on the glossy surface of its arm. I begin running downwards toward the monster while charging up my own weapons. It all happens in an instant. The moment I begin to think about imbuing my blades with mana, they're charged to full. Dense black aura fills them both in an instant, and it's hard to even calculate how much they carry. Nearly 5,000 MP each, but this mana feels much denser and more deadly than anything I've ever felt before. I can feel its mana shielding crack beneath my feet, and I watch fracturing stone armor fly into the air as my steps crumble its bladed arm. The fiery hole in its helmet lets one black eye peek out. The monster isn't frightened though. It just stares straight ahead. I'm completely calm as well, gripping both weapons tight and running down the arm of the beast, swinging both swords across my body with the intention of landing a dual energy strike on its neck. At the same moment, I feel the shielding from its entire body begin to weaken. I'm less than 5 meters away. It's an odd sensation. The monster knows I'll hit it soon, but it's decided to lower its guard. I keep my eye on the prize and continue running down its stone arm. My footsteps destroy the rock even more with each stride as the shielding below fades away. Its large black eye stays locked on me, and the boss doesn't move a muscle. I am running at it with speeds over 3 times as fast as before. So even if it tried to move, it'd be futile. Maybe this is why it stopped. It knows it's the end. No, that's not it. I can still sense the energy in its body moving around. It leaves the rest of its body completely unguarded while focusing all of the shielding around its neck and head. It becomes denser and denser as I fall closer. It's putting all of its strength into a final block, while I put all of my own into a final strike. I smirk, taking another stride and following through with my swing. Dark black ominous mana leaks from my body, traveling through my blades, and it's released into 2 crescents of incredible strength. Everything is silent, and I watch my attacks fly. Then, I hear a voice. It's the floor boss opening our link, another unexpected turn of events. It seems she'll be the one who steals our power. 2 dense crescents of pure destructive mana come shooting from my weapons and rocket at the horned beast's neck. Its eye stares deep into mine and speaks again through our link as it senses the end. It was an honor to meet a man like you again. It's been 50 long years since a rival for the throne challenged us. The great collapse will be more exciting than I anticipated. As it lets out its final words through our link, I watch my 2 blades of dense mana collide with its final layer of dark red mana shielding. I can tell it's close to twice as powerful as the base level shielding surrounding its body before. Liquidated stones wrapped in the threads of mana from its manipulation skill are intertwined to make a barrier strong enough to stop any one of my earlier strikes without fail. I let out a laugh mixed with an excited yell as I follow through and fall towards the monster's open helmet, watching my dual strike. Trails of dark mana connect my incoming attacks to the aura that surrounds me. It feeds the attack with more and more power. The 2 crescents grow as the final remnants of the strengthening fragment within me are completely absorbed. My arms and legs begin to fall numb as the full attack finally leaves my blades and makes contact with the beast's shielding. My eyes widen as the behemoth's entire pool of mana collides with all of mine. There's an incredible flash of white light as I watch my dark wind crescent shatter its shielding like a hammer hitting fragile glass. The fire crescent following takes this opportunity to slice through the beast's neck without a hint of resistance. It glides through the monster's tough red skin and thick muscles with ease. My wind attack explodes as the fragments of its shielding disrupt the strike. This causes a chain reaction of black slides of wind to disperse and interrupt the blade of fire halfway through the boss neck. The explosion of black flames is magnificent. All I can do is watch in awe as I'm thrown backward by the force of my own attack. The final sight before me is the monster's black eye closing and its lips curve up to make a thin smile as it's completely consumed by black flames and blown to pieces. For every millisecond that passes, my senses become more numb. Mana leaves my body at a rapid rate. I fly through the air, sensing the dome of shielding around me finally disappear. A black ball of fire envelopes everything within a 50-meter diameter. It's my own flames, so I'm not burned, but I can feel the extreme heat. It's comforting. Level up, 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 level up. I smirk and start to close my eyes as the familiar level up notifications ring out in my mind. Use absorption, skill, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, yes and no, use absorption, skill, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation. Yes, Anno, more blue text fills my vision as I begin to lose consciousness and fall through the air. I choose, yes, for each and open my status before my eyes completely shut. Status open, name, J Soju, level, 422, HP, 85/2115, MP, 60/2115, strength, 1122, 1290, 987, 561, 1784, 561, 561, speed, 1224, 734, 612, 1946, 612, agility, 1321, 594, 1189, 661, 2100, 661, defense, 926, 370, 713, 463, 1472, mental strength, 1041, 625, 416, 468, 926, 822, 521, 1655, 521. 521, skills, absorption, special grade, swordsmanship, combat magic, advanced fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, special grade. Spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, telekinesis, appraisal, special grade, conceal, special grade, berserker, dungeon walker, special grade, intimidation, dagger mastery, stealth, bloodlust, equivalent exchange, combat magic, wind summoning, all-seeing eye, extreme strength, dual wielding, special grade, telepathy, legendary grade, final breath, special grade, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation, items equipped, high ogre king's ring. 60% mental strength, Cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed, griffin's talon, 40% mental strength, serpent king's scale, 45% agility, 45% magic resistance, desert troll's charm, 45% mental strength. The flame emperor's sword, fire aspect, 115% strength, 89% mental strength. The wind tyrant's dagger set, wind aspect, 88% strength, 90% agility, 79% mental strength. Berserker king's armor set, blood bonded, 77% defense. Greater demon's core, 50% all stats, buffs, final breath, special grade, 159% all stats. Berserker, 50% strength mental strength, bloodlust, 50% speed agility mental strength, extreme strength, 50% strength. Chapter 190, my eyes shut and the feeling of weightlessness takes over my body. My senses go dark as I fall down to the floor, the warm flames from the blast below envelope everything in sight and a grin creeps across my face as I pass out from extreme fatigue on the spot. The only thoughts running through my mind as I plummet toward the floor are, I did it. I defeated the behemoth. The curious final words of the floor boss get lost in the chaos of my rapidly decreasing active conscious brain power. Everything goes black, time passes. Master. Are you finally waking? I lie on my back and a light breeze is flowing on my face. I let out a cough and struggle to open my eyes. Everything around me is so bright. There's a pale green tint that fills my vision as I try to visualize my surroundings. I hear Ember speak through our link again. It's been over a full day, Master. You've been completely unconscious since the battle ended. I stay on my back, letting my eyes adjust to the view above me. There are white clouds, but the sky is tinted with an unsettling green hue. I feel hard scales beneath me and catch a glimpse of two black wings flapping on either side of my vision. I'm in the air, riding on Ember's back. I try to move my hand up to feel my face, but my arm won't budge. Letting out a groan, I check my status to see my HP at under 100 and my MP at nearly 0. My arms and legs feel numb while my mouth is horribly dry. I shiver, letting out another cough that sends a sharp pain through my chest and back. I grit my teeth and close my eyes until the pain subsides. After taking a deep breath in and out, then letting the cool air pass by my face for a moment, I reply through my link with Ember. Well, it looks like I won. Good to see you're alright too. I let out a light chuckle with my eyes still closed. It hurts to even let out a thin smile, but knowing Ember is below me makes me feel a little better. My stomach feels empty, and my skin feels itchy. Everything hurts, but everything feels numb at the same time. I'm horribly ill. This must be the worst case of mana withdrawals I've ever felt before. I lie motionless for over half an hour before building up the strength to open my eyes again. The white clouds and pale green sky fill my vision again as I activate my storage skill to let 3 items fall out onto my chest, 2 potions, and a bottle of water come down with a thud, landing in the opening where my chest plate is broken in half. Using all my strength, I lift my right arm to bring an HP potion to my lips. Sweating and grunting, I uncork the small bottle and drink the cool green liquid, letting out a sigh of relief as I immediately feel energy flood back into me. After this, I let the empty bottom drop to my side, and let my arm fall too. That was exhausting. My breathing is heavy, and sweat covers my forehead, but I need to finish what I started. Letting out a grunt, I reach for the MP potion in front of me and repeat the process. The moment the pink liquid touches my lips, I begin to feel even better. Still, I have to let the empty glass bottle fall to my side and take a small break before reaching for the water. This fatigue is brutal. I begin using self-regeneration, but it isn't helping much. I can't exactly heal withdrawals with simple potions or skills. Usually, it just takes food, water, and time to heal something like this. I reach for the water and drink about 1/4 of it before forcing myself to stop. With a satisfied gulp, I close my eyes again and fall straight to sleep. Everything goes black, time goes by, and I wake up feeling somewhat better. I open my eyes to see the same oddly colored sky with occasional passing clouds. I immediately open my link with Ember as I struggle to sit up. How long was I out? My abs ache and my joints crack as I use both arms to keep myself steady while sitting up. Ember responds, only a few hours this time, 7 or 8 at most. I nod, looking to my side and seeing a huge pile of gear wrapped in what looks like a red fabric. It's perfectly balanced on Ember's back right beside me. I hadn't even noticed until now. I clench my jaw and lean over to open the cloth to see what's inside. I use appraisal, the Flame Emperor's sword, fire aspect, 115% strength, 89% mental strength. The Wind Tyrant's dagger set, wind aspect, 88% strength, 90% agility, 79% mental strength. The Behemoth's platinum amulet, 111% defense. Horn of the Behemoth, my long dark sword and bright red dagger lay on the velvet fabric next to a small silver rectangle about the size of my palm with rounded edges. It's attached to a tin black string and sits next to a massive curved white horn. I immediately store my 2 bonded weapons into my item storage, then pick up the small silver rectangular object, the Behemoth's platinum amulet, 111% defense. It's heavy in my hand, but no more than a centimeter thick, and 5 or 6 centimeters long. The defense buff on it is higher than anything I've ever seen before. It's completely blank and smooth, just a full bar of platinum with an enchantment on it. I smirk, taking off my Cyclops pendant that has a 40% buff and replacing it with this one at 111%. I throw my old pendant into my storage. It holds some sentimental value, so I'll keep it for now. Lastly, I look over at the large white horn. The item has significantly shrunk compared to its actual form during the fight. This is normal for magic items, but it's still odd to me. I look at it closely, activating appraisal again, but nothing comes up on the curious item. All it says is Horn of the Behemoth over and over. Maybe it's a crafting item of some sort, or possibly just a trophy for those that defeat the 20th floor boss. I doubt the latter. All items have some kind of purpose in the end. I let out a sigh, then roll the horn into my item storage and promptly fall onto my back again, exhausted already. Breathing heavily, I open up my storage and take out some fruit and dried meat. I chew on it slowly while drinking more water and opening my link with Ember. So, what happened? Where are we? The dragon gliding peacefully through the air responds in a patient tone. You've defeated your first lower floor boss. We've made it to the 21st floor. Before we were transported to this higher Dunigon, I managed to collect all the item drops in your weapons. I grin, closing my eyes again and falling back to sleep. Letting out a last sentence to Ember before everything goes dark. Thank you. The next moment my eyes open, I feel pretty rejuvenated, but still nowhere near fully healed. I'm able to sit up almost immediately and stretch my arms and back. I let out a yawn and bend over the side of the flying dragon to take a look at the view below us. I'm left speechless at the sight before my eyes. We're high up in the sky, and everything around us is stained with a pale green tint. There are white stone pillars as far as I can see. They're thin, just a few meters wide each, and they reach up high in the air. Some even jut up higher than the altitude we're flying, but a majority can be seen down below. The tops of them are completely flat, and now that I'm coming back to my senses, this entire dungeon gives off a low hum of mana from all directions. I turn my head around, taking a look behind me to see hundreds of them. There are white stone pillars everywhere. And nothing else. The more I look, I begin to notice oddities. Some off in the distance seem thicker than others and even have jagged-shaped tops. I can't even see the floor below. There are clouds in the way both above and below us. My hands and feet are still tingling, and everything aches. But I let out a grunt and manage to stand to my feet as Ember continues to gently soar through the sky. I smirk, breathing in the fresh air around me and squinting off into the distance. The labyrinth is far from its end. One floor boss down, many more to go. It looks like after we take a pit stop back on the 10th floor to rest up and check in with the association, there will be many more floors to climb. Chapter 191. I take a deep breath of fresh air as I look out into the pale green dungeon and open up my link with Ember. It's time we head back to the 10th floor. Understood. Ember flaps his wings and glides down to the nearest pillar of smooth white stone below us. With a careful step, I hop off his back and land on the square 3-meter wide platform high up in the clouds. I open my item storage and Ember flies inside. I down at my arms and chest. My armor is still completely destroyed. My shirt is ripped and the black line from the greater demon's core is exposed on my left arm. I attempt to heal the armor with my self-regeneration skill like I normally would, but things go a bit differently than they did last time. The dim white glow of mana begins to shine, but I get the odd urge to push further with a new depth of mana control that I haven't quite felt before. The white glow begins to turn into tinted red. MP seeps out of my body at an alarming rate as the armor is healed. I can audibly hear a buzzing sound coming from the heavy metal gear. Then, a sharp pain in my head and chest stops me from pushing further. I grit my teeth and drop to one knee on the hard stone surface below me. Letting out a gasp and deactivating all my skills, I'm still way too worn out to be trying anything fancy. I take the now completely restored armor set off and throw it into my item storage before standing up straight again. Looking down, I still see the demon's black mark on my arm under my torn shirt. I reach into storage to grab a fresh longsleeve as well as the new pair of magic lenses that Bree gave me during our last meeting. I throw the shirt on and activate the new lenses of illusion. I'll only be wearing these in public. They'll always come off during battle or training from now on. Burning through that last pair was such a waste. Now that my appearance problem is out of the way, I'll need to think of an alibi. I'll head back to the 10th floor but telling people that I defeated the 20th floor boss is a bad idea. I take a deep breath, then close my eyes. Dungeon Walker. The moment my transport skill is activated, severe pain surges through my head, making it hard to visualize where I'm teleporting to. Everything in my mind is foggy, but I lock onto a familiar point deep in the 10th floor dungeon and let myself blip through. I fall to the rocky floor at the base of the mountain I trained at earlier in my labyrinth climb. I spent a few days throwing attacks at this rock wall. I know it well. It seems like in a tired state, tempting to familiar regions is much easier than places I've only been once. I catch myself with both hands and fall to my knees, but look to my left and right before hitting the ground. No one else is here. That's a good sign. I let out a sigh as my headache and chest pain slowly fades away and the sharp pain that travels all the way down my spine becomes much less irritating. I get to my feet and begin slowly walking towards the inn, thinking through how exactly I'll explain my current weakened state and progress to anyone that asks. It takes me nearly an hour to make it to the backside of the poorly built inn. I can already hear hunters training and selling goods on the small stone path in front of it. Even from just the short walk over, my muscles ache and my skin itches. All I want to do is lie down, but I push forward and make my way to the building's entrance. Opening the wooden door, a few heads turn, but soon after, they go back to eating and drinking. I walk forward until I meet the innkeeper's gaze. He gives me a cheerful smile. Glad to see you're back, Jay. Have a good training session? It sure looks like you're pretty worn out. Need a room? He lets out a chuckle as I lean forward to rest against the wooden counter. I reply in a low, yet relieved tone, yeah, a room would be great. Without another word, the old man lets out a light whistle while writing something down under the wooden table and fetching me a key. He hands me the small metal item with her 209 labeled on the side of it in thin black writing. I nod and take the room key. Thanks. I'll be back once I'm rested. If Rylan or Fisher come looking for me, tell them to wait. I need time to recover. He gives me a grin, then turns his head to the stairs beside the counter. Sure thing, I'll let you rest, kid. I push myself up off the counter and slowly walk toward the stairs. It's already been a long day. My full body and mind are giving out on me after a 1-kilometer walk and a simple conversion. My eyes are almost shut by the time I walk upstairs and find my way into the small yet cozy feeling room. I collapse onto the wooden bed with white sheets and fall asleep almost instantly. Unfortunately, it isn't a peaceful slumber. The full body shivering from a few days ago comes back as I drift off into a half-dazed state of tossing and turning. These mana withdrawals are no joke. I tough it out and get my rest. Eventually, I fall into a deeper sleep. Time passes until I'm rudely awakened. Knock, knock, knock. My eyes open wide as I come back to reality and almost fall off the small bed. I shake my head and rub my eyes before swinging my legs over the edge to hear the wooden floor creak while walking over to the door mid-yawn. Who is it? What's going on? I thought I said not to wake me up. The excited voice of a familiar redhead cuts me off. Oh, come on, Jay. Conway said it's been over 16 hours since you got in. You need to eat something. Plus, you gotta tell me how your climb went. I feel my stomach churn as I approach the door handle and lick my dry lips. Apparently, it's been another 16 hours. I've been out of it for almost another full day again. My muscles feel a bit more healed, and my head is less foggy enough, though I'm dying for a good plate of food and some water. I guess I've made a little progress, but I'm nowhere near 100%. I fully open the door to see Rylan grinning ear to ear in the narrow hallway. The moment I do, he throws an arm around my shoulder and starts leading me back to the main inn's main tavern downstairs. My room door closes behind me as the C-Class starts talking my ear off like I never left. So, what happened? Did you go to floor 19? Did you make it to the 20th? What's it like up there? It must have been tough. I chuckle a bit, realizing what I just accomplished is actually a pretty big deal. He's asking if I even made it to the 19th floor. In reality, I make it to the 21st. I beat the monster that separates normal hunters from elites in my first week of training. Well, technically I took over 2 months, but no one has to know that. I let out a sigh, but can't help but let out a little grin. It's time to begin my facade. I'll take Bree's advice and keep a low profile for now. I made it to the 19th floor. Yeah, I smirk as we make it to the stairs and begin to walk down. Tables come into view and the sound of association hunters trading gear and eating food fills my ears. Rylan responds, "Oh yeah? How'd you fare against those monsters?" I've heard even Fisher struggled with the 19th floor his first couple months of elite training. I nod slowly and reply, "Yeah. They were tough, gave me quite the workout. I'll have to rest up before I try to go any further." I stretch my arms and make a pain-filled expression to reinforce the fact that I'm in no condition to continue fighting right now. Rylan smirks, "So you're really going to try and defeat the 20th floor boos?" I shrug. Maybe if Fisher comes back. I don't want to push my luck. Rylan continues without even registering my response. I've heard stories about a cooldown timer on the 20th floor boss room. Apparently, once someone faces it, they can't leave the entire floor until they've defeated the boss. No new hunters can enter or leave until the fight is over. It takes a full 7 days for the entrance portal to open up again even if the boss is slain. I clench my jaw and tighten my gaze at the words that come out of the redhead's mouth. My mind starts racing for a moment as we make it down to the tavern's main floor. I curse under my breath as I look up to see Conway smiling and setting up a table with a feast fit for kings upon my arrival. The old man waves at both of us and we begin to walk over. This whole situation just got a lot more complicated. If Fisher comes back anytime soon, he'll most likely want to face the 20th floor to complete our weekly quotas. It's not going to be an easy task to talk my way out of this one. Chapter 192. I put on a smile as Rylan continues to hold his arm around my shoulder tightly. We walk over to the nearest wooden table being offered to us by the old cheerful innkeeper. "Sit down, boys. It's hot off the stove." Rylan releases me from his grip and takes a seat. I start to sit down as well and the old man continues talking. "I know you wanted some time to rest, but I thought you could use a good meal right about now." Was I wrong? I chuckle and take my seat, hearing my stomach gurgle at the sight of steaming hot food and cold drinks in front of me. "No, you weren't wrong at all." "I appreciate it, Conway." With a slight bow, the kind innkeeper turns and waves as he walks into the back room behind his check-in counter. "Welcome back, Jay. Enjoy." I let out a sigh with my eyes locked on the meal in front of me, then dig in. I pay no mind to any of the hunters eating their meals and trading goods on the tables nearby. Even Rylan's presence begins to leave my conscious thoughts as I become fixated on the meal before me. Every bite rejuvenates me more and more. I'm fully invested, body and mind. Over 10 minutes pass before the redhead's voice finally hits my ear. "Hey Jay, want to hear something wild?" I look up, beginning to feel much more satisfied. I shake myself out of the small trance and sit back while replying, "Sure, what's up?" Rylan crosses his arms, looking a bit annoyed. "Remember those nobles we ran into the other day before you went off on your own? Apparently, they made it up to the 19th floor, just like you. They took out a ton of the base-level monsters." "Can you believe that?" I raise an eyebrow, then rely in a low tone. Really?" He nods, placing both hands back on the wooden table. "Yeah, they even passed through to our resting camp with a collection of really rare swords. They must have really killed a lot of them." I slowly nod, thinking to myself, those nobles didn't seem that strong to me. Their levels were nowhere near high enough and I've even fought their leader back when I had no mana control training at all, and I was a near even match for him. Something isn't adding up, but it's not my biggest concern at the moment. He's probably just collecting gear for his family to sell or something. It's none of my business. Although my 10 minutes of bliss while eating were nice, now the real problem at hand has to be figured out. the fact that the 20th floor boss supposedly has a 7-day cooldown timer is rather troubling. I won't take Ryland's word for fact. But it's more than enough for me to worry about the possibility of it being true. I clench my jaw, then speak up. Hey, do you know when Fisher is getting back? I wanted to see if I could face the 20th floor boss. I create a small item storage portal beneath the table and pull out the small white transport crystal the blue-haired elite gave me before he left, then put it up in front of Ryan's eyes, or I could face it myself if he takes too long. I still haven't used my emergency exit. I smirk and put the crystal down, but don't get the response I expected. Ryland pauses for a moment, the replies in a softer tone. There's been no word from Fisher or any of the others in his elite squad that left a few days back. They should have returned by now. I nod slowly, catching onto his serious tone. The redhead continues, I assume they'll still want your new squad in training to go out and help defend the northern border. It's just, I'm not sure what's taking so long. If they can't finish the job, I don't know how much your squad will help dash. I cut him off. Got it. Understood. I take a deep breath, faking a look of concern. Ryland looks upset. Fisher was his student. He's probably very worried about his extended absence. It seems there's some trouble brewing for the association. First, an urgent mission, and now a full elite squad is missing. Sounds fishy, but this all works out perfectly for me. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect turn of events. I stand up, looking down on the redhead, and speak in a volume just above necessary to get the attention of hunters at the tables surrounding us with my next line. Ryland, I'm going to face the 20th floor boss. I may not win, but at least I'll know the difficulties ahead. I'll make sure to say hi to Fisher when I see him in the Dark Continent soon. I'm sure he's fine. The redhead shows me a thin smile and perks up a bit, letting out a sigh. I sit back down and Ryland relaxes as well. We finish up our meal, share small talk about the association, and I throw the white transfer crystal back into my storage after repeatedly assuring Ryland that I'll use it if I get into any trouble while on the higher floors. In reality, I plan to use it no matter what. If that boss room is actually closed off, using the crystal to transport away will be the perfect excuse. I can just say I ran from the fight and that's why the room is closed for any future hunters that try to enter. It's simple, but I don't see how it will work. My soreness and MP withdrawal effects are much less noticeable by the end of our feast. I can fight at 40 to 50% now if I needed to. It's great progress, but it feels like it'll take a while to regain my full capabilities. This won't be a quick recovery. Time will tell. I let out a satisfied sigh and turned to Ryland. Well, now is as good a time as ever for me to get going. Don't you think? With a smirk, I stand up from my chair at the table and put out my hand for the redhead to shake it. He replies, standing up and shaking my outreached hand. Why, you're leaving already? I give him a firm nod. Might as well. I'm fully rested and have a full stomach. There's no better time to start my journey. I turn around to see the old innkeeper come out from his backroom right on cue. I take the small metal key out of my pocket as we make eye contact and throw it at him from a few meters away. Appreciate you, old man. I'll be out for a while. Conway catches the key and gives me a firm nod. I turn back to Ryland. He gulps. I'm starting to understand why they picked you to become an elite. You never take a break, do you? I chuckle, turning to the door. I guess not. The red-headed hunter waves. Hey Jay, good luck. I nod, replying while walking through the tables full of low-level C-class hunters. Thanks for showing me around, Ryland. If I'm not back soon, I'm sure we'll still meet again. The poorly crafted wooden door swings open and I walk out into the open air of the dungeon. Making a quick right turn, I make my way around the backside of the inn and begin trekking deep into the 10th floor. Once out of sight, I dungeon walk upwards. I prepare myself for the sharp pain and exhaustion that follows, but my real reaction isn't as bad as my mental image. I feel a slight headache for a fraction of a second, and my breathing gets a bit healthier the moment I blip back into reality, but it fades away quickly. I've healed enough to dungeon walk without much trouble. This is good. Although I'd love to check out the 20th and confirm my suspicions as soon as possible, I still have a mana collecting quota to fill. I need over 20k MP worth of crystals before I think about going back to the association. I teleport up to the High Ogre dungeon. These will be low 300 leveled monsters. Easy for me to kill, but strong enough to drop decent loot. It shouldn't take more than a few hours to farm what I need. Even in my current state, I take a deep breath and get to work. Pulling out my sword and activating my enemy detection skill, I find my first target and teleport over to it. It's a high orge, nothing too special. Nearly 4 meters tall, wearing a full suit of lightweight armor, and wielding its own long silver sword, I channel a few hundred MP into an attack and let it fly, slicing the ogre in two without a hint of resistance. It falls to the floor moments later, hardly even registering that an attacker appeared. I slowly walk over to its corpse and wait for the monster to dissolve. A new window of blue text fills my vision. A grin creeps across my face as I read what it says. Use advanced mana manipulation, advanced perk, temporary minion. Enter desired level, 0 to 422, yes, and no. Chapter 193, I stare down at the defeated High Orge at my feet, and a new blue text window fills my vision. Use advanced mana manipulation, advanced perk, temporary minion. Enter desired level, 0 to 422, yes, and no. I whisper under my breath, mana manipulation. I open my status, checking to confirm that I have 2 brand new advanced combat magic skills. Mana manipulation and earth summoning. I remember absorbing both abilities, but testing them out has been the last thing on my mind. I've been more focused on healing up and making sure the association doesn't find out about my accelerated progress too fast. Testing the full range of my power was going to wait until I could actually use the power without these painful headaches and chest pains. I blink a few times, then turn back to the glowing blue screen that hovers over the defeated monster. I smirk, remembering the knights I fought before the floor boss appeared. This must be the same ability. I select 300 for a level, then choose yes. Immediately, my right hand begins to glow red and I feel the sensation of mana leaving my body fast. Checking my status, I watch my bar go down a few hundred MP. Thin pink threads leave my red glowing hand and begin floating through the air before connecting to the top of the dead ogre's head. As they connect, the strands turn white, then go completely invisible to the naked eye. The thin strings of mana begin stitching the ogre's sliced body back together and I watch the monster stand back up to its feet. The beast's eyes are open, but there's no sign of life. It grips its sword and stares forward without moving a muscle. A new blue screen fills my vision. Temporary minion, level 300, deactivate. Yes, and oh, I look the monster up and down in awe. I can feel the mana that was sucked out of me during the activation flow from my fingertips and into the body of this lifeless creature. I close my eyes. Then lift the ogre's arm carrying its sword with only my mind. I open my eyes and it does exactly what I pictured it would. I smirk, then picture the monster taking a step forward. It does instantaneously, making the ground crunch under its feet. I let out a chuckle, making the mana thread connected to its head twist and turn. The 4-meter-tall monster effortlessly moves to my every command. It feels like an extension of myself. Almost as if I'm the one in its body, making every movement with exact precision. The only downside I feel is the further away it gets, the less precise and clear the connection becomes. The longer I stay in control, extra MP is also being used to maintain the connection. It's a small amount, but enough to set my headache in motion again. Before I can do much more testing, the corpse of the beast begins to dissolve. As its body disintegrates, it leaves behind a single mana crystal and my bond is severed. The thin strand of mana connecting me to the creature fades into thin air. I nod with tightened lips, letting out a sigh and collecting the dropped crystal, and throwing it in my item storage. Makes sense, this new temporary minion perk must only work on freshly defeated opponents. That doesn't explain how the 20th floor boss imbued its mana into all those armor sets. I'll have to do more testing when I'm at full strength. In the meantime, I can still try a few more things. I activate advanced mana manipulation again along with my all-seeing eye. The entire Dunnigan lights up in my mind's eye and I'm overwhelmed with the view. For nearly 10 meters in all directions, I feel the mana following through the ground and air around me, just like it would through my sword. I'm able to control all of it, I gasp, as a sharp pain runs through my chest and up into the back of my head. A ringing sound begins to fill my ears and slowly gets stronger and stronger until I'm forced to deactivate all my skills. Gritting my teeth, I curse under my breath. These side effects and mana withdrawals are really holding me back. For a moment there, it felt like I was nearly invincible. It felt like I could have warped the mana beneath my feet into anything I wanted. I swallow hard as my headache fades and I drink an MP potion. My bar fell over 1000 MP from just that attempt. I finish up the pink liquid and throw the empty glass bottle back into my storage. I'll try something a bit more simple. I activate my advanced earth summoning magic next. This one feels much easier to control. It's very similar to my fire summoning actually. I lift my right hand up in the air and a small ball of stone begins to form in my palm. It floats effortlessly in a liquid state, just like how the behemoth turned the castle floor into its personal malleable matter. I grin, then start shifting the small light brown ball of stone into different shapes, first, a sphere, then a cube. Next, I form the liquid matter into a small stone dagger and a thin brown arrow. Finally, I shape the rock back into a sphere and drop the stone to the ground. Thud, it hits the floor and I deactivate my skill. The mass stays put, but my MP bar has dropped about 100 points. My headache starts to come back, but it fades before it becomes anywhere near as bad as my last attempt. Using a few hundred MP at a time seems to be just fine. I'll keep that in mind. Dungeon Walker. I teleport to the nearest high ogre and get back to work. After spending 3 hours farming, I managed to collect the required 20k MP worth of crystals for my quota. Once finished, I find a secluded area up on a high peak to take a break. There, I contemplate my next moves while enjoying a meal of fruit, meat, and water from my item storage. Another 2 hours pass and my mind is made up. It's time to see if the cooldown timer is real or not. If it is, now is as good a time as any to use that transport crystal. I stand up and put away all my food and water, gripping my sword in dungeon, walking to the small narrow hallway between the 19th and 20th floors. The stone around me feels cold, and my footsteps echo as I start to walk forward. This hallway is much darker than last time without embers flames to guide the way. Another thing it's lacking is the floating grey boss room portal at the backside. I whisper under my breath, approaching the back wall of hard stone. Rylan was right. No one can find out about this. I activate my Dungeon Walker skill again, searching for the boss room floor that I'd previously fought on just a few days ago. It's all blank. There's nothing there but a void of mana twisting and turning. It's similar to the inside of a Titan's domain. Teleporting into that is just asking for trouble. There's no guarantee of getting out. I gulp, then deactivate my teleportation skill. That confirms it. The boss room has been defeated and the cooldown timer is real. No one from the association can find out about this. As I planned earlier, I'll need to fake my failure. It needs to seem as though I've really tried to face the boss and was way out of my league. I need to set the scene. Remembering back to how I actually looked after the battle was over, I let out a sigh and find an old shirt in my item storage to put on and tear to pieces. With a smirk, I activate my earth summoning skill and begin covering my face, boots, elbows, and knees in a layer of dirt. Next, I take my sword and ignite it into flames. I make sure my breathing is heavy before reaching into my storage to take out the small white glistening transport crystal. With a hesitant look only my face, I summon a glossy sort of stone similar to the one the knight used in battle. Of course, mine is much smaller and doesn't have a hint of mana shelling lining it. Closing my eyes, I send it flying into my side, making sure to miss any vital spots. I let out a grunt as HP falls off my health bar. I whisper to myself as blood drips into the stone floor. It has to be more convincing. Rolling my eyes and letting out a sigh, I summon another glossy stone sword and give myself 2 more slashes. They aren't bad wounds, but they look deep enough to the untrained eye to be legit. I'll just drink an HP potion before anyone gets too close to examine me. Fisher said to use this crystal if I get into any trouble during my training. I assume the transport point for these items is going to be in a semi-public association-owned area, so I'll make sure to dress the part. It's now or never. My headache is starting to kill me, and the ringing in my ears is getting unbearable. I take out an HP potion and throw it in my back pocket, without another thought. I grip the white crystal hard in my left hand and it shatters to pieces. I feel a warm energy envelop my entire arm. It travels up to my shoulder, then to my chest, and soon flows through my entire body. My vision goes white, and the feeling of transportation magic forces itself over my whole body. Seconds later, I fall to the ground. My sword hits a hard white flooring with a loud clang as I catch myself with 2 open palms. My ears are still ringing and my breathing is heavier than ever. My vision is blurry, but I can see my own crimson blood dripping onto a glossy white surface below me. I let out a gasp that slowly turns into a chuckle while staring at the ground. I made it. My blurred vision starts to finally come back to normal and I stand to my feet. Taking the HP potion out of my back pocket, I start looking around to see where exactly I've landed. An audible gulp comes out of my mouth as my gaze lifts from the pure white flooring to making eye contact with myself. I'm standing in a square room, about 5 meters wide, with 3 full-walled mirrors and a heavy metal door on the 4th. Both the floor and ceiling are covered in dense white mana shielding, and there doesn't seem to be an easy way out of here. I murmur under my breath while my eyes dart back and forth. This is not what I was expecting. Chapter 194. I stare at myself in the mirror, then turn to see my reflection in 3 different angles. The first thing that comes to mind is the thought of someone staring back at me from the other side. It may be an overly paranoid assumption, but it feels pretty reasonable to me right now. The only break I get from the nauseating sight of mirrors infinitely reflecting my image back to me is a heavy metal door on the 4th wall of the small room. It has no handles or keyholes. It's sealed off completely, most likely locked from the outside. I activate conceal to hide all my skills and odd items except for my fire magic and blade handling skills. I'm back into association territory. It is best to stay on my best behavior. Thick red liquid continues to drip from my chest and abdomen. I have a few pretty deep wounds, and my HP bar is slowly ticking down as I lose more blood. I uncork the HP potion in my left hand and drink it at once, still looking straight at myself in the mirror to my right. I feel the cool green liquid start to heal my wounds, but it mostly just regenerates my HP. There's still severe visible scarring and it's painful to the touch. A quick self-regeneration would heal me up fine, but I'm still unsure if I'm being watched. It's better if I save using any suspicious skills for another time. I squint my eyes and step closer to the mirrored wall on my right side. Less than half a meter away from the reflective surface, my gaze darts back and forth. Then I activate my all-seeing eye. The moment I turn my ability on, the pain in my head returns and I'm hit with an unsettlingly claustrophobic feeling. All I can sense is the room I'm standing in. The walls around me are shielded off with dense mana thicker than I can perceive in my weakened state. I cut my skill off before my headache gets any worse, and let out a sigh. This all makes sense, but it's a bit nerve-wracking. Fisher did say if I were to transport here while touching a monster, it would come with me. The association must have safety precautions to keep whatever transports in here contained until dealt with. I gulp, then bring my hand up to the mirror before me and knock on the glass. An odd sound rings out. It's a combination of a muffled buzz being interrupted by each tap and a light echo following. My gaze tightens even more and I place a finger up against the mirrored wall. It looks like my index finger is touching my reflection exactly. There's no gap at all. This is much different from my mirror back home. I bring my hand away from my reflection again, then ignite a small flame in the palm of my hand. It burns dark red, and the area of glass nearby begins to glow slightly, like the light is shining through. I clench my jaw and look around, then yell out loud, "Hey! I know you're watching. What is this place?" My head begins to spin as I piece everything together. This must be a trap. Right, I'm in a mana-shielded cell with a two-way mirror on every side. I curse under my breath. This is the director's doing, isn't it? Gritting my teeth and ignite my whole arm into dark flames, then reach down to grab my sword. I charge the remaining few hundred MP into an attack and start to run at the silver door at the back of the room. I'm filled with annoyance and anger, and can only blame myself for dropping my guard and just blindly transporting to wherever this crystal took me. What was I thinking? I begin to swing my sword at the silver door, but before I can release an attack, I hear an unfamiliar voice ring out from all directions within my tiny cell. It's a man's voice, but it's very soft and calming. "It's nice to meet you, Jay. Please, do calm yourself down. I'll open the door for you momentarily. There's no need to break it down." I stop mid-swing, looking up at the ceiling. "Who are you? What is this place?" There's silence for a few seconds. I leave my sword charged and aimed at the heavy silver door. Click, it swings open towards me. I take a step back, still keeping my sword locked straight ahead as I hear the same soothing voice that echoed throughout the room come out of the door. "I wasn't expecting company so soon. It seems you were rash enough to face the 20th floor boss just like the director predicted." He's really never wrong. A tall pale-skinned man with thin black-framed glasses and short silver hair walks out from behind the door. He's wearing a long dark purple cloak, with black pants and shiny dark-colored boots. If I had to guess, he's not more than 30 years old. The young man greets me with a genuine smile and looks me up and down before putting out his right hand for me to shake it. "Nice to finally meet you in person. I've been hearing all about you." The name's Leo. I examine him closely, activating my inspect and appraisal skills while still pointing my flaming sword straight at his chest. LV 308, active items, enchanted cloak, 103% mental strength, active skills. Artificer, legendary grade. My gaze tightens even more as I concentrate on the interesting individual in front of me. He's a much lower level than me, but has a legendary skill, Artificer. I've never seen anyone with this ability before. The man speaks up again, turning his body to let me see down the hallway that stretches out through the open door. It's long, with dark walls, and is dimly lit. "Come on, I won't bite. Let me take you up to the surface. I have a few things to fill you in on after all." I gulp, watching him pull his hand back and shrug as I continue to point my flaming sword upward, now pointing straight at his head. "You still haven't answered me. What is this place? Where am I?" The man tightens his gaze on my sword, then looks down at the floor covered in my blood. He lets out a thin, nervous smile, then it evolves into a chuckle before he responds. "We're in the association's HQ, right in the center of the capital. I assume you used one of my transport crystals. I've heard stories about the 20th floor boss, but never made it past the 15th floor myself. I'm more of a craftsman, an artificer actually dash. I cut him off as a few things begin to piece together in my mind. I take a step closer. Your transport crystals? What do you mean by that? He nods, gulping, and motioning for me to move the sword away from his neck while continuing to eye the floor covered in my blood. I really mean you no harm, Jay. As I said, I'm from the association, same as you. We're on the same team here. It looks like you were bleeding badly. Do you need anything else before we make our way to the outside world? My eyes continue to dart around as he shows me the open door behind him again with a genuine look of concern for himself and possibility even me as well. I thrust my sword down to my side and put out the flames. He gives me a friendly smile and starts walking out the door while motioning for me to follow. To answer your question, those transport crystals are made in my lab. I'm the only legendary grade artificer in the Vice region. After all, I tend to create a few neat gadgets and custom items for higher-ups and elites at the association. I continue to listen and carefully walk through the heavy metal door of the mirror-lined room as he continues. I was going to meet you and your team tomorrow, but it seems we've met earlier than expected. Funny how things work out sometimes, isn't it? I shrug, resting my sword on my side as the heavy door shuts behind me. I follow the cloaked man down a narrow black hallway. There are white lights that shine down on us from the ceiling every 10 meters or so, making it dim and shadowy, but not dark enough to the point where I have trouble seeing. To my left and right we pass many locked silver doors, just like the one I came out of. None of them are labeled with any numbers or text. And they're all locked from the outside. Our footsteps let out light echoes through the long narrow hallway, and my breathing begins to slow down the further we walk. This man wasn't lying about his class, he's definitely not the combat type. Their only thing that irks me is his connection to the association. I've never seen these halls before. This place gives me an eerie feeling. I continue to follow him in silence until we make it to the end of the corridor and arrive at a large elevator door. The purple-cloaked artificer taps his ID against the small sensor next to it and the silver double doors open up immediately. The card has an association logo and a C-class marking on it. He steps inside and motions for me to follow. Let's head upstairs, we're pretty far down. This may take a while. Chapter 195, let's head upstairs, we're pretty far down. This may take a while. Leo, the C-class legendary grade artificer, looks at me with a kind smile while standing behind the open doors of the elevator. I hesitantly look behind my shoulder, then back at him. He seems nice and is definitely from the association, but this all seems way too convenient. I reply, we're really in the Hunters Association HQ? And did the director actually tell you I would be here? Leo slides the hood of his cloak down to reveal his glistening silver hair, then leans back in a more casual stance against the small silver rails in the elevator before replying. Well, he told me that he hoped I wouldn't have to meet you early, but there's a good chance I would. He's got some scary intuition. Leo sighs, letting his posture relax even more while motioning for me to come into the elevator. Come on, it's getting late at night, you're lucky I was even here in the first place. After a few more tests, I was about to head home after a long day of work. I let out a light gulp, then take one more look behind me before shrugging and entering the small elevator with the artificer. I turn my back to the wall and watch him closely as he presses a few buttons before the sliding doors close. From what I can make out, it looks like he's entering a code using the floor numbers as keys. 1155366710. After watching and hearing 8 light clicking sounds, I see all the buttons flash blue for a fraction of a second. Once they stop glowing, the elevator begins to move upwards. I bring my gaze back up to the young man's dark eyes, then ask a question. So you said you were heading home after a long day of work? I know you make gadgets and items for the higher-ups and elites, but what exactly do you even make? And what's this meeting tomorrow about anyways? I let out a bit of a frustrated sigh, continuing, give me a straight-up answer, please. I hate how everyone is tiptoeing around me recently. Just tell me like it is. The elevator slowly begins to speed up as we make our way upwards. I hold onto the small railing behind me to ensure my balance as Leo responds, well, like I said before. I'm an artificer. If you give me enough raw dungeon drop items, I can make anything you need. Weapons, traps, custom items, you name it. I even made the B-class graded mana shielding in those rooms downstairs. Most of the newer higher grade shielding in the capital is actually my work. He shows a satisfied proud smirk. The magical craftsman is almost glowing. He's really into his job. Or a great actor. My eyes tighten. So, why'd you join the association in the first place? Without even a hint of a pause, he responds with a glimmer in his eyes. They approached me while I was still in school actually. I've always been into gadgets and magical crafting. but couldn't manage to make anything over a high E-class rated item until I joined up with the association. I nod as he goes on and the elevator shakes slightly. The artificer class is rare, so it gave E an edge while career searching. Bigger magical item manufacturers and trade companies are always looking for new talent. There are usually a few people in every major city that have similar skills to me, like blacksmiths or normal craftsmanship skills. He looks up at the ceiling as we continue to travel upwards, trying to remember something. I believe it was almost 6 years ago now. The current director himself approached me and offered a job. I couldn't say no. Soon after our agreement, I was teamed up with a few elites that power leveled me past 300. Then next thing you know, I'm offered an experimental upgrade crystal and dash. I feel the elevator rattle and shake, then Leo tightens his lips. Sorry, I went off on a bit of a tenet there. Maybe I shouldn't have said all that. He shows me a bright smile and scratches the back of his head. I reply, it's fine. I'm not one to talk. So what? They just gave you a free skill upgrade? Are you in an exclusive contract? Are you close with the director? My gaze tightens even more as I start thinking about his position in the association again, but he replies without any delay and a little chuckle. Close with the director? I wouldn't say so. I hardly see the man once a year if I'm lucky these days. I just get my tasks and enjoy being able to experiment on rare items I would never get to see if I didn't have this gig. His chuckle turns into a laugh. It's not like I'm held hostage down here. I can leave anytime I want. Ding. The silver doors of the elevator open up, and to my surprise, we're in the main lobby of the Vice City Association's HQ. Just like he said, I blink a few times, looking around to see an empty lobby. There's 2 security guards by the door, both between levels 150 and 200, but no one else. I can see through the glass windows that it's the middle of the night. The sky is dark and the silence is already calming. I step out onto the smooth white floor, then hear the silver elevator doors begin shutting behind me. I turn to see Leo smiling and waving as the doors close. It was nice meeting you, Jay. A message should reach you and your team tomorrow. I'll see you again soon. I stand with my mouth slightly open, not sure what else to say. So I don't say anything at all. We were in the middle of a conversion, and just getting to the good part too. Click, the sliding elevator doors shut, and I'm left in the middle of the empty lobby of the association's HQ. Leo seems like a nice guy. He overshares a lot. So, I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Apparently, I'll be seeing him again soon. I made it back to the outside world, and have a perfect alibi for failing to defeat the behemoth. This little side mission has been successful in my eyes. Letting out a sigh, I shrug and walk out the front door, giving the guards a head nod while making my way downtown. It must be 1 or 2 a.m. It's dark out, but the nearly full white moon lights up the sky with a dim glow. I take a deep breath of the cool night air and start making my way through the empty city streets back toward the Vanguard Heights. It feels like forever since I've seen this city. In my mind, it's been over 2 months, so it makes sense. This is the perfect time for me to come back. Although I hear some noises from late-night bars and the occasional pass-by, I'm more focused on the starry night sky and the sweet smell of the city's open space around me. Dungeons may seem like they go on forever, but they're limited to a few dozen kilometers in any given direction. There's nothing quite like the real world. It feels so weird to be back. The city itself feels small, much smaller than how I left it the last. Not physically small, just smaller in the grand scheme of things. Every day that passes makes my life and simple worries seem like they don't matter at all. I'm growing more powerful every day. What really put everything into perspective is defeating that floor boss. It's apparently one of the ultimate challenges for any hunter to become an elite. People dream of coming near my level of strength, yet, all I feel is the need to get so much stronger. I feel isolated. All these new powers, abilities, and new gateways for accelerated growth recently have made me feel much differently about my position in life. Maybe I'm just comparing myself to the wrong people. Everyone on that 10th floor seemed to be a complacent group of hunters that never feel the need to push their limits and put their lives on the line. Even the elite I met, Fisher. He took years to complete what I just overcame in less than a week of real-world time. It feels like I'm the only one in the world that knows a secret. And it's my mission to keep taking full advantage of this power. I whisper under my breath, I need to get stronger. My boots echo through alleyways as I walk further into town. I peacefully watch the night sky as my luxury apartment building finally comes into view. My whole body begins to become quite sore and my brain gets foggy as my eyes threaten to close on me. My fatigue hits me like a brick wall as I walk through the front doors. It's like my mind and body were pushing it off until I had a safe place to rest. These are my natural battle instincts at play. Even outside the dungeons, I make my way through the front entrance and am greeted by 2 assistants. There's one woman at the front door and a man before the elevator. But don't pay them much mind. I get up to my room, take a quick hot shower, then crawl into my loft-style bedroom to watch the city lights shine under the night sky until I drift off to sleep. Chapter 196. I open my eyes and stretch my full body while letting out a satisfying yawn. Looking out the glass window across my living room down below my bedroom loft, I can see the midday sun shining into my glass-walled apartment. Smiling, I hop down to the main floor and start getting dressed while staring out at the city. My muscles and joints feel almost as good as new, but there's still a faint sense of tightness in my back and shoulders. I'm not exactly sure how long I slept, but it hit the spot. I grab an item box and tie it around my waist before I leave, throwing my excess potions, crystals, sword, and a few miscellaneous items into it. My plan is to go to the HQ and hand in my mana crystals to complete my quota. I'll try to meet up with the rest of my teammates if I can find them. It's been a while since I've seen Maria and the others. I smirk, but first, breakfast. I leave my apartment and take the elevator down to the 21st floor to enjoy a nice and peaceful meal at one of the cafes. It's around noon, and this floor is pretty empty. There are a few workers and even fewer hunters. Everyone that lives in this building is signed with the association. Most hunters are out in the dungeons around this time of day. I enjoy my peace and quiet, filling up on a hot meal in the comfort of my own home. Letting out a chuckle, I whisper under my breath while leaving a silver coin on the table before I head downstairs. I've been doing this wrong all along. Wouldn't it be nice to just sit back and relax here all week? The idea is nice, but I'd go crazy in just a few days. It isn't exactly the path I've chosen or one I'd like to be on for too long. Still laughing to myself, I take the elevator down to the lobby and start to walk out. I hear the voice of the older man that greeted me by the elevator on my way in last night. Good to see you're fully rested, Jay. Your company has been requested at the association HQ. You have a mandatory meeting. You're to meet. Well, the guard looks down at a piece of paper. 4 hours ago actually. I stop mid-step and respond as the elevator closes behind me. Got it. Better late than never, right? I roll my eyes, remembering back to last night. It's probably just a meeting with Leo, the artificer. There's nothing to worry about, the lobby manager responds. Yes, it's urgent. I wish you luck. I nod, then continue making my way through the lobby. Thanks, he waves and gives me a friendly smile. I walk out the front door and the hot sun overhead surprises me. The warmth feels nice, it puts me in a cheerful mood almost immediately. With a full stomach and a satisfied grin, I begin my scroll back to the association's HQ. No more than 20 minutes later I arrive and walk straight through the front door. Immediately, I'm greeted by a tall blonde-haired woman at the door. She seems familiar, but I've completely forgotten if I've actually met her before or not. The woman looks down at a small silver card, then back up at me. Jay, one of the new elites in training, right? I slow my pace down as the door shuts behind me. Yeah, that's me. She smiles and turns to the backside of the lobby. The rest of your team is waiting for you in the lounge. You have an important meeting scheduled today. We've been trying to reach you for days. I tighten my lips, but just nod and give her a thin smile. Thanks, I'll head back there now. A few heads turn as I walk through the lobby. Some seem to be fresh E-class recruits, while others are seasoned D and C-class hunters. They all have the same wide-eyed look on their faces, like a monster is about to attack them, or maybe, like a celebrity is walking through. The small crowds go silent as I reach into my item box and take out my ID to enter the first hallway to the back rooms. I let out a sigh and close the door behind me. Click, that was weird. Scanning my card on the second door, I finally make my way to the mini-market and decide to make a pit stop before heading to the last room. I see the faint outline of a familiar white-haired woman through all the neon and flashing lights of the small shops all around me. As I walk closer, I can see the grin across her face get wider and wider as she waves and calls out. Hey, Jay. Long time no see. I thought you were dead or summit and dash. I give her a playfully annoyed look, but it evolves into a grin. This is the first time someone's cracked a joke at me all morning. Everyone else has just been so serious. I reply, good to see you too, Sophie. Long time no see indeed. While reaching into my item storage to grab my handfuls of mana crystals, the white-haired merchant woman replies, congrats by the way, I'm sure you've heard it a million times, but it's pretty exciting to see you and your team become the next elite squad this year. I saw the article about you all in the paper earlier this week. I freeze up, placing the pink gems on the counter. Then looking her straight in the eyes, the article in the paper? What are you dash? Sophie lets out a laugh. You were in the labyrinth training all this time, right? I forgot. They wrote about how you and your team cleared the C-class exams in record time and were chosen directly by the director and higher-ups on the spot to be this year's elite squad. I tighten my gaze and nod slowly, then let out a low response. Of course they did. Sophie chuckles again while starting to weigh out my mana crystals. The pile fills the entire desk, but eventually reads out 50,093.88 MU. Sophie nods and smiles at me. Well, you did your part. The rest of your teammates all handed in their portions earlier in the week. Your tablet should update soon. The short merchant woman begins tapping away at her own silver tablet, then looks up at me. Your team quota has been filled. Now how about that horn? Did you manage to defeat the first floor boss already? She raises an eyebrow, referencing the horn of the behemoth on my quota tablet under my individual assignment. I let out a sigh, and immediately see her roll her eyes in response. Fell short this time around. I nod and she continues, don't worry about it. I'll mark it as unfinished. Some of the elites from last year haven't even completed that one. I didn't think you'd get it done, but one can dream, right? You're able to request old assignments again whenever you wish. The longer the wait, the lower the payout. I clench my jaw and nod, thinking to myself, I have the item in my inventory right now. It would be easy to just hand it over. There's just something that's telling me not to. I gulp. Sure, leave it as unfinished. I was interrupted during my training and wasn't able to complete it yet, unfortunately. She smirks and nods, tapping away at her silver tablet again. Yeah. There you go. It looks like you'll need to attend a meeting before learning any of your new tasks. I reach into my item box and take out my silver quota tablet to take a look at the updated numbers. J Soju, available credits, 9.4, C-class, team weekly quota, : pending task, 0/0, reward, attend team meeting for instructions, individual weekly quota, : none, reward, none. My 5 credits for completing the team task have been added to my total, but the individual talk is gone. That's fine by me. It looks like all signs are pointing toward this meeting. Everyone I talk to keeps telling me to attend. I let out a sigh and show the white-haired merchant a thin smile. Appreciate you, Sophie, I'm off. It's time to go see my team and attend this meeting. I'll see you soon. Sure thing, careful out there. I turn around and wave to her as I walk off through the small crowded neon-colored shops. With a light click, I open the back door to the lounge and walk through. I haven't seen my team in ages. I wonder how much they've all grown. Chapter 197. With a light click, the door from the mini-market to the lounge area in the back of the association HQ opens up and the sight before my eyes puts a smile on my face. Sitting all together on one of the circular couches next to the small cafe, I see my 3 teammates drinking coffee and eating small pastries. I begin to walk over and raise a hand, but I'm interrupted by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed hunter running towards me with arms outstretched. Jay, you made it back. I knew you'd be fine. With the smile across my face widening, Maria jumps up in the air to give me a hug. I catch her and reply in a lower tone as I watch Abby stand up from her seat and begin to turn my way as well. She has a happy-looking smirk across her face. Good to see you too. It's been a while. I let out a chuckle, then let Maria down, looking into her deep blue eyes. They seem much deeper and brighter than when I last saw her. She's grown a lot. I use inspect and appraisal to quickly check her level and skills, not bothering to look at any of her gear. LV 391, combat magic, advanced ice summoning. The green-haired healer slowly walks toward us. I let out another quiet comment under my breath to Maria before Abby arrives. You've gotten a lot stronger. Maria nods, still looking right at me. You seem like you've grown a lot too. I look away as Abby's voice fills my ears. Hey, long time no see. As she approaches, I blink a few times, looking back and forth at my teammates. They both look a lot older, more mature. Almost like years have passed. It's been a while in my mind, but still, it's only been a week in the real world. Their hair looks longer, muscles look more defined, skin is much smoother, and if I'm not mistaken it looks like both of them even grew a few centimeters in height. Maria wears a dark-colored outfit with silver jewelry and magic items on her wrists and around her neck. As Abby approaches, I notice her hair falls down and is much straighter and glossy looking. Her facial features are more mature looking too. The healer speaks up before I can get another word in. Like what you see. I know we've changed a little, but is it really that noticeable? Oh, and good to see you're back here in one piece. I tighten my lips and nod as Abby comes to stand up right next to Maria. The green-haired healer is dressed in all black with green and gold magic items lining her wrists and fingers too. I use inspect and appraisal to get a quick look at her level and skills. LV of 401, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, restore, legendary grade. I nod, meeting her gaze for a moment too. It's only been a week, both of you dash. Maria cuts me off. Grinning ear to ear and turning to Abby, see, I told you he'd notice. Jay pays attention. Oomph, I let out a slightly confused, but also relieved sigh as I see Maria acting like her old self. It's good to see them again, but there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. My eyes dart behind my two teammates and I finally see an unchanged familiar face of our team's long-range archer approaching. The cool and calculated olive-skinned hunter is sat up from the couch area and is walking in my direction. I see him smirk while he yawns, stretches, then crosses his arms. You made it out of the labyrinth after all. Nice to see you, Jay. You look good. Ari walks over and stands beside the green-haired healer, then gives me a firm nod while reaching out his right hand. Looks like you've grown a lot. We have too. I put out my hand and shake his. The archer doesn't look different at all to me. If anything, he just looks tired. I use inspect and appraisal to check his level and skills. LV 393, Spirit Archer, Legendary Grade. He's no different than before, just some level gains. Abby and Maria are the only ones that used those upgrade crystals, so it seems they're the only ones with significant physical changes. I reply with a smile, moving my gaze across all three of my teammates. I'm glad your training paid off this week. Your appearances, Abby and Maria, was it those crystals that changed it? Maria nods happily and responds, yeah, they made my ice magic a lot stronger as well. I can't wait to show you what this week's training has taught me. We are becoming this year's new elites, after all. I've definitely caught up to you now, Jay. I smile, and we lock eyes again. Ari smirks and walks over to me while throwing an arm around my shoulder. Yeah. We may be the new elites in training, but you still haven't changed one bit. Over 5 hours late to our first meeting. Come on, enough talk, let's head upstairs. Abby and Maria laugh and follow behind us as the olive-skinned archer leads us over to the door. I respond as we walk through, hey, nobody told me there was a meeting today. How can I be late to something I was never even invited to? The door shuts behind us as the four of us make it into the lobby. Yeah, whatever you say. Ding, I catch up with my team, and we share training stories on the elevator ride upwards. It seems like both Maria and Abby have been going through tough conditioning and new skill control training. Each of them was given the same amount of MP potions as me this week and told to use them all. Maria trained at the Yeti dungeon and farmed charms while honing her advanced magic control work with an elite. Abby mostly trained her new upgraded restore and combat magic skills. Apparently, she has a very rare healing variant for a skill. 2 elites came to supervise. Lastly, Ari burned through more than his full supply of MP potions. He was training with a high-level elite in the Great Plains dungeon. I'm not sure exactly what they did, but this confirms my suspicions that it was him I sensed when dungeon walking through earlier this week. I fill the 3 of them in on some of my battles but leave a few details out. Mostly the time dilation training and defeating the floor boss parts. I trust them, and will most likely let them in on this secret too, but inside the association's elevator doesn't seem like the right place to break the news. All of our mentors had to leave early for an urgent mission. That's the only thing we had in common this week. Ding, laughing, and enjoying each other's full company again. The elevator finally makes it to the top floor, the director's office. I gulp as the doors slide open. The last time I talked with the director, I gave him a rather explosive attitude. In his eyes, I didn't even get very far up the labyrinth. My cockiness was for nothing. It's a bit embarrassing, but I'll have to swallow my pride and face him without showing all my cards. He can think whatever he wants. I'm just happy to be back with my team. I let out a calm breath and eagerly look ahead to watch the penthouse office come into view. A woman's voice hits my ear and I'm thrown off guard at the sight before me. Welcome back, the 81st Vice Region Elite Squad. Well, soon to be, the tall fair-skinned assistant of the director greets us at the elevator door. I see Leo, the legendary great artificer, sitting at one of the comfortable-looking chairs by the director's desk. Sure, his familiar face is shocking, but the fact that these two are the only ones in the room is a bit more confusing in my mind. I reply to the assistant as I walk through the silver sliding doors into the glass-walled penthouse. Where's the director? I thought we were having a meeting with him today, she replies while guiding all 4 of us over to white cushioned seats next to the man in the dark purple cloak. Brutus is out of town today. I'll be handling the meeting. I nod slowly as we get closer. The outfit Leo wears today is different than last night, but he keeps the same theme. It's collared, a bit more formal looking. With matte black boots and a light purple glow to him, the magical craftsman really stands out in this white-walled room. He sports a few silver rings and bracelets today too. The assistant speaks up again. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Leo. He's our specialized association artificer. He'll be able to fill any requests necessary for your elite missions moving forward. The silver-haired man stands up and bows slightly before speaking. It's a pleasure to meet all of you today. He raises his head and makes eye contact with me for a split second, grinning, then bringing his gaze up to everyone else before continuing. The association has prioritized your abilities in order to protect our region. So I'm happy to be of service to all of you for as long as you serve the association along my side. We all respond, introducing ourselves one by one until he gets to me. Nice to see you again so soon, Jay. I shake his hand again and tighten my lips into a thin smile as we all get seated. The director's assistant walks behind the large empty desk at the back of the room. She waits for all of us to quiet down, then pulls out 4 silver tablets with small crystals on their corners. They hit the hard wooden desk with a thud. Now, let's talk about your new mission to the Dark Continent, Chapter 198. Now, let's talk about your new mission to the Dark Continent. The director's blonde-haired assistant places 4 silver tablets on the wooden desk in front of us with a loud thud. Exclaiming that our mission to the Dark Continent is about to begin, the corners of my lips begin to curl upwards and I whisper under my breath, finally. Both Abby and Maria look up at the tall, thin woman behind the desk with wide eyes. The sun shines in from behind her, showing off the beautiful city and high mountains in the distance a few kilometers away. If I squint hard enough, I can make out the place where we took out C-class exams. Leo smirks, pulls out a small silver gadget from his right cloak pocket, and begins to play with it. He's seemingly uninterested in the conversation, but I know he's listening. Aries' jaw is clenched and his foot makes a light tapping sound on the hard white marble flooring. He's nervous, or maybe excited just like me. The director's assistant continues, pointing down at the desk. Each of you, take one of these transmission tablets. They've been made especially for your duties this week. Each of the cornerstones connects to one of the other tablets. It doesn't matter the distance, you'll be able to talk to each other at any time. They can even be used in dungeons if one of the other tablets is outside. She turns to Leo and he nods, speaking up. It takes a lot of raw dungeon materials to make one of those, so be careful with them. They're not easily replaceable. All 4 connect to the director's main tablet, so he can call at any time. I doubt he will though. The silver-haired artificer lets out a chuckle as he watches the 4 of us stand up and begin examining the rectangular objects. The one I pick up feels identical to the tablet I held in the labyrinth with Fisher not too long ago. It seems like they give these out to all elite quads and higher-ups. The woman keeps talking. Your new weekly quotas have been updated. Please hand in your old tablets and they'll be wiped. I reach into my item box and throw the old silver item on the table without thinking about it much. The others do the same. Maria turns to me and grins after her blue eyes lift from the screen on her new quota tablet. It looks like you handed in your share of the MP crystals before coming in today. My credits just jumped up 5 points, I nod, taking a look at my own new and improved transmission tablet. J Soju, available credits, 9.4, C-Class, Team Weekly Quota, Clear Dungeons, Gate 1, Section 4, 0 out of 6, Reward, 10 credits, Individual Weekly Quota, None, Reward, None. My eyes dart up and down the odd text for a moment, trying to figure out what exactly this new team task is all about. The dungeon clearing part can be inferred pretty easily. Everyone has been mentioning the collapses up north, so clearing a few makes sense, but the specifications are unclear to me. I look up at the blonde-haired assistant with an eyebrow raised. What is this all about? We're to clear 6 dungeons. Where? Gate 1? Section 4? What's all this mean? She smiles and responds, you're quite enthusiastic today, aren't you? I was about to get to it. Let me run through the logistics, please make yourself comfortable. Her gaze moves across all of us as we get back to our seats and she begins to explain our mission assignment in full detail. Listen up, I'm sure you've all heard the news in one way or another this week. There's been a series of large breaks near the northern border of our country in the Dark Continent. We all listen attentively. You've all started your training to become this year's new elites but were delayed slightly because of a large high B-class break that needed attending to from as many elites as possible. It's under better control now. But the aftermath of a labyrinth break isn't something to take lightly. It created quite the surge and many of the dungeons and the surrounding area began to collapse. The mention of a labyrinth break piques my interest. I assumed it was possible, but haven't heard of any of them actually breaking. I clasp my hands together and try to control my widening grin. She continues, your mission this week is to help clear out some of the dungeon breaks that have resulted from the shockwave following the labyrinth incident. The blonde pauses, looking over at me. Your question about the gates and sections earlier. That will all be answered in time. It will be much more clear to see once you actually arrive. To give you a quick explanation, they're just labels to better organize the terrain you'll be headed to. She looks over to Leo, you can handle bringing them to Section 4? There's no need for you to go through the gate, just dropping them off should be fine. He nods, and the woman looks back at us to continue. The 6 dungeons that you'll be cleaning up are all C-Class rated. With all 4 of you working as a team, it should be well within your abilities. This is one of the least dense sections within the first gate, so this will be a great starter mission for your new lives as elites. As she finishes this line, I begin to think to myself, we'll be facing 6 C-class breaks. I've never seen a C-class break before. I wonder if the monsters will be proficient in mana control, or if this will just be an easy walk in the park. Either way, these are the less dense portions of the Dark Continent. This means there's more powerful dungeon and breaks in other sections. Maybe I can get access to a new labyrinth or farming territory if I snoop around a bit. This is becoming more and more interesting every second. I speak up, starting to stand from my seat. So when do we leave? I think that's more than enough of an explanation for me. She laughs again, then motions for me to sit down before placing a piece of paper down on the hardwood table with large red X's on it labeled 1 to 6. Section 4 isn't enormous, but I've had each dungeon's location mapped out for all of you. The higher the number, the more powerful the potential monsters that hide nearby are predicted to be. We've had these dungeons tested recently, and none of them ever surpass level 400 monsters. With the unpredictability of breaks, you never know what you're in for. If one is too difficult, stand down and leave the gates to contact us at any time. My teammates nod, and I do the same while letting out a sigh and sitting back down in my seat. The woman continues, lastly, there are small villages and towns filled with outsiders and rogues in Section 4. They're not very common, but a few breaks are nearby some of the settlement areas. If it's gotten bad enough, monsters may be roaming in nearby towns. You'll have to deal with them too. It's our duty to protect, even if they don't want to be protected. Got it, I gulp, giving her a firm nod, recognizing the new serious tone. The rest of my teammates do as well. Ari seems even more nervous than when this meeting started. I know he has some untold history revolving around these regions. I'll have to ask him about it later in a more private setting. Now doesn't seem like the right time. Leo stands up, looking down on all of us. Well, on that note, there's no reason in wasting any more time. Every minute you 4 waste sitting around here is another minute that the next surge that hits the city gets even worse. Do you remember the one last month? They say this month's may be almost twice as bad. I fully stand up from my seat this time and turn to the silver-haired artificer. Our eyes meet. Really? It's going to be twice as powerful. Why's that? Does it have to do with the labyrinth break? Is there dash? He cuts me off with a grin while turning and waving for us to follow. I can answer all your questions on the way. Come on, let's go. It's time to head out. You have some dungeons to clear. Chapter 199, I can answer all your questions on the way. Come on, let's go. It's time to head out. You have some dungeons to clear. Leo, the silver-haired artificer, motions for all of us to follow as he begins walking toward the elevator at the back of the penthouse office. I turn to follow, but Abby speaks up to stop us. Hey, that's it? No mission specifications? No intel on the dungeons we're facing? You're just handing us a poorly drawn map and transmission tablets to go. She grabs the map off the desk with attitude. Maria stands up with an innocent look across her face, turning her head back and forth to me, then to Abby, then over to the director's assistant. The blonde-haired woman slowly nods, then speaks in a low tone. I understand this may be different from your past missions, Abby, but you've been chosen as the new elites. Like it or not, you 4 are special now. Your team has been gifted the abilities that many other hunters could only dream of handling. The green-haired healer tightens her stare, but gives a firm nod as the thin blonde woman continues. We don't have much information on regions like this one. If I had a better map or more intel, I'd love for you to have it. The problem is, we're understaffed and overworked. Everyone who's able to help fight is out on the front line for this grouping of breaks. Even the director himself went to supervise the B and A class teams as they handled the core labyrinth break. That's why he wasn't able to see you at our meeting today. Leo jumps in with a hand raised and a smile. Come on, let's head out. We don't want to miss the train. There's one leaving in under half an hour. That's our ride. Abby lets out a sigh, crossing her arms, then turning to face Leo. Her hair flies up in the air from the quickness of her motions as she begins to follow the silver-haired artificer. Maria grins and speaks up. All right, it's settled, we're off. I smile back as she makes her way across the room to follow the others. I look down to meet Aries' gaze. The archer makes an audible gulp as he stands to his feet, replying to my firm nod in a low tone. Ready for this? I throw an arm around his shoulder as we start to walk toward the elevator following the girls and our guide. I am, are you? Is there something you want to get off your chest once we get outside? he lets out a sigh and whispers under his breath so only I can hear, "The village I grew up in is near section 4. I wasn't expecting the breaks to happen so soon. I'll be fine." This was just unexpected. "Thanks for asking, ding," I reply while watching the elevator door open on the other side of the room. "Understood. Looks like there's more to this mission than meets the eye." Ari gives me a nod, looking over his shoulder, then back to the open doors of the elevator. "Indeed. I'll fill you in on more details later." The four of us crowd into the small elevator behind the silver-haired man. Leo hits the button to take us down to the lobby. His cheerful attitude lightens the mood. He turns to me before speaking to everyone. "Well, I met Jay last night, but it's nice to officially meet all of you. If you have any unique or abundant raw dungeon item drops, feel free to put in a request for my assistance at any time. Just tell the front desk Leo sent you." He scratches his chin and pauses for a second before continuing. "Visitors aren't exactly allowed down in my lab unsupervised, but I'm almost always working, so never hesitate to put in a word. I'm happy to help." I smirk and give him a nod. Maybe I'll ask him to have something crafted in the future and compare it to Bree's handiwork. For quick crafts and items I don't mind having made on the books, Leo will be a helpful asset indeed. Abby and Maria introduce themselves, then Ari speaks up. "So, we're taking the train up north? That ride will take almost a full day. We'll make it over to section 4 by tomorrow morning. Right?" Leo nods as the elevator begins to slow. "Very astute of you, that's correct. I've already made arrangements for your housing at the Gate 1 entrance. You'll be able to begin your mission bright and early tomorrow morning once we arrive." Ding, the elevator hits the bottom floor and we walk out into the lobby. The five of us walk through the front door and make our way to the train station without veering much from our path at all. Ari and Leo talk over details of the Dark Continent while Abby and Maria chat about their training. I enjoy the peaceful walk, listening to the merchants and people go by on either side of us as we stroll through town. It's midday, and there's many E, D, and even C-class hunters going about their daily lives in the central market. It's a beautiful sight. The active marketplace in a thriving city like this never gets old. I can smell food from many cultures and hear metal weapons being traded along with various crystals and magical items, grinning ear to ear. The 20-minute walk through town goes by in a flash. Leo's voice breaks me out of my blissful daze as we make it to the station. "Alright, the train should be here any minute now. Get out your IDs, we'll be riding in a special section." This private cabin is one made for longer distance travel. It's used by the association higher-ups. We all nod and do as he says while walking up onto the train platform through the crowd of other hunters and adventurers getting ready to board. Each and every one of them is going to head off on their own missions and various journeys. No more than 5 minutes later, just like the artificer said, the train comes chugging towards us, screeching to a halt moments later. A few workmen hop out every few train carts. Hunters and businessmen flood out from the train and get straight to work in town. The worker closest to us throws 2 hands in the air as the train's whistle blows. "All aboard." We walk over and Leo talks to the man, showing him his ID. The train worker points higher up the train platform. Leo nods and turns back to us, motioning for us to follow. We do. Less than a minute later, we make our way to a new worker standing guard, show our IDs, and board into an exclusive-looking cabin. The worker lets us in and closes the small door behind us, waving goodbye. "A pleasure for you to be aboard the train today. We'll be arriving at the Gate 1 stop early tomorrow morning. Make yourselves comfortable." Click, the door shuts and we're all left in a rather fancy-looking private room. There are orange couches that line the walls and large glass windows above them. I can see the busy city on one side, and another set of train tracks on the other. Abby speaks up as she walks over and lies down open one of the couches with fluffy-looking pillows available for headrests. "Now this is how you travel. Who knew the association actually had perks like this for us? I thought only the higher-ups had luxuries like these." Ari smirks and walks over to make himself compatible on the couch nearby. Feeling the soft fabric and kicking his feet up onto a darker-colored coffee table. He speaks up, "Not bad, I haven't ridden in anything this nice in a while." Maria walks forward with a happy look on her face, sitting down on a couch on the opposite side of the cabin while letting out a sigh. I follow, sitting next to her and throwing my feet up on a small black coffee table to match Ari. Leo stands by the train door with his arms crossed, staring at us, then lets out a laugh. "You know, I like you guys. This is how elites should act. The last few teams have been a real pain. I think you four are definitely going to be different." The train begins to move, and a whistle blows again. I watch the crowds of people and bustling markets slowly disappear from view. I smile and let out a sigh as the peaceful scene leaves my vision. We're leaving the city. A new adventure awaits. Chapter 200. I watch the busy marketplace fade away in the distance as the train leaves the station. All my teammates and our silver-haired guide watch the capital disappear from view as we leave as well. Almost immediately, we enter a more mountainous region with heavy trees and small lakes that line the train tracks. We've headed almost a full day away from the capital. I've never been this far away from my hometown before. Going to the capital was a big deal the first time I left, so wherever we're headed, this is all new territory for me. I'm not too worried about getting too far away. If anything goes south, I can just dungeon walk back to a number of marked locations. My MP stores have risen significantly, so even at a much further distance away, I should be able to teleport anywhere. We'll see. The lush green plants and wildlife fill my vision through the wide open windows as the tall buildings fade away behind me. It's both exciting and nerve-wracking. I'm pretty glad the decision was made for us. It felt like we didn't exactly have the option to say no. If given a choice, I would have said yes to this mission anyways. I'm looking forward to seeing new things, but most of all, I'm glad I get to go off on an adventure with my team again. It still hasn't fully hit me yet. The fact that I've been gone off training for months in isolation. I've had Ember by my side, but it isn't the same as being around real people. It feels warm. Being around smiles and laughter is nice, especially Maria. I look over to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed hunter. She's grown a lot, but every time I look at her it reminds me of where I came from, that tiny apartment building back in our hometown, farming goblins just to make rent. It's only been a few months, but it feels like a lifetime has gone by. I sit back on the large orange cushion couch of our private room and gaze out the window. As time goes by, Leo makes himself comfortable and we begin sharing info back and forth as a team. We talk about past quests and association-hosted upcoming events, but nothing too special comes up. Everything about today's mission is apparently easier to explain once we get there, so I'm still a bit left in the dark about what these gates and sections really are. The silver-haired artificer seems alright. He gets along fine with all my teammates, and I don't mind his company at all. He lightens the mood. My only strife is his unyielding loyalty to the association. Sure, he gets to work his dream job, but the glossy I trust is a character trait that's hard for me to comprehend. To each their own, I guess. About 2 hours of small talk, window gazing, and interesting conversation pass before a dinging sound interrupts us coming from the metal door at the front of the private cabin. Leo replies, "Come on in." The small silver sliding door opens and a light-skinned woman with dark hair tied up in a bun rolls a small trolley covered in a white cloth and plates of food and drinks. She greets us with a smile, letting her gaze wander over all of us, then back to Leo. "Here's your order, sir. It's a pleasure to have all of you aboard today." The thin woman places the dishes and glasses onto the various tables around us, then bows and rolls the empty cart out without saying another word. Leo points open palms at all of us, then at the feast. "Well, dig it, they made this for you. Don't be shy." Our festivities continue as we eat up and watch the sun start to set over the horizon. The landscape outside has been changing drastically the further from the city we travel. Every 50 kilometers or so, we stop at a new small town and I watch passengers board and leave. The cities we pass are getting smaller and smaller and the abundance of wildlife around us is getting much thinner too. The mountains far off in the distance are beautiful, but the dry arid land outside is something I've never seen in the real world before. I've only experienced dungeons with landscapes like this and read about some in books. To see it out here is a whole new experience. The sun sets behind the large orange rocks and shines through the dry trees and dry yellow plants. We've made it out into a desert. Small towns and even single-family shacks pass by as the sun finally sets. As it does, my eyes close too. I'm not particularly tired, but these couches are very comfortable, and there's something about transportation that makes it especially easy to doze off. With a full stomach of food, a setting sun, and Maria's head resting on my shoulder, I fade off into a deep sleep with only the light sound of a rumbling train to fill my mind. Time passes. I'm awoken by the screeching sound of brakes, the whistle of a train. Leo's voice is the next thing to hit my ears. "Rise and shine. We made it to the outer wall of Gate 1. Let's go check in and get you guys situated." In a bit of a doze, I sit up, rubbing my eyes. My other 3 teammates are doing the same. I see the archer and the healer on the other side of the cabin and Maria is waking up by my side. I turn to look out the window. There's even less vegetation than before, not a tree in sight, and hardly any mountains or plateaus at all in the distance. Looking out the other side of the train window, I just see a few small wooden-made townhouses and larger buildings. The oddity is the massive gray background that blocks the desert view. I bite my bottom lip and squint, standing to my feet as a worker opens the train door from the outside. I hear a man's voice ring out as Leo jumps down and out of the train. "Welcome to the Gate 1. Section 4 Rest Stop, we've been expecting you all. Company is scarce around these parts, laughter is shared between the two men as I look back at my teammates, then jump down and out of the train myself. As soon as I hit the small wooden platform below, my gaze rises to look at the massive sight before my eyes. There's a large stone wall, over 40 meters high, that goes off in both directions. To my left and right, I see the solid gray wall curve off into the distance with no end in sight. Abby, Maria, and Ari all hop out of the train behind me. I whisper under my breath, "What is this place?" Dust fills the air as the others hit the old wooden train platform, and the silver sliding door shuts behind us. The man that greeted Leo hops on the back of the last cart. Before I know it, our ride has left the station and we're all alone. I gulp. The morning sun is just rising behind us and the hot air of the desert is already making my mouth dry. There's a few small wooden structures off in the distance closer to the wall, but behind us, there is nothing at all, just sand and sky. The silence is off-putting. Ari speaks up in a sarcastic tone and begins to walk forward. He passes my left side. "Welcome to the Dark Continent. Home sweet home." With a smirk across his face, the dark-haired archer looks up at the towering wall, then begins to make his way toward the wooden buildings that are built at its base. Abby follows, and Maria looks over at me. I shrug, throwing my arms in the air, then turn to gaze up at the high wall myself. Maria and I follow, not wanting to be left behind out in the open nothingness. Leo lets out a laugh. "You city folks always crack me up. Come on, enjoy the peace and quiet while you can." He turns to face the largest building, pointing an open palm toward it. "Let's head over to the official Section 4 rest area. There's a longtime friend, short-time association worker that'll make sure you're taken care of there. I'm sure you'll all get along just fine." I look at the 3-story building the silver-haired guide is pointing to. It seems to be made entirely of wood, like an oversized log cabin. Its light brown coloring matches all the other buildings in the area as well as the train station's platform. There's a small dirt road that leads us over to it. The closer we get, the higher the gray wall it's built up against seems to be, although not high in the sky yet. The morning sun is already starting to get unconformably hot. There is not a cloud in the sky either to block the rays. The 60-meter or so walk over to the cabin structure feels much longer than it should. Waves of heat are making the air ripple in the dirt road. Leo opens the front door without knocking and yells through it, "Hey, Charlotte. I got some visitors for ya." He walks through, turning his head back and motioning for us to follow him through. I hear a woman's confident voice reply, "Leo? Ha ha. Is that really you? I never would have guessed you were bringing the new combat squad here. Come on in. All of ya."